ladies and gentlemen, welcome to yet another live stream. And this time we're not going to be talking about Eric July. There's not really been any major updates on that situation, so don't really see a reason to jump into that in this stream. Instead, what we're going to be talking about is some movie news and some major movie news involving one Jonathan Majors. That's right. So it's not looking good. It's not looking good for Kang the Conqueror. I'm not going to lie. So you guys have probably heard by now, it's been all over the place. It's been all over the news. But Jonathan Major, who was going to court over domestic abuse charges, was found guilty on 2 of the 4 counts that he was charged with. So what are these counts? What do they mean? Well, our man John Campy is here to explain. And I don't always watch all of John's stuff. Even though, I think John's a pretty decent guy, to be honest with you. But I did find this video to be particularly helpful in trying to figure out exactly what he was found guilty of, what the charges actually mean. And before we actually dive into the video, I will say this. Domestic abuse is a serious problem, obviously. And at first, there was some details that were a bit sketchy, a bit iffy, where I was like, I don't know about this. I don't know if he's actually guilty about this. But after seeing everything that's played out with this whole Jonathan Major situation, it is what it is. And he was found guilty of what I think is pretty obviously the lesser of the charges. Now, what exactly was the jury trying to explain here? What were they trying to what did the jury basically say when they handed down these guilty verdicts? I think they were trying to say that yes, he is responsible for the injuries that this woman suffered, his partner at the time, but he did not do this intentionally. That's the general gist of what I get about this. And unfortunately for Majors, he's going to have to pay for this. He's going to have to suffer for what he's done. This is going to hit him definitely in the pocketbook. I mean, he's already been fired by Disney. He's probably not going to get movie deals for quite a while. So we're talking about potentially millions of dollars that he's going to be missing out on. Of course, he's made millions in his career, but he'll be fine. He will be fine. All right. As long as he's not going and blowing the money and stuff, he will be fine. All right. But can he come back from this? Yes, I think he can come back from this, but he probably needs to stay out of the limelight for a couple of years. Obviously, him being fired from his role as Kang the Conqueror is a pretty big deal because this is probably the biggest gig that he's gotten. I mean, playing the big bad of Marvel Cinematic Universe after Thanos. And we're going to talk about how messy that is in and of itself, because that is very, 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 very messy. That's a very messy situation. And we're going to talk about that and how this whole Jonathan Majors verdict, how it's going to, and him being fired from the MCU, how this is going to affect the MCU going forward. Are we still going to be sticking with Kang? Or are we going to be moving to a different villain? What does this mean for Avengers, the Kang Dynasty? What is going to happen? We're going to be talking about all of this. But first, we are going to jump into this John Campia video. So I'm going to go ahead and full screen that. And let me adjust the volume a bit. There we go. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into this. I think it's a quick video, but I do think it actually explains the whole Jonathan Major situation, the charges very, very well. So we're going to go ahead and dive into this. So here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Hey guys, John Campy here. Now, as you all probably know by now, Marvel and Creed actor Jonathan Majors has been found guilty on 2 of the 4 charges that he was facing in Manhattan criminal court following his arrest back in March of 2023 as a result of an alleged assault on his then-girlfriend, Grace Jabari. But what was he actually convicted of? Why wasn't he convicted on all 4 charges? And what was he found not guilty of? Let's get into that and try to clear up some of the confusion. Now, Manhattan prosecutors brought 4 different charges against Jonathan Majors. 1, reckless assault in the 3rd degree. 2, harassment in the 2nd degree. 3, intentional assault in the 3rd degree. And 4, aggravated harassment in the 2nd degree. Now, ultimately, a jury found Majors guilty on the first 2 charges, reckless assault in the 3rd degree and harassment in the 2nd degree, while being acquitted in the second 2 charges, intentional assault in the 3rd degree and aggravated harassment in the 2nd degree. So what does all this mean? What exactly was he found guilty of doing? Well, let's start with the first charge that he was found guilty of, reckless assault in the 3rd degree. Assault in the 3rd degree is the lowest tier of assault charges. It occurs when somebody inflicts physical injury or substantial pain on another person. Now, New York Penal Code Section 120 defines assault in the 3rd degree like this. A person is guilty of assault in the 3rd degree when 1, with intent to cause physical injury to another person, he causes such injury to such person or to a 3rd person. 2, he recklessly causes physical injury to another person. Or 3, with criminal negligence, he causes physical injury to another person by means of a deadly weapon or a dangerous instrument. Assault in the 3rd degree is a Class A misdemeanor. Now, for clarification, someone convicted of a Class A misdemeanor could spend up to a year in jail or be sentenced to probation, a fine, anger management, or maybe even community service. Now, as the name suggests, this specific charge that he was found guilty of was centered around that second point, that he recklessly caused physical harm and injury to another person. In essence, the jury found that Majors did not set out with intent to harm and injure Grace Jabari. He did nonetheless cause her harm and injury as a result of his own reckless behavior and actions, and thus, the guilty verdict. The second charge that he was found guilty of was harassment in the 2nd degree, which is defined like this. A person is guilty of harassment in the 2nd degree when, with intent to harass, annoy, or alarm another person, 1, he or she strikes, shoves, kicks, or otherwise subjects such other person to physical contact or attempts to threaten to do the same. Or 2, he or she follows a person in or about a public place or places. Or 3, he or she engages in a course of conduct or repeatedly commits acts which alarm or seriously annoy such other person, which serves no legitimate purpose. Now, for the purposes of this charge, prosecutors were specifically focusing on Subdivision 1 relating to striking and physical contact. Now, unlike the assault charge, this was considered a non-criminal offense, and thus, instead of being guilty of another Class A misdemeanor, Majors was found guilty of a violation, which can carry penalties that include, a fine, community service, a protection order, or even up to 15 days in jail. Okay. So that's what he was found guilty of. Now let's take a quick look at the 2 charges he was found.
All right, I want to pause there for a second, and I want to address this. Okay, so essentially, what we're looking at here is harassment, assault, but not with the intention. You get what I'm saying? Like, he is responsible for what happened, but he didn't mean for it to happen. That's I know that's a very layman's way to explain it, but that's more or less what the jury was trying to say here, because these are the 2 lesser charges. Again, can he come back from this? Sure, I think he can come back from this. But it's definitely going to negatively impact him for a while going forward, at least for a couple of years, I would say. But that's essentially what the jury was trying to say. All right, so let's continue with the video, and John will talk about the 2 charges he was not found guilty of, which are honestly the more extreme charges, and he should be very thankful that he was not found guilty of these charges. So let's go ahead and continue the video.
Not guilty of. Firstly, he was found not guilty of intentional assault in the third degree. Now, this goes back to the same New York Penal Code, Section 120, that we looked at earlier, except this one implies that the harm and injury caused by the defendant was intentional. It suggests that Jonathan Majors specifically intended to harm Grace Jabari. The jury rejected this one, so while they did find that Majors caused physical injury and harm on Jabari, they believed he did so as a result of reckless behavior, not specific intent. And lastly, Majors was found not guilty of aggravated harassment in the second degree. Aggravated harassment in the second degree applies when individuals engage in certain actions that are intended to annoy, threaten, or cause another person to fear for their safety. While this may sound a bit like the basic harassment charge that Majors was found guilty of, aggravated harassment differs in that it's more serious. It's an actual criminal offense, and instead of just being a violation, it's a Class A misdemeanor like the assault charge was, which carries up to another year in prison. Now, sentencing for Jonathan Majors doesn't actually happen until February 6th, where he faces up to 1 year in prison and some other penalties. Now, how hard or how soft they'll go on him, we're just going to have to wait and see. So, hopefully this little video has helped clarify what Jonathan Majors was, and just as importantly, was not convicted of. I hope you found this useful. My name is John Campia, and I'll see you next time.
All right, so that's kind of where we are. That's kind of where we are right now. Majors is out. Majors is found guilty of the lesser charges. This is I mean, obviously it's going to be bad for him, but do I think that his career's done? Do I think that it's over? Do I think that Jonathan Majors can't come back? No, I think he can definitely come back. Like, I don't think that Jonathan Majors is done. I just don't. But I do think we're not going to see him for a while, and obviously he's out at Kang. Now, let's actually talk about the whole Kang situation and, yeah, what's going to happen. So, obviously, the possibility that everybody's talking about is that they could just go ahead and recast Kang, which I do think is going to happen to a certain degree. I don't think you can leave the Kang storyline open-ended. I think that you have to give it some kind of resolution, but I don't think it's going to be the original resolution for this character and his plan and what they had planned for the multiverse saga originally. I think that they're going to find a way to say, okay, here's what happened to Kang, here is the fate of Kang, and we're moving on. So I think they're going to wrap up his story in very short order. I don't think that the next Avengers is going to be called Kang Dynasty. In fact, if you pay attention to some of the rumors that are going on right now, apparently some of the stuff that is happening inside of Disney, some of the internals, they are not actually referring to Avengers 5 as the Kang Dynasty any longer. They are actually referring to it as just Avengers 5. Now, that is very different because up until recently, the movie was referred to internally at Disney and Marvel. It was referred to as Avengers the Kang Dynasty or Avengers KD, being short for an abbreviation for Kang Dynasty. But apparently in the last 6 months, that has changed, and they have just started calling it Avengers 5. Now, what does that tell me? Well, the fact that, I shouldn't say the fact, but the rumor that apparently they have been referring to Avengers 5 as just Avengers 5 and not as Kang Dynasty tells me that even before this verdict came out, they were already considering moving away from the Kang storyline. Because let's be completely honest here about something. Kang as a villain has not captured the audience in the same way that Thanos did. When Thanos first appeared on screen, he was terrifying. And people were like, oh, what the hell? Even people that weren't familiar with the comics, they were like, who is this scary guy? Like, who is this? Who's this guy? Like, who's this purple dude? Thanos had a real presence right from the get-go. And Marvel, ever since they have introduced Kang, they have said, oh, this guy Oh, he's more dangerous than Thanos. Oh, he's scary, man. Like, what are we gonna do? Like, oh my goodness. Like, this guy is worse than Thanos. They've been saying that he's a big threat. They've not been showing that he's a big threat. Because let's be honest, we've seen Kang in a number of Marvel projects so far, and he's not lived up to the hype that Disney and Marvel have built up around him. It's more been about telling us how big of a threat he is rather than showing how big of a threat he is. And he's just not connected with the audience. Now, I don't think that's necessarily Jonathan Majors' fault at all. In fact, I think any success that Kang has had as a villain on screen has been because of Jonathan Majors. I think Jonathan Majors was actually a really solid pick for Kang, but it's the writing that has failed this character, and the writing has not been good. And we know that in Marvel, that in the MCU Phase 4, and I guess we're in Phase 5 now, the writing has not been good. There's been some standouts. Shang-Chi I thought was pretty good. Spider-Man No Way Home was obviously the best thing that Marvel's come out with since Endgame. But it's not been what it should have been. And the writing's just not been there. And there's been some real duds. Looking at She-Hulk. Looking at Black Widow. Doctor Strange 2. It's just not been there. And Kang is just not connected as a villain. So it would seem that even before this whole Jonathan Majors verdict, they were already considering moving away from Kang. And it seems to me that the Jonathan Major verdict gave them an excuse to finally move forward with the intention, with the plans that they've had for a few months now, at least. That's what I think. Now, what I will give Disney credit for is this. I will give Disney credit for this. At least they waited until the verdict came down. At least they waited until Jonathan Majors got his day in court, which is more of a courtesy and a respect than what they gave Johnny Depp. Because as soon as the allegations against Johnny Depp came out, they ran away from him as quickly as possible. And then we saw the court proceedings play out. We saw that the real villain of that whole Johnny Depp situation was actually Amber Heard. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. And now, Johnny's been vindicated. People love Johnny Depp more than ever now. And Disney has egg on their faces. And as far as I know, Disney has still not apologized to Johnny Depp. If I was Disney, I would be going to him on my knees and begging for forgiveness, apologizing, and begging for him to come back to, play Captain Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean, and potentially, if they do an Alice in Wonderland 3, which I don't think they have plans for at this point, but obviously you would need him to play the Mad Hatter. So at least they, this time around, did not repeat the same mistake, and they actually waited until a verdict came down, and they actually waited until Jonathan Majors had his day in court. So I will give Disney credit for that, at least. But I do think that they were already planning to move away from the Kang storyline anyways. As just kind of, this whole situation, as messed up as it is, has just kind of made that easier. So will they recast Kang? Possibly, but only in order to keep the character around long enough to wrap up his story, because I don't think you can leave that open-ended. I do think you need to bring that whole plot to a conclusion. So I do think he's going to return in some capacity for a limited capacity. But in the end, I do think they're going to now shift their focus to a new villain, to a new big bad for the rest of the multiverse saga. And as you see on screen, I think that big bad should be Doctor Doom. Now, there has been rumors for a couple of months now that they are going to move on to Doctor Doom, and they're going to move on, to the storyline of Doctor Doom trying to, take over the multiverse. And let's, Battle World, that whole storyline. And let's be honest here. If you've read the comics, yeah, Kang is a cool villain. And they could have made Kang work, absolutely. But compared to Doctor Doom, Doctor Doom is a more iconic villain, obviously. And personally, I think he's a better written villain. I just find Doctor Doom to be more interesting. There's a number of villains in Marvel comics that I find to be more interesting than Kang the Conqueror. Kang's a fine villain, but Doctor Doom is more interesting. Magneto is more interesting. Obviously, Thanos more interesting, but Thanos is gone at this point. But there's a number of villains that are just more interesting than Kang. And when I think about interesting villains from the comic that are not only interesting, but also have more of a mass market appeal or more iconic, and honestly have more of a presence and more of a gravitas as a main villain, Doctor Doom fits the bill. And if they do the whole Battle World storyline, which they easily could do, it's a multiverse storyline, it could work out pretty well. It could work out pretty well. So if they decide to move on to Doctor Doom, I am perfectly fine with that. I am perfectly cool with them moving on to Doctor Doom and leaving the Kang storyline behind. In fact, I would probably prefer it. In fact, I think they probably should have just gone with Doctor Doom right from the beginning. This whole Marvel post-Endgame situation has been terrible. If I was the one in control, if I was Kevin Feige, if I was running the MCU, what I would have done is after Endgame, I would have taken a break, given a couple of years for people to take a breath, because Endgame was such a huge event. I would take a break from it. Derpy Entertainment says Marvel fans don't deserve it. What, Doctor Doom? I mean, I'm a Marvel fan, but I really hate where the MCU has been going, and I would prefer Doctor Doom. So what I would have done is I would have given the MCU a 2-year break, let people breathe, let everything kind of settle after Endgame, and then I would have come back with Phase 4. Now, what would Phase 4 have been? Phase 4 would have been, if I was running the show, it would have been not a reboot, and not a reset, but kind of a going back to the roots of the MCU. And it would have been about forging a new Avengers team. And probably Shang-Chi would have been in there. Spider-Man would have probably, I don't know who all I would actually put in there. I'd have to really sit down and give that some thought. But I think I would probably have Spider-Man be the leader, because especially the MCU version of Spider-Man, because he is kind of the acolyte of Tony Stark, or at least he was before the memory wipe and No Way Home. So I probably would have had Spider-Man be the leader of the new Avengers. And that's what Phase 4 would have been. It would have been about introducing these new heroes, having movies where the old heroes kind of pass the baton, and we would have been building up to a new team of Avengers. And the final movie in Phase 4, not the final movie, but the penultimate movie, the climax of Phase 4, would have been a movie called The New Avengers. Now, after we get to that, the final movie in Phase 4 would have been Fantastic Four. Sorry about that. The final movie in Phase 4 would have been Fantastic Four. Obviously, would have introduced the Fantastic Four, and it would have also been the introduction to the multiverse. So this is actually where we get introduced to the multiverse, and I would have had it to where the Fantastic Four get their powers, not from some kind of cosmic situation, but it would have been from a multiverse situation. Maybe somebody's experimenting with the multiverse, and this experiment causes the Fantastic Four to actually get their powers and to become the Fantastic Four. You could possibly involve Doom in that. Although having Doom involved in the origins of the Fantastic Four has kind of been played out already. And then also, this same experiment would have caused a crossover from another universe where the X-Men exist, because I kind of always think I've always thought that the X-Men work better in their own self-contained universe. Yes, I know that in the comics there's reasons why people don't discriminate against heroes like Iron Man and Spider-Man and blah 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 blah, but they do discriminate against the mutants because the mutants are born with their powers and they represent the next evolution of humanity, and because of that, some people view them as the extinction of humanity. Whereas the other heroes, it's kind of like a one-off thing. Their powers are kind of their own, like it's almost like freak accidents or technology or experiments or what have you. So they're not seen as much of a existential threat to the human race. I get it. But I've always thought they still work better in their own universe. The idea of them being discriminated against because of their powers, I just think they work better in their own universe. So I would have some kind of multiverse experiment in the Fantastic Four movie. You have an end credit scene where it shows that, oh crap, this experiment, it opened up a portal to the X-Men universe, and now the X-Men are starting to blend into the main MCU universe. So that would lead into Phase 5, which would lead up into an Avengers versus X-Men movie, which would be cool as shit. And the whole time you have the Fantastic Four also doing things in the background as well, more kind of setting up the whole Doom storyline. And then you go into Phase 6, and this is where you go into the Battle World story, and then you end up having the new Avengers, you have the X-Men, and you have the Fantastic Four, these three teams all coming together in order to take on Doctor Doom in the grand finale of the multiverse saga. That's kind of my basic outline for what I would have done. I think it would have been a lot cooler. Instead, they're focusing on all the wrong stuff. They're focusing on this Disney Plus stuff. And as far as the Disney Plus stuff goes, to me, that should be the cherry on top of the sundae. It should not be required viewing for the movies. I hated going into Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and it was like, crap, if you didn't see WandaVision, you ain't going to understand what the freak is going on with Wanda. You're not going to understand what's going on with Scarlet Witch. That was weird. They shouldn't have made the whole Disney Plus stuff as integral as it was. So to me, that would be kind of side stuff. That would be cherry on top. That's where you kind of fill in some of the loose plot threads, stuff like that. That's what the Disney Plus stuff should have been, in my opinion. Let's get to the comments. Derpy Entertainment is saying, I'm just saying that, actually, let me pull up the comments. I'm just saying most of the Marvel fans are the movie fans that call themselves that, and DC deserves love now. That's all I got to say, really. Well, I think that DC has an opening right now because Marvel has been sucking ass ever since Endgame. And, if they wanted to, this is their opportunity. We're going to talk about the DCU here in a little bit because there is actually some news on that as well. But they do have a chance to actually step into where Marvel has kind of faltered. And yeah, most of the people that are going to see the movies, they're not comic book fans. I mean, that's obvious. But then again, that's not necessarily a problem in and of itself. It's just you have to take storylines from the comic books and you have to adapt them in a way to where everybody, both the comic book fans and the mainstream audience, can enjoy it. And that's a very difficult thing to do. Derby says Dr. Doom would be cool if they did Fantastic Four properly according to their characters, and with today's viewership, they won't. Yeah, when it comes to a lot of this stuff in 2023, 2024 especially, it's 50-50 as to how well they're going to do it. Bob Iger and Disney did come out and say that they're going to cut back on the quantity of stuff. They're going to focus on the quality of stuff, and that they're going to focus on entertaining people instead of trying to fight the culture war, which, if that is true, that is fantastic. If that actually happens. If not, if it's just words, well, things are just going to keep getting worse. So we'll see. Can't call them X-Men. It's 2023. I'll call them whatever the fuck I want. All right. I don't know. They might call them shit. I don't know what they would call them. X-Force, the Mutants. I don't know. To me, they'll always be the X-Men. let's be honest, they should have built up more with Infinity War and Endgame and had X-Men and Fantastic Four in it. No, I don't think so, because did Disney even own Fox at that point? If they did, they had just bought it. No, that would have been too soon. If they would have gone ahead and introduced the X-Men and the Fantastic Four that quickly, they would have just been shoehorned in. And no, the X-Men and the Fantastic Four deserve better than that. Because here's the thing. This is the difference between Marvel and DC. All right, in DC, the core of DC is the Justice League. And the core of the Justice League is the Trinity, Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. And those three characters in particular are the pillars that hold up the DC universe. Now, let's switch over to Marvel. All right, hold on 1 second. We got a guest, ladies and gentlemen. Say hello to Extra Hero.
Good evening, sir.
Extra Hero.
Good evening. I saw
hold
you
up, my
streaming.
guy.
I was like, let me check on my buddy.
What up? I'm not getting any sound. Wait 1 second.
Testing. Hey, can you hear me now? Testing.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Okay, the people can hear you. I can't hear you. Yeah, the chat can hear you. Okay, hold up 1 sec. Let me... What the freak? Hold up. All right, let me just do this. Boom. 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 All right, there we go.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, say something. Yeah, I got you.
Say something, I'm giving up on you.
Yeah, I just pulled up the stream on my computer, so
Okay.
there might be a little bit of a delay, but yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. How you doing this afternoon?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm better than Jonathan Majors right now, to be honest with you.
Ooh. What an adventure ride that was.
Yeah.
When it first happened, I was really hoping he was innocent.
You ain't kidding.
I was like, you don't understand what a letdown this is for, like, just like the black community alone, because he was a rising star, and now it's all turned to shit. I feel shitty because I feel like I got fooled, but I get it. I mean, it's your job to say you're innocent, but you know, it's weird. And then the whole threatening suicide thing. I don't know. Get this man some help, but even then, it's weird.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying, because listen, when this first started, I wanted to believe that he was innocent, and it was kind of a fishy situation.
Yeah,
but let's be honest here. He was found innocent of, or not innocent, but he was found guilty of the two lesser charges. So I think he can come back from this, but yeah, he's gonna have to stay out of the spotlight for a bit.
You know what? So I was so trying to avoid this that I actually don't know what he was found guilty of. I believe I saw something about harassment.
We played a we played a John Campea video earlier that where he actually broke down like the charges and stuff and what he
Okay.
was found guilty of. And essentially he was found responsible for her injuries, but it wasn't intentional. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
essentially, what's that thing like? If you accidentally,
Manslaughter.
kill somebody,
Manslaughter.
manslaughter. Yeah, I think it's essentially that, but with assault, basically.
Oh, so a lesser thing. Well, hopefully he
Yeah.
checks into whatever place that people with mental illnesses go, if that's what it is, or I don't know, maybe he's just drunk, or maybe he's just an asshole. Um, I don't know, and I actually don't know how you come back from this.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how, as a black person, you come back from this,
You stay.
because there's already so few opportunities. It's gonna be rough.
Well, I think that essentially he has to he needs to go away for a little bit.
Yeah.
He needs to stay out of the spotlight for a bit. And he probably does need to go to some kind of mental hospital or something.
Yeah.
Essentially he needs to make this a kind of a redemption story.
Yeah, for sure. It's been done before. He can do it, but you gotta give people time to, I don't know, respond.
Right. So let me ask you this. You think they're going to replace him with another actor, or do you think they're going to move on to another villain?
So you see, I guess I don't care either way. I like I'm mainly here for the heroes, so the villains don't really matter that much to me. But I heard that they tentatively.
I think they're going to move on to Doctor Doom. Personally,
Now, why do you say that? Because I've been hearing Doctor Doom a lot too, but I think it's all been coming from fans, right?
All right, so well, there's internal rumors that within Disney for the last 6 months, they've actually stopped referring to the next Avenger film as Avengers Kang Dynasty, and they've started to refer to it as Avengers 5, like just Avengers 5. And the reason I say that Doom is a possibility is because, one, Doom is a more iconic villain than Kang, let's be honest. And number two, there is the Battle World storyline from the comics, which is it's a multiverse story as well. And you could easily incorporate it into this. Like you could say that Doctor Doom was the kind of the big bad behind Kang this entire time. There's ways that you could write it to where it would work.
Yeah, I'd love to see Galactus.
I mean, that's a possibility. But I don't know, like Galactus is more of a force of nature.
Yeah.
Whereas Doom is more of a active force. Like, he's an active villain. He's scheming and planning and stuff.
Well, tell me, do we like sympathetic villains more, or villains who are actually evil? Because the tide keeps changing. I don't know what's cool now.
Well, Doom could be both.
Okay.
How much do you know about Doom's backstory?
Not a lot.
All right, so essentially, Dr. Doom, like, his mom was I think she was a gypsy, and she like made this deal with essentially the devil, Mephisto. And she had like all these magic powers and stuff, and like that got passed on to Victor Von Doom. And her soul ended up trapped in hell. So Doom spent a lot of his life trying to figure out a way to get into hell to rescue his mother. Like, actually, in the comics, he created this machine to open a portal to hell. But when he opened up a portal, fires a face, and that's how he got like the mask and everything.
Mm.
So, you know that's kind of, that's kind of sympathetic, but at the same
Yeah.
time, um, there's this whole thing with Doom and Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, this rivalry that's going on, and essentially, like they were like friends in college and stuff, and this was about the time that Doom was making this machine to rescue his mom and everything. And then once he actually does rescue his mom, uh, I forget the exact details, but he has like this vision or something of the future, and it's like different possible outcomes for humanity where they destroy themselves, and like the only outcome where they don't destroy themselves is where he ends up taking over the world and he creates like this utopia and stuff. So Doom is doing a lot of this stuff because he legitimately believes like he's humanity's only hope. He's like this superior ruler and stuff, and he's a tyrant and everything, but
Yeah.
it's ultimately for the best.
Okay, I think that could work well with the sort of nihilistic vibe a lot of people have nowadays.
Yeah, yeah. And then like there's like he does some cosmic stuff later on. He also combines like technology and magic. I think at one point in the comics he was even up for a candidate to be the Sorcerer Supreme.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So tell me, is what's happening? Are we assembling a new Avengers right now? Well, I know after having watched the Marvels that she's assembling a form of the Avengers. Is that going to be like the regular Avengers or the Young Avengers?
Uh, I think it's excuse me. I think it's supposed to be the Young Avengers,
Okay.
which, to be
Do you?
honest with you, I don't really care about. I was saying earlier, like I think they should have used Phase 4 as kind of a soft, not really a reboot, but kind of going back to the roots of the MCU, and they should have forged a new Avengers team. Um, Probably have Spider-Man as the leader because he's basically an acolyte to Tony Stark in the MCU. So, of course, you would have to erase or get rid of the memory wipe from No Way Home if you did that. But I think that's what they should have done.
Tell me, would this Spider-Man be a Young Avenger?
Mm,
Or will we get a version of Miles?
that's a good question. Um, they could go the Peter route, but honestly, I don't know. Miles might be a more interesting choice story wise.
Yeah.
But see, like to a certain extent, like I don't want them to stick exclusively to the comics because
Yeah, me neither.
people forget that when it comes to adapting this stuff, it is an adaptation. Like you can't
Yeah.
do a one for one to the comic books because it's the story in the comics is not designed for the medium that is movies. It's film. You have to adapt the story to work in that particular medium.
Yeah, so as far as because I read the Ms. Marvel comics and I saw the show definitely adapts her better than her comic book counterpart. The writing is much better on the show, and then
Yeah,
even better in the movie. So
yeah. Um, and that's happened because people don't want to admit it, but like, when it came to the X-Men movies, like the original trilogy and stuff,
Yeah.
that was coming out in the early 2000s, people don't realize how much of an effect that those films actually had on the comic books. So it's like the comics influence the movies, and if the movies are successful, they end up influencing the comics. So it's kind of a symbiotic relationship.
I think we should just have this Spider-Man as part of this Young Avengers group, just because people are going to be wondering, what's he doing?
Yeah,
And plus,
honestly,
this is the most kiddish looking Spider-Man we've ever had. So,
and I honestly don't know what they're going to do with Spider-Man at this point, because nobody remembers him. Or, well, see, I say that, but then again, you look at Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
right.
And in that opening scene, he actually talks about how, there was some multiverse stuff with Spider-Man. I'm like, wait a minute, didn't you forget about all that? So, dude, I don't know, maybe like Strange was the one exception because he actually cast a spell that did all that, and maybe he's exempt from it. I don't know, but that's not the vibe I got from the end of No Way Home.
I think the charisma could work with him, Haley Steinfeld as Kate Bishop, and obviously Ms. Marvel,
right?
And whoever else they actually would the new Black Panther be a part of the Young Avengers? She's pretty young.
Potentially, but see, here's the thing though, like,
you also have Riri Williams, so.
Right, but see, I don't know if the Young Avengers is actually going to be like the main team. Because they could just be like an offshoot.
Oh, like the Defenders, like the TV show?
Yeah.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah. So I don't see like that. That's the thing. Like, I don't think Marvel knows where they're going at this point. Like, they've got so many different plot threads, and it's like, guys, like, that's one reason why I said they should have just gone back to their roots in Phase 4, built up a new team of Avengers. I would have called the film The New Avengers, literally.
Yeah.
And then I would have ended Phase 4 after that with a Fantastic Four movie that would have had them doing some kind of multiverse experiment. And the Fantastic Four ends up getting their powers through a multiverse experiment instead of the whole cosmic ray thing. And that experiment, you get a post-credit scene where that experiment causes the X-Men from another universe to start bleeding into the main Marvel universe, because I always think that the X-Men work better in their own self-contained universe anyways, but kind of out of a multiverse crossover that way. So then that builds up in Phase 5 to the Avengers versus the X-Men. And then you go from there into Phase 6 and you build up to, and while all this is going on, you have the Fantastic Four in the background, building up Doctor Doom as the main bad guy of the overall multiverse saga. And in Phase 6, you build up to Battle World, and you actually have Doom as being kind of the big bad of everything. And you have the New Avengers, the X-Men, the Fantastic Four all teaming up to fight Doom.
Okay. Oh, yeah, and I think the Defenders analogy is apt, because I'm realizing that all the Young Avengers mostly come from the TV shows. So they're probably going to pull a Defenders move again, where they just have a TV show all together.
Yeah, it could be a Disney Plus thing.
Yeah.
I think that right now, Marvel and Disney are kind of at a crossroad when it comes to the MCU. Because especially with the whole Jonathan Majors verdict and everything, like, this is kind of their excuse to change everything up. So I think at this point, they're kind of going back to the drawing board. And I'll say this. I think 2024 is going to be an interesting year.
You're saying Jonathan Majors saves Marvel.
Yes. Jonathan Majors sacrificed himself. He sacrificed himself for the MCU, all right?
A martyr. Dude,
yes.
We need to
He
call
died for our
people.
sins. He died for our sins, man. That's
an excellent clickbait headline. Jonathan Majors saves Marvel.
Listen, when I go to clip this section of the stream, that's going to be the title. That's going to be the title. That's what I'm going to call it. All right, and I'm going to go try and make an AI art to have Jonathan Majors on a cross. All right, that's what I'm going to do. Yes,
wow.
It shouldn't be called Kang the Conqueror. It's Kang the Savior at this point. Oh,
that cheered me up.
yeah, but I think he's going to be fine, man. I mean, he's probably going to be out of the spotlight for a couple of years. Obviously, he's been fired as Kang. That's that's kind of a big deal because that's probably the biggest gig he's ever had. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, the only way he could have a bigger gig is if DC hires him. I don't think they will.
Holy shit! Can you imagine? Holy shit! Be like, we would like to announce our new Lex Luthor, Jonathan Majors. I'll be like, oh,
yeah, he recently came available. We had to snatch it up. Yeah. Why, did y'all hear something?
Yeah. Like a trial? What trial? What you talking about? Oh, that would be fucking hilarious, though. That would be so fucking funny. If I woke up, I saw my phone, Jonathan Majors is cast in the DCU, I would fall out of my bed laughing. That would be hilarious. Holy shit.
Oh.
Oh. But yeah, it's an unfortunate situation because the thing is, even though Kang is not as iconic as a villain as some of the other characters from Marvel, they still could have made him work. I mean, because he's a pretty powerful entity in the Marvel comics.
Yeah, I mean, he time travels. He's fought against lots of Avengers teams. Yeah, they could do something really cool with him.
Yeah, and I will say this: Jonathan Majors was not the problem with Kang the Conqueror. It was the writing.
Yeah.
Because they kept hyping up, like telling us, like, oh, he's a threat. He's a bigger threat than Thanos, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yes, okay, show, don't tell.
Yeah. It's so much cheaper to tell, though.
Yeah, I know. But it's not as fun.
Just say this about him.
I don't know, man. Like, it's... Like I said, I've got the stream, this segment of the stream subtitled "The Kang Disaster" instead of the Kang Dynasty.
I saw that.
What
I was
it's
like,
meant.
okay, we're starting off with a pun. I like this guy.
Yeah, I mean that's what it is. Oh, and trust me, yes, I gave this like 15 minutes of thought. I was there this morning. I was like, what's a good fucking subtitle for this? Kang Dynasty, Disaster. That starts with a D. I'm gonna go with that. Let's do it. Let's go. Yeah. I spent more time coming up with the title of this stream than Eric July did on the plot of Isom. Just saying. So, all right. So this is the next thing I want to talk about. And this is actually, if they do go the Doctor Doom route, which I think they probably will, who would you cast as Doctor Doom? Clearly, by the image I have on screen, you can see I think Adam Driver would actually be a pretty interesting choice to be Doctor Doom.
Adam Driver, did we see this coming years ago? That he would just be like a superstar at some point? I mean,
no,
because I can't tell you how many times I've seen fan art of him as young Snape.
Oh, yeah. Shit, I did a video casting actors using AI as Harry Potter characters for the Harry Potter reboot that they're doing on Max.
Oh,
and
cool.
I picked Adam Driver to be Snape.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. Fans would agree. It's weird now that we live in the internet age. You basically already know what the fans want for anticipated things. Like,
right.
It's the one girl they always choose for Lily Potter. What's the girl from Guardian of the Galaxy? The redhead.
Oh, I don't know. I actually
her name's slipping, but yeah.
I actually picked J.K. Rowling to be Lily Potter.
And that would have been cool the first time around, but apparently that was a rumor that she was going to do that. But I don't know how she resists showing up in her own work. Like, like how do you got to have some willpower to not be like, okay, I'm the star now.
Yeah, which I think, speaks a lot to,
Yeah,
her not having a big ego.
yeah, she's built
Um,
different.
yeah. Have you ever heard the story about how difficult it was for her to publish Harry Potter?
Oh yeah, I actually know a lot about this. Sort of studied it for years. Yeah, got rejected 12 times. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
it it landed in the slush pile. Christopher Christopher of Little Brown Publishing took it home to his daughter, and his daughter was like, "Do something with this." So
Yeah,
it was very lucky. Like I'm sure eventually she would have gotten published, but 12 rejections, 12 rejections, and like she wasn't like she was basically on welfare at the time, so it's not like she would have been fine either way. But I don't know how she wrote this living like she was living. She had a kid, an abusive husband, dirt poor. I don't know, just. But I'm glad it happened.
I know, and I tell you what, I
Yeah.
know 12 publishing companies that are angrier than a motherfucker to this day. To this day, you know that they wake up every morning, and
Yeah.
when they go into a bookstore, they go into Walmart, and they see Harry Potter sitting there on the
Oh,
shelf. They're like, "Fuck."
a lot of people needed therapy after that.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like,
Oh my goodness.
a lot of people were probably fired, and then not only the books, the movies, the merchandise and stuff. She single-handedly brought Disney to their knees when it came to the Universal Studios thing because
Yes.
Disney was competing with Universal Studios for the
Yes.
rights to a theme park,
Hmm.
and Disney Disney just kept fucking up. Like they kept trying to make dumb rides that had actually nothing to do with the lore. And also they wouldn't give it basically came down to the fact that they wouldn't give her the train that she wanted. She wanted a train to hoist the people around, and they were like, no. And so Universal was like, fuck yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah. And to
And
be
then
honest with you, if we're looking
because
at the theme parks,
mhm.
Universal has become better than Disney.
Yeah, it's weird because it used to be that if you were coming to people would come to Orlando just for Disney, and they would go to Universal if they just happened to be in the area.
Yep.
Now they come for Universal. So it's weird, and it's weird that one franchise could shift things like that. One franchise made by one woman. Uh, it's crazy. That's why I say she has to be protected by all means.
Oh,
Because
absolutely. Dude, I have so
there
much
won't there
respect for
can't
her.
be any more now. Now the business people are too smart. They won't absolutely they won't let anyone else get near that much power. And they won't let someone retain that amount of creativity over their own work. So
Yeah. I mean, she's one of the inspirations as far as like the story I'm writing and everything.
yeah,
Because I'm like, I mean,
me
listen,
too.
I want to be the next J.K. Rowling. All right.
Yeah.
Just like Eric will be the next Stan Lee. I will be the next J.K. Rowling.
By the way, over the years, I've sort of been googling this like every year. The next J.K. Rowling, they never turn out to be anything like that.
No.
They throw that around so much. I don't know if they throw it around as much these days because controversies and stuff like that. But usually they throw it around to like basically any woman starting a fantasy series, and it's like well you don't really understand
Then they
what
say
made
that
Harry
about
Potter Harry
the
Potter. It's not
yeah,
just fantasy.
then they say that about the chick that wrote Twilight. Weren't they saying she's the next J.K. Rowling?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And honestly, she did very well. So
Yeah,
so
but she didn't do Harry
I'm a,
Potter levels of well.
no, no.
I mean,
But
Harry
without her, we
Potter.
wouldn't have 50 Shades of Grey.
I
So
mean, honestly, well, I could have lived my life just fine without that, to be honest with you. Uh, but no, when you look at Harry Potter,
yeah,
and I think of like film franchises, Honestly, the only one I think that really competes with it would be the MCU
Yeah,
and Star Wars.
yeah, for sure.
Maybe Lord of the Rings. Maybe.
And now that I'm thinking about it, isn't it weird that Twilight didn't expand into like an extended universe or something like that? It just sort
Well,
of stopped.
yeah, well see, I think one of the
Hunger
things
Games.
about well, I think one of the things about that is Twilight and even the Hunger Games are series that are geared towards a very, very specific demographic, which is young teenage, young adult girls. Um, Mostly like that's the target audience. Now that's not saying that other people can't get into it, obviously, but that's the
Yeah,
target audience. Harry Potter, anyone can enjoy it.
yeah,
I mean, obviously it's geared more towards kids, obviously, but it's written in a way to where young, old, whatever, you can enjoy Harry Potter.
yeah, for sure.
And Star Wars is very similar to that. The MCU is very similar to that. It's just when you have something that has such a wide range of demographics watching it, um, that's going to make it more popular, and that's going to determine whether it's really going to be able to expand and, of course, make money on the merchandise.
So here's an example of how it's really hard to replicate the success of even the Harry Potter the books alone. Because I've dabbled in series that basically copy almost everything, but they can't copy the part where Rowling makes the books darker as they progress, because
Mm-hmm.
obviously a lot of people were growing up with them reading them, so she could do that. Books that come out today, they're afraid to do that because they want their series to be bought by kids forever, and so they're afraid to ever take risk. Like I was reading one series, it was called the Charlie Bone series, and then halfway through like the third book, I realized, oh no, they're not going to do anything actually dark because they want to sell as many books as possible as quickly as possible, so they can't
Right.
they can't progress anything like that. So I was like, oh, I mean that was no pun intended, lightning in a bottle. So it's going to be hard to replicate it. And a lot of people who try to replicate it, they just think, oh, just make a fantasy book about a school. That's no, that's not
Yeah,
enough. That's
that's
not enough. I've seen a lot of
they
people fail with that.
they miss the point. That's not the
Yeah,
point. Listen, the point of Hogwarts is not that it's a magical school. The point of
right.
Hogwarts is that it feels like home.
Mm, good
Think
point.
about that. Harry is the character that we're seeing all these events through. We see through his eyes.
Yeah,
Hogwarts is more of a home to Harry than a school.
that's a good point.
That
Yeah,
people miss that. It's not about, yeah, it's cool the idea of a magical school, but the feeling you get when you look at Hogwarts, think about any imagery of Hogwarts. Think about like right now, all the Christmas imagery surrounding Harry Potter and stuff. Why does that stir such emotions in you?
well,
Because it
this is a
feels like home.
this is a stunning coincidence. You want to know what video I was watching right before I saw this stream? I was watching someone doing a tour of the Harry Potter store in New York, the Christmas section. So this is a
Hmm.
very stunning coincidence that you brought that up.
Yeah. Oh, Harry Potter, it just lends itself so well to this season.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
But that I mean that's what people they miss. They think it's all about the school and everything. Because yeah,
Yeah,
other things have seen success with the whole school environment. X-Men being a very good example of this. You
yeah,
have Xavier's Institute. But the same thing is kind of true in X-Men because that is not just a school for those characters. That is their
right.
home.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not about the school setting. It's a home.
Right.
It's family. I mean, because look,
It's found family for sure.
yes, exactly. Because I mean, look at the family Harry actually had growing up. The Dursleys. I mean, come the fuck on. No, like let's be real here. All right. McGonagall was like a mother figure to Harry. Dumbledore
Yeah,
was like a father figure to Harry. Hagrid's like that cool uncle you want to hang out with all the time. And Ron and Hermione are the siblings. So I mean,
Yeah,
that's what it is.
for sure. And everyone could relate. Like it's like who didn't like who growing up poor didn't relate to the Weasleys? Like, come on.
Mhm. Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's something that people miss, because I've seen people try to replicate the whole school environment and replicate Hogwarts that way, and
There's
that's
whole
not what made
genres
Hogwarts
now, like
special.
dark academia and stuff like that. It's like, I mean, the school was part of it, sure,
Yeah,
but it was also more about the people.
right,
Yeah. And a lot of it was about people who were no longer alive at the start of the series.
right.
So, yeah. But
No, I
also,
mean,
a huge part of it is that from a young age, Rowling was a huge fucking nerd who seemingly never forgot any of the knowledge she learned. Like she snuck a lot of it into the books, like psychology, like astrology, like all this stuff. Like she just never forgot, and it was like, I'm gonna put this to use. Like, how many times have you been in class and was like, well, I'm never gonna use this stuff in life? She wasn't
yeah,
like that. She was weird.
yeah. She and I don't know what it is about people like J.K. Rowling or um, Tolkien or C.S.
Yeah.
Lewis, or hell, I'll even throw in that fat fuck George R.R. Martin in there. Even
I
though
thought you were gonna say George Lucas.
even
I
though,
was
well, George Lucas too, but I'm thinking about books specifically.
George R. R. Martin. Yeah.
Yeah, that fat fuck taking 12 years to get to the Winds of Winter. I don't know what it is about these people, but they're just built different.
Yeah.
I mean, they are built. They're not, and thank God for that, because I mean, we've seen it especially recently. There's people out there who they think they're writers. They think that they have these great ideas, and then when they actually put them into practice, they're terrible. And we've
Right.
been talking, like we've been talking about Eric July, for example. He is a
Yeah.
guy LARPing to be a businessman who thinks he's a creative, and he's not. Shad over at Shadiversity, dude.
I don't. What the hell?
Shadow of the Conqueror is one of the most nauseating things I've ever seen put to print. Jesus Christ, there is so much.
All these people have made me really distrust critics making art themselves.
Yeah,
It might not be fair, but I have major trust issues with that now. Like Critical Drinker wrote shitty books. Like the guy who wrote one of the guys from Cinema Sins, who you'd expect would knock it out the park, wrote a really shitty book called The Ables. I don't know. I don't trust these guys. I don't know.
well, I think what it is, like they're kind of in their own little bubble,
Yeah.
and it's a very toxic bubble. And I don't think that they are nearly as smart as they make themselves out to be. I really don't.
Yeah.
For example, Shad's story, Shadow of the Conqueror. Dude, there is so much like rape and pedophilia and stuff in there. And I'm like, whoa, and like the way that the women are written and stuff. And I'm just like, what is going on here? Like this, like I don't know, it's so creepy. It's
Yeah.
I don't know, like there's like like Father Haas says, like these people are distant from intelligence. Like it's like a distance. There's like
What
a
a
distance
beautiful
from
saying.
reality with some of
Yeah.
these people.
Yeah, and a lot of times when they write their own stuff, they go against the rules that they set out for other people.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, see, this is giving me major trust issues. Like, I don't know, if perhaps the thing that sets people like George R. R. Martin apart and stuff like that, J.K. Rowling them. Well, I can't say George R. R. Martin because he's taken so long with this last book. But for J.K. Rowling for sure.
Oh, this isn't even the last book.
Oh, okay. Well,
No, it's the Winds of Winter, and then the shit, something spring. I forget, it's supposed to come out after that. So it's 2 more books.
Okay. Well, he's different than J.K. Rowling because J.K. Rowling can't stop writing. Like she's been writing like an amazing detective series that I've been. I actually have the latest one, and I'm on the last chapter, but I just keep starting over because I don't want it to end. So, like, I already know who the killer is, but I'm like, I'm gonna have to wait like a year for the next book, so I'm just gonna start over. But yeah, like she can't stop writing. So I imagine like one of the things that gives you what it takes to make it is that you don't have time to care about Marvel that much uh, when you're busy making stuff or whatever. So yeah,
Yeah, I mean, like even me, like I've made videos criticizing Marvel and Disney and all that stuff, but it's gotten to the point now where I'm kind of like, I'm not saying anything new here. Like I'm not saying anything that people don't already know, and it's like I would rather go and do my own thing at this point. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because I've kind of gotten out there like my thoughts on this stuff. I wanted to get it on the record and everything. And now I've kind of done that. And it's like at this point, I'm just kind of, if I just keep going with this, I'm just piling on and piling on. And there's not really a point in that.
yeah. But at least you come up with original takes on situations, on like Marvel situations and stuff like that. It's not just you're not basically watching Friday Night Tights and then making a version of that yourself. Uh, I can't. Isn't like it's weird because I used to be subscribed to a lot of these people, and the smaller creators in this venue, their videos would be almost identical to the bigger creators. Like it was just about the like. I start to feel like it's just about the money with them, and so they try to do the exact same thing, exact same takes. The thumbnails look almost identical. Ugh, I hate it.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to, they're not like some of these smaller creators that are just copying like FNT and some of these other people.
Yeah.
Um, they are LARPing. I mean, pretty much like they're LARPing as these bigger YouTubers.
Yeah.
And my whole
Sometimes.
thing is this, and I've said this, I don't know in how many streams, how many videos. I am going to tell you why I like something and why I don't. I'm going to
Yeah.
tell you why it works and why it doesn't. And I'm going to present reasons as to why I came to that conclusion.
I can
And if
respect
you
that.
like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. But I am
Right.
going to explain myself. I'm not just going to be like, Ahsoka is bad because of women. These girl bosses, these whammans are terrible. I can't bring myself to be that way. It's just I have a huge problem with intellectual dishonesty.
Yeah. Me too.
So I cannot bring myself just to state an opinion that is not my honest to God opinion that I have come to based on facts, evidence, and reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There comes a time where you start asking yourself, but why is this the popular opinion? Because for a while, so I'm not really a Star Wars guy, and so I definitely stayed away from the Force Awakens because I remember seeing so many things about it online. Everyone saying that it was the Antichrist or whatever. Uh, so like, but during the pandemic, I decided to watch it, and I was like, oh, I like this. It's like
Yeah.
after all this time, I like this. What were these people telling me all this time? Now I don't like it enough to like watch every Star Wars movie, but I love the movie for what it was for on its own. Like I'm sure it went worse places after that, but I liked it, and I wouldn't have seen it if I'd just taken other people's opinions. So
Yeah, I think like when it comes to the Force Awakens, it's the best of the sequel trilogy.
yeah,
Um, my problems with the sequel trilogy really don't start until we get to Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker. And I did a
right.
whole video comparing those two, explaining to people which one is worse, why I think they're worse. I mean, to me, like when you take those two movies into consideration, you have to remember, like when George was doing the prequels, when he was doing the original trilogy, it was all about Anakin. Everything was about Anakin. The prequels were Anakin's fall. The originals were Anakin's redemption. It's all about Anakin.
Yep.
The sequels have nothing to do with Anakin.
Mm.
So to me, it's like a disconnect from the first 6 movies. And that makes me feel like, okay, what's the fucking point? Like,
Yeah.
I have very specific reasons for why I don't like this. Now, some of this stuff could have worked. I mean, like, when you look at Disney Star Wars, the sequel trilogy, there's something in there that could have worked. Like the whole idea, because George always said that these movies were about family. It's all about family. Well, this whole idea about Rey finding a family with the Skywalkers and that family is more than just your blood, that's a powerful fucking message.
For sure.
But it's not executed well. That's the issue.
Now, did they switch up directors after The Force Awakens?
Yes.
Okay. I never understand doing that for like a single continuity. But I don't know. Did they used to do that with the other Star Wars movies?
I think that George Lucas directed the original Star Wars, Episode 4, A New Hope. Mm-hmm. And then I think Empire and Return of the Jedi were directed by somebody else, but George was still in control of everything.
Okay.
Now George did direct all of the prequels.
Okay.
So but yeah, like that's one of the reasons why they work, because it's his story. Like even for all the issues that the prequels have, like when you look at the prequels and you watch them all the way through going into the originals, it never feels like there's a disconnect with the story. Like it still feels like it's all one story, one narrative. Whereas with the sequels, it doesn't feel like it's part of the same story.
Yeah, I haven't been tempted by any of the other ones. I felt like, because I also felt like, okay, I got what I needed from this movie. I'm good. I don't need a bunch of other ones. But I understand, like, if you love the universe of Star Wars.
Yeah.
But I was just on board for, like, the characters that I saw. I thought that was good enough for me.
Well, I'll say this. The original trilogy is a space opera, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what it is. The prequels are a political drama. Because it's the fall of the Republic and the rise of the Empire. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So obviously it's got to be very political. And there's problems with the prequels. Not as much as I think there are with the sequels, though.
Well, tell me something good about The Last Jedi. I never hear anything good.
It's pretty.
Okay.
I mean, it's a beautiful film. It's absolutely stunning to look at. I mean, like,
I love that.
Snoke's throne room is, I mean, like, there's a fight there that is absolutely stunning to watch. The confrontation between Luke and Kylo Ren, like the backdrop for that, very beautiful. Like, there's a lot of simplistic scenes, like backdrops, but the way that they're designed, there's beauty in that simplicity. It's a very beautiful film to watch.
Okay, cool.
But it's just...
What about Rise of Skywalker?
Ian McDiarmid does great as Palpatine, as always.
Okay.
I mean, he's just hamming it up. Like, Ian McDiarmid as Palpatine is fantastic. I mean, anytime Palpatine's on screen, I love it. Just because he's he's evil and he's loving it.
Yeah. So in your version of the universe where we never got these more recent movies, would you have wanted to see the characters from the old movies come back again? Or would you have wanted completely different, like fast forward?
I would have wanted them to come back.
Yeah.
And I would have wanted them to pass on the baton, as it was, to the new generation.
You would have wanted to see Han Solo and the gang come back. Okay, cool. Yeah, I like seeing them again in The Force Awakens.
So, like I was saying, the original trilogy is a space opera. The prequels are a political drama.
Yeah.
I think if I was writing the sequels, they would be a spiritual journey.
Okay.
And another way to look at it is that the prequels were Anakin's fall, the originals were Anakin's redemption, the sequels should have been Anakin's legacy.
Mm.
So to me, I would have made the sequels more about, because like in the previous films, there was this whole talk about, balance in the Force.
Yes.
And Anakin was supposed to bring back the balance to the Force. Well, in the sequels, I would have explored, okay, what is that balance? What did Anakin actually do? And what does it mean going forward? And what I would have explored that. And that would have mean doing a lot of very spiritual stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I would have had like the original Jedi Temple. I would have had looking into the past of the Jedi, like what caused the birth of the Sith and what started this whole thing and how do we prevent it from happening again? And what does the future of the Jedi look like now that they're freed from the dogma of the past? I would have had those be like the central themes of this trilogy.
Okay. Well, where do we go from here? Now that we got the movies that we got. And the TV shows, honestly.
They're going to come out with a special edition of the sequel trilogy that's going to fix everything. I mean, they could. I mean, I could see them doing that where it's like, oh, the Star Wars sequel special edition. We're going to put in some stuff here that's going to make it not so bad. Like,
who in the world would you put in charge of that?
Dave Filoni.
Okay. They already have the guy. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Because people forget, Dave Filoni was with George Lucas before all this Disney stuff. He worked directly under George Lucas. He was essentially Lucas's apprentice.
Is this not a problem that J.J. Abrams could fix?
No.
Okay.
No. I don't trust J.J. Abrams. I'm so tired.
Maybe James Cameron.
I would trust James Cameron more than I would J.J. Abrams.
Well, James Cameron gave me one of my favorite movies of all time, Alita Battle Angel. So I'll never have anything bad to say about him, even though I'll never watch his Avatar movies.
No, I think James Cameron's great.
Yeah.
Avatar, regardless, I think James Cameron.
No, that's South Park really propaganda.
I mean, like I was watching Titanic. It was playing on TV during Thanksgiving, and just like some of the shots and stuff, and like they were using CG in some of the scenes, but damn, you can't tell. I mean, he is. I don't know, like something about like James Cameron, Nolan, Spielberg, like Coppola, like these people. This isn't just a job for them. This is a craft, and
yes.
I appreciate
when you say Nolan
so much.
I even love Christopher Nolan's brother, Jonathan Nolan, and his wife, Lisa Joy. They made one of my favorite shows of all time, Westworld, and they're also making the upcoming show, the Fallout show. So I'm really excited about that show, because obviously when someone makes something great, you want to see what they do in the future. So
yeah,
I'm excited about the Fallout show. I'll have to.
And these people, they are creatives.
Yeah.
I mean, they love the art of filmmaking. They love it. They eat it. They breathe it. And I appreciate that. And like, you can tell when someone's really a creative and when they're not. And so when I look at certain directors, I'm like, yeah, that person, they love what they do. They love what they do. They're not only, and because they love what they do, they're really good at it, because this is their life.
Yeah.
Film
Honestly,
is like,
if DC wants to win me back, because I have no faith in DC these days, but if they want to win me back, get Christopher Nolan on another movie.
Yeah, no shit.
But I will say the Aquaman trailer looked amazing. I think I am going to see that.
I haven't seen it yet.
I don't. The villain, the Black Manta. I was like, wait, this villain looks incredible. Like, so I'm planning on seeing. Even though I didn't see the first. Well, I saw part of the first one, but I'm assuming the villain in the first one didn't have as big of a role as he looks like he's going to have in this one. So.
Well, it depends on what they do with the comic book storyline, but
okay.
Yeah, Black Manta is kind of the villain for Aquaman, kind of like what Joker is to Batman.
Yeah, I was watching the trailer and I was like, this guy's so cool. Too bad he has to lose.
And see, the thing is to me about like Aquaman and stuff, and even like Blue Beetle and everything,
Yeah.
they're not really. I mean, as far as I know, they're not going to be carrying over to James Gunn's universe. So I don't know how well it's going to
Yeah.
do.
Well, I don't know. I want Gal Gadot to return, but that's just because I can't see anyone else playing Wonder Woman. Although I'm sure once if they find a new one, it'll grow on me. But
Right. Well,
and
speaking of
I think there's
DC,
ways where you can write it where she's Wonder Woman in this one too.
yeah. Well, that actually brings
Just
us
like
into the
just
next.
like a different variant of her.
Yeah, that brings us into the next topic, which is the DCU.
Oh, okay.
So, and this is kind of my biggest issue with. No, I don't want notifications. Fuck off. So this is kind of like my biggest issue going into the James Gunn universe is that it's so confusing right now as to what's going to be a part of this shit and what isn't. And it just keeps getting worse. So Matt Reeves, like he's been the director of the Batman with Pattinson and stuff.
Yeah.
So they have the Batman 2 coming out, which is supposed to be its own thing in its own separate universe that isn't supposed to be the Batman and the DCU. That's not James Gunn's Batman. Which
now would you have liked that Batman to be James Gunn's Batman?
Yes and no. I do like this portrayal of Batman. I really enjoyed the Batman. I thought it was a great movie.
Oh, okay.
Not my favorite. I think the Nolan trilogy is still better. Yeah. But I like the take on it. But it is more realistic and more grounded. And in a universe where you have Superman, Wonder Woman, all these other characters, I don't know how well it would actually mesh in a universe like that.
Yeah, so when I was watching the Batman, I was thinking to myself, I know Batman never has powers, but this one seems like the least magical Batman.
Yeah. Yeah, like I know that Nolan was trying to do a more realistic version of Batman with the Dark Knight trilogy, but like this is even more grounded and realistic. What Matt Reeves is doing.
Like that scene when he was chasing the Penguin and he like hit that bridge, I was like, oh, he might die.
Yeah. Oh, I will say something else about the Batman. I love the way Gotham is designed in these films.
Yeah. Gotham is pretty. But even the villain, their version of the Riddler, I don't know. It seems too dark to be like a movie villain, like a superhero movie villain.
Yeah.
But then I think about how James Gunn is doing his like True Detective style Green Lantern, and maybe that's exactly what they're doing. So maybe that's exactly the vibe they're going for.
Well, see, go ahead.
I don't know. Maybe having two Batmans will be somehow cool.
My issue with the Batman, as far as like it blending into the DCU, when I came out of watching that movie, even though I enjoyed it, I've got two nieces. I would never take them to see that movie. That is not a film for kids.
Yeah, like it had a lot of stuff. It had a lot of like adult stuff, but not like that type of adult. Like it was sort of political, like stuff that adults would be interested in. Like I was interested in that angle, but like I don't see kids being that into that.
No.
And also the Joker sort of primed me for having Elseworld stories told in film.
Yeah.
So, I did like the Joker.
I think that's what they said the original plan was. Like the Batman and Joker were going to be kind of Elseworld stories, kind of their own thing, separate from James Gunn's universe. But now we get this story. And James Gunn now says that the Arkham series, which is being directed by Matt Reeves, is in the DCU. But the Batman and the Penguin series are not.
So there's a new series, a new Arkham series.
Right.
A new Arkham TV series?
Yes.
Interesting.
And they're also doing a Penguin series that is telling the backstory of the Penguin from the Batman movie.
Okay.
And this Arkham series was supposed to be in that same universe as the Batman. These were like spin-offs from the movie.
Okay. Well, so I'm a big fan of Gotham and not a big fan of the Batwoman TV shows. But I'm a big fan of Gotham, so I'm used to, and I also watch the CW, the short-lived Gotham Knights. So I'm used to them basically just being a TV version of Gotham and having no connections to the movies. So
Yeah,
I'm sort of okay with this Arkham series.
now this was supposed to be tied into the Batman movie. Like it's supposed to be in that same universe, but
Mm.
now James Gunn is saying that this Arkham series is in his universe, is in the DCU.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like,
God, you're really putting Matt Reeves to work.
yeah, but I'm like, wait a minute. So hold up. So you're saying that Matt Reeves's Batman is not your Batman, but that Arkham series is still in the DCU? What the fuck are we doing? Like that doesn't make any sense.
So I'm guessing in the vein of all the past basically Batman TV shows of recent years, this TV show won't feature any Batman.
I don't know.
Because they always find a way to make it a Batman show without Batman.
Yeah. I thought it was going to focus because like they had Riddler in Arkham Asylum at the end of the Batman.
Yeah.
They obviously the Joker's in there. Like I thought it was kind of going to focus on more of the villains, and kind of be like a psychological type of thing was my guess.
Yeah.
But now they're saying that it's not part of that universe anymore. Now it's part of the DCU. So there's just a lot of confusion here. And when you look at stuff like Viola Davis coming back as Amanda Waller,
Yeah.
it's like, now wait a minute, she's part of the Snyder stuff. So like what are we doing here? Like it's just so fucking confusing. It's like they're picking and choosing parts of other DC properties or continuities and trying to tie them into the DCU, and it's like, guys, just start fresh.
The problem is, I think it's the same thing with Gal Gadot and Amanda Waller. You chose these really like sought after actors, and you don't want to give them up. so you're like, okay, we'll make an exception. John Cena, we'll keep you.
I mean, to a certain extent, I don't blame them because, especially when it came to the Trinity, those were all really solid picks.
Yeah, if I didn't have an unhealthy revulsion of Ben Affleck, I'd agree with you.
Well, I think that, I don't know, I think he kind of nailed Bruce Wayne pretty well. Now him as Batman was, but as far as like being Bruce Wayne, like I was like, yeah, that could be Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
But no, I thought they were pretty solid picks. But again, it's kind of the Jonathan Major thing. Like Jonathan Majors was a good pick for Kang, but the writing screwed the character over. These were really good picks for the characters, but the writing in the Snyderverse screwed it over.
Yeah.
But to me, like the whole thing about this is like, I just want a simple, easy to understand continuity. And now that you're here's what I'm assuming that they're doing. I don't think this Arkham series is going to take place in Matt Reeves' universe anymore. I think it's going to take place with the Arkham that's going to be part of Gunn's universe, which is going to tie into the Batman we're going to get in the Batman Brave and the Bold movie.
Oh, okay.
And maybe like they're like with the Batman 2, they're going to wrap up this storyline that they have going in that universe, and then they're kind of going to bring Matt Reeves over to help out with Gunn's universe.
So I'm sort of surmising, just because we know about the Batman from the Batman movie, James Gunn's Batman will be sort of a lighter presence, like a brighter, like maybe with more of a sense of humor in order to differentiate them.
Well, it can't be the same. Yeah, it can't be the same Batman because, the Batman, Matt Reeves'
Yeah.
Batman, is a younger Batman. It's like year 2 or something in his career.
Oh yeah.
Whereas Gunn's Batman, they're going to have Robin in The Brave and the Bold. And it's not just going to be, it's not Dick Grayson Robin, it's Damian Wayne. So this is Batman as a father. Obviously, he's much older than Pattinson's Batman.
Yeah.
So,
do you have a guest casting so that when it happens, you can come back and say, "I'm Nosferatu"?
I did a AI video casting characters that are going to be in the new DCU.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And who did I? Hold on, let me pull up that video. Who did I pick?
You know what? There's a good channel that I used to be subscribed to. They do all the things that you told me that you do with except they didn't do AI. They casted real actors, but maybe that's what you're doing as well.
Yeah.
How hilarious would it be if you were the one behind that channel? But I'm pretty sure it's someone else. But they casted they recasted all the Harry Potter characters, the Fantastic Beasts characters, and stuff like that.
Yeah, like the new Superman's going to be David Corn Sweat. I don't know if that's how you actually pronounce his name. But now he was not my first choice, but he was my second choice to be Superman.
Wait, you knew about him before he was casted?
I knew who he was.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and he was my second choice.
Interesting. Well, that's pretty good odds then that you were able to narrow it down that much. Of all the white men in Hollywood you could have chosen, you picked the diamond in the rough.
Yeah, because I did a actually let's see here.
Well, in that case, I have to ask you, who's the new Wonder Woman if it's not going to be Gal?
Oh, let's see. Let me find that video and I'll pull it up because I actually forgot who I picked, to be honest with you. Because I made that video months ago. How long ago did I make this shit?
A lot of fans were wanting it to be the girl who played the hot woman in Shazam.
Yeah, I made this 10 months ago. Yeah, I made this 10 months ago. Damn.
Wow, where'd the time go?
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, let me pull up this video.
10 months ago. Was that before or after James Gunn made the announcement? Well, the James Gunn announcement came out.
That was after the announcement. Yeah, as far as like him rebooting the universe and stuff.
Yeah,
that's what
laid out his slate.
Yeah, but it was before they announced any actors or anything. So yeah, here's the guy that I had as my first choice, Jacob Elordi.
Yeah, he looks Superman.
Yeah, that was my first choice, and here's him like with the AI, him in the suit. Michael C. Hall, I had as. Let me turn this down just a little bit as Lex Luthor.
Okay.
And then Jason Momoa.
What?
Lobo.
Oh yeah, that could happen. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of people say Jason Momoa as
and
Lobo.
Here's my Batman, Richard Armitage.
Okay.
As Batman. And yeah, there's him with the AI.
Okay. At first, I thought the first image was the one they generated. I was like, okay, they're really taking liberties with what they call AI.
And then like, oh yeah, here's my guy for Nightwing.
By the way, your AI Batman looks evil.
Nah, he's just determined.
Those eyebrows, man.
But this is the guy I've got for Nightwing. Because I'm assuming if we have Damian Wayne as Robin, then Dick Grayson's already become Nightwing at this point. But this is what he looks like as Nightwing.
Wait, is the configuration they've chosen for Batman and Robin in this one the one that opens them up to having the most Bat family members?
Yes.
Nice.
Because at this point, you would have had Dick Grayson, Jason Todd, and Tim Drake all would have been Robin already.
Cool.
because Damien's the fourth Robin.
Well, you know me, I always look forward to seeing the extra heroes. So
Now that is
That'd be
something
cool.
I'm actually really interested in, is having the Bat Family together, because
Yeah.
we've not really had a proper Bat Family on screen in live action. So here's the girl I have for Batgirl, Jane Levy or Levi,
Mm.
and yeah, this is the image I picked for Batgirl to process into the AI, and that's the
Oh,
image
wait.
that's put out.
That looks shockingly like the Alicia Silverstone one. But yeah.
Ryan Potter, I've got him as Tim Drake Robin. Now, this was before they announced that it was going to be Damian Wayne. I made this video, so I didn't know they were doing Damian at that point, but that's him.
Tell
as
me
Tim
a little
Drake
bit about Damian Wayne, because I sort of have them all jumbled in my mind.
All right, so Damian Wayne, how do I put this? Tim Allen is in the chat. Hi, Tim. I love doing Toy Story. He says, "Oh, hey, aren't you a member of the Geek Getaway Posse?" No. The Geek Getaway Posse, or Tony from the Geek Getaway, is part of my posse. That's how that works. Okay.
If he was asking about me, it's a complicated question. I wouldn't say I am anymore.
Oh wait, y'all have a falling out? What happened?
I have disagreements with the way the direction of the channel. So
okay.
I'm bowing out.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Sort of a crisis of conscience.
Let's see. Father Hostage is in the chat. Respect to both of you,
Hey,
Distractor
what's
High
up?
Council. Yo, Father Hostage, I've got the link pinned. Get in here. What are you doing? Chris Bacon, get your ass in here too. Come on.
The sad face.
What's up with the sad face? Like, get in here.
I think he was talking about what I said.
Um,
We had fun. So you know, there's always that.
let's see here. Robert Carlyle, who I absolutely love this guy as an actor. I love Robert Carlyle as an actor. But I've got him cast as Scarecrow.
Mm.
And that's what the AI gave me. Have you seen a lot of Carlisle stuff?
I saw him in what's the Disney show where they did
Once
all
Upon
the
a Time?
versions of it. Yeah, he was good in that.
I
And I'm pretty
fucking
sure I recognize him
love
from
him.
other things as well. Yeah, he was great as
Rumpelstiltskin.
Rumpelstiltskin.
Magic always comes with a price, dearie.
That show was weirdly good for like I didn't expect it to be as good as it was.
Yeah, I know. It's Chris Bacon says I have nothing to offer as far as what you're discussing. I don't care. Get your ass in here. We'll just shoot the shit. But yeah, that's what that show is what made me fall in love with him as an actor, because whenever I think about the character Rumpelstiltskin, I think of that version.
Yeah.
All right, so then I've got Emma Stone as Poison Ivy.
That would work. Let's see. Yeah, Emma Stone needs another big movie.
She really does. Oh,
remember she was just the top of the world, but then I don't know.
All right,
after La La Land, I haven't seen much.
Who do you think I have as the? Let's see. Tim Allen says, by the way, I'm the Tim Allen, not the fool that took my ID to be an actor. Jesus Christ.
I was going to congratulate you on becoming a Toy Story actor again.
God, I can't believe they're still doing Toy Story. Let it die.
Yeah. It seems like every single time it's like, okay, this one's really the end, but all right.
So the Joker's coming up. Who do you think I've got cast as the Joker?
I'm trying to think.
Might surprise you.
Matthew McConaughey.
No, whoa, what? No, that didn't even. Yo, that didn't even cross my mind.
Because we've gotten weirder and weirder Jokers over time. So now, who knows? But
No, the guy that I actually have picked to be the Joker is Leonardo DiCaprio.
I think he's too big.
Nah, look at this. Look at some of these images they spit out of him as Joker. We got that one.
Mm.
There's that one. But no, oh, what was that character he played? What was that character that he played? And what was it? Django Unchained, I think.
Okay.
You know, he was like
Yeah.
the way, like his smile and stuff, the way he was laughing and everything. Like I could see him being Joker.
Okay. Yeah. Great Gatsby and Arkham.
Tim Allen says, I'm working on a writing project to reimagine the vampire/werewolf wars based on Livonian werewolf legend. That sounds cool.
Why didn't the Twilight writer take that on?
Because she was more interested in creepy romances.
She already had the world saying their allegiances, either werewolf or vampire. So
Father Hostage says, my brother, I wish I could one of these days. I got to work early and extra hero. Come on, bro. We're having too much fun, man. Don't leave. I'll definitely share the link with this link, my brothers. We all gotta have a campfire kumbaya moment.
Father Hostage, it was wonderful. It was a wonderful time. It wasn't an easy decision.
Father Hostage says, it's definitely a great talking video. Give me a minute to see what's going on. All right. Hey, there we go.
Oh, hold up. Let me see if the audio is my audio.
Right. Father Hostage, you in here?
Yeah, I'm here. Is my audio?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, all right.
Your audio's always good.
Give it a
except for maybe like one time when you were like in a car or something crazy.
Man.
It's okay.
What's
it takes
up,
a
man?
second for me to actually hear
brother?
the audio, but I think everybody else.
I don't get
the audio.
This usually works. I think it's StreamYard, man.
Yeah.
You know, I'm trying to see. Well, yeah, man. This right here is a good talking point, man. You know, because to me, man, DC is just throwing away. This is gold. Marvel. You know, I was talking to the homie Extra Hero. You know, we were talking that last time where you accidentally got clipped in the background, and Jasker was there. Is that, yo, man? DC has over 80 years of greatness. You know, Marvel hasn't been good live action wise until the late 2000s, early 2010s. What is that? Is that even 10 years? If we count, like when did Iron Man come out, man? Wasn't that like 08?
Yeah, I'm thinking 08.
Yeah, so if you look at Marvel, you're looking, so okay,
Yeah, 08.
2008, 9, 10. When did it go to hell again? Wasn't an end game like 2015? So they had like what is that, man? Like a 9-year run?
Right.
9 years, bro.
You're saying DC should have seized on that opportunity by now.
Yeah, dude, DC is, because a lot of people are angry, but dude, Smallville, Arrow, like, come on, man. Lois and dude, there are over, like, you know, I'm in my, you know, mid-30s. I can't say there was a year or decade in my life where DC wasn't involved.
Yeah, I always feel like DC does TV better than almost anyone else. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they do movies. It's just the problem with DC is they keep spitting on the animation, man. If they were to give the animation people their due justice, because the animation films, the TV shows, have been knocked out of the park. Just
yeah.
You know, like me and you were talking about it, Jasker's like, dude, just give the animators the 300 treatment. Just let them write the script and hire a damn director that can do the job. That's it. That's it, bro. And DC would dominate. I mean, think about it. Teen Titans. Like, I would dare anyone to name, besides the X-Men from the 90s and Spider-Man from the 90s, what did Marvel have? Oh yeah, there was X-Men Evolution. I ain't gonna spit on that. You know, that was hard, except they made Rogue ugly, you know. A lot of people like, oh, that Rogue's gonna be on Evolution. Let me get my lotion. Then they saw her and they're like, oh man, I feel bad. Rogue looked like she been on some drugs. you know what I'm saying? Like, it's because, dude, think about it. Besides, another thing I'll give Marvel is this: Marvel, when it came to video games, they were killing DC. Because let's be honest, Marvel versus Capcom, classic. You know, after that, like, I would dare you, I would challenge anybody to name, you know what I'm saying, besides X-Men, the cartoon, and Spider-Man from the 90s, and the sleeper, no one talks about the Hulk animated series, which was oh, it was gold, man. Gold. You know?
Yeah.
So, and Spider Friends, you know, the Spider Friends, you know, growing up in the hood, man, I thought it was new. When me and my brothers were watching it, we were like, oh,
yeah,
Spider Friends. We thought it was new. And it was like in the 90s. We're watching a show from, when was that? From the 60s? You know, so I'm like, man, because dude, DC, I'm gonna ask you right now. You know, is that Chris? Who is that? The other person? Because I see a C. He came in. I don't want to take up all his potential time. Is that Chris?
No, go ahead, guys. I have nothing to contribute on this topic.
Oh, come on, Chris.
It's Chris
man.
Fake.
You tell me you didn't watch no DC or Marvel. Come on, man. Come on, Chris, man. Don't hide it, man.
No, my extent of that, when I was in middle school, I think those Marvel trading cards came out, and there was a few kids who were obsessed with them. And every time I found one of those hologram cards in that set, I would sell it to them for an obscene profit. My extent for diving into comic books, and I had an aunt who bought me comic books all the time. Like I have that Death of Superman series, and like the foil wrapped one with the bloody S, and like a Spider-Man 300, one of those X-Men Volume 1s. I've got a whole bunch of comics that are in a box that I've never read, I've never done anything with. So I am the definition of a normie in every word.
Chris, like, man, I only know about the comics from the hustling perspective, man. Chris, come on, man. No action figures, nothing, man. Not even like Double Dragon or something. Come on, Chris, man. You had it, something. You know what I'm saying?
No, not really. I did have a Voltron, like the die-cast Voltron. I've still got it somewhere. But yeah, that's about the extent of my action figure collection. And I bought my son that Voltron Lego set and like a plastic version of those tigers or whatever that you could put together. But yeah, I'm not a comic book fan. I mean, like since the last few months, I've tried to read them. I was reading the Infinity Gauntlet series. I've got that again, that set of books from '91. And I'm struggling through those books, not because they're, I guess, not good, but it's just not my thing.
Yeah. Well, Father Hostas, what do you think of Brad Pitt as the Joker?
Well, no, I mean the thing is this, dude. They have DC. Think about it. DC made $1 billion with a Joker film, and what does that idiot? Because to me, DC's doing it again. What tells you that James Gunn is a leader that can establish a whole universe? James Gunn is an employee, man. You made $1 billion with the Joker, and you're gonna say, well, Matt Reeves has his own world. So you're not gonna put a Joker that is like, it's pop culture, dude. I work nightlife. There are people dancing like the Joker, referencing them. You're gonna tell me you're not gonna make a new Batman movie with the $1 billion Joker? Like, right now, whether you like Heath Ledger and all that, but let's be honest, there's only one Joker who held his own. What's the name of the dude who plays Joker? His name was
Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah, Joaquin Phoenix. Come on, that name alone, man.
Now I worry that it's impossible to have Batman in that universe because we saw young Bruce Wayne in the movie.
Yeah, but dude, what's wrong with the Joker being older? And playing the old, the young man comes in like Bruce Wayne, Batman, and it revitalizes him, and even if you do, it's kind of, cross canon or whatever, you bring him in, like Phoenix, you have $1 billion. It's never been done. This is the first Joker film by himself, and and let's be honest, what's his name? Leto, it was garbage. Leto basically, what if they asked a rapper who was drinking some cough syrup and said, yo, why don't you imagine a Joker? Why don't y'all just write ha 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 on his body as tattoos and give him a grill? And you're like, well, dude, what the hell says Joker about that? But now
if y'all want to see a good version of that character, watch Mr. Robot season 4, I believe. One of the villains from that one would have made a good that version of the Joker.
Yeah, because dude, if they don't put Joaquin Phoenix is the Joker, just announce that alone. If you have him coming after, even if it's like, this is one thing I've spoken to people about, dude. Chris says he's a norm. The normies are not. Hollywood thinks the normal public, the majority, are stupid, dude. We understand that's the Joker. That's Batman. We don't need any more detail. Well, the universe is different. No one cares. Just put Joaquin Phoenix as the Joker versus, I don't even like this current Batman. I don't really like him as much. I forget the actor's name. Twilight
Robert
guy.
Pattinson.
Yeah, I don't like the Batman.
Twilight.
Yeah, the Twilight Batman, but he's serviceable. You know what I'm saying? He's like a diet Bruce. He's like a diet Batman. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
go
on. Now with the Joker, do you worry that they can't really build a universe off that because they didn't plan that from the beginning, or do you think they should just improvise from now on?
Oh, but dude, here's the thing: it's already established. Reference the cartoons, man, the animated series. Like, how hard is it? Like, we got over 20 years, not counting 60s Batman. We got over 20 years of how Joker and Batman play with, interact with each other. Dude, it's not hard, man. Just literally have them. But the problem is you have idiots running DC. DC is a gold mine. I mean, billions. It would kill. Because think about it. Let's go to Marvel. Let's just go with women alone. Besides Wonder Woman, like, what other female characters known? Wonder Woman been running it for over 80 years. Every other female character side piece, side character. Okay, you had what is it? You got what is it? Miss Marvel, side piece. They put her in the main role. Still the number one feminine hero is Wonder Woman. They did one movie. I saw the 80s version. That first one was okay, you know what I'm saying? The fight with Ares should have been harder, man. You should have referenced God of War.
I love the first one.
Yeah, I love the first.
I'm not finished watching this second one. I started it, but then I cut out.
Extra hero, don't do it, man. You got a family. You have.
I got to the part where she's flying the plane invisible. I think I still have a lot more movie to go.
Nah, don't watch that. Because, dude, man, Jesker knows, it's just that, man. The way I look at DC is that, James Gunn should have just been. He's a director. We're gonna pay the guys who did animation to plot out and line it up. And you know what I'm saying? Certain things will be a TV show, whatever. Like a Batman TV show is overdue. It could work. But the thing is, dude, James Gunn can't control this. He wants to make a Supergirl film by herself before she's established through Superman. So he's already told you that I'm gonna be just like Zack Snyder. I'm gonna ignore what the fans want and what they need and just do what I want. Creature Commandos. Who the hell asked for Creature Commandos? We had over 20 years of just, it's either Batman, and what was the last Superman movie besides Man of Steel? It was Superman Returns, which no one remembers that joint. I just remember when the bullet hit his eye. That was the hardest thing I ever remember. When they shot Superman in the eye and the bullet bent, I was, oh, this is the hardest thing I've ever seen in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like a bullet hit his eye. Come on, man. And it broke. I was like, yo, my brain was, because the scariest thing you fear in your life is sun coming at your eyes. So when I saw that,
it makes my eyes water just thinking about it. So
that scared me, man.
Let me ask you guys a question. And it's just kind of my observation from these last few months, but is the comic audience, would you say that it's kind of an aging audience, all things considered, outside of, say, like normies who are just comic books as far as like whatever movies come out? But I'm talking about the people who collect the stuff, who actually buy the books, that sort of thing. Do you feel that it's kind of an aging audience? Because to me, it reminds me of like professional wrestling in a way. And I'll tell you why I say that. I grew up, in the Attitude Era, the Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, Randy Savage, up through the Attitude Era, and then after that, I stopped giving a shit. So it seems kind of like, from what my observations from the outside looking in, that's kind of like what this comic industry looks like. Like, I'm old enough to remember going to see Batman in 1989 and like, okay, this is what Batman is. This is what the Joker is. Michael Keaton, Batman, Jack Nicholson, the Joker. Everybody else who kind of came after that is kind of irrelevant. Or, Danny DeVito as the Penguin. And that sort of thing. And I think people who are like looking at the comics, they're like, okay, this is the lore of the comics. This is the way it is. And you had such a surge of people who are, my age, early 40s, maybe some into their 50s, maybe some younger people, a little bit younger, but they remember these things kind of when they were at their peak culturally, maybe creatively, and everything that's come after that is just shit. And it seems like that, from what I've seen, has kind of created a decline as well.
I think it's definitely more of an older man's game, comic books. I will say, where I grew up, you could have put a gun to my head. All the way up until college, I wouldn't have known where to buy a comic from. So at a certain point, comics sort of failed the marketing big time, because I was into nerdy shit, but I just didn't know about comics at all. So I don't know. Maybe they should have had comics in like the convenience store. So whenever I went up there to get a honey bun, I could see Black Panther or something.
My brother. Yeah, I mean, to me, I'm gonna tell you this, and extra hero, because I was trying to talk to somebody, and I'm gonna contact you. Hopefully, we get in contact, Chris, because I'm writing a book. I've already written it. It just needs editing. But the comic book industry, man, it's not that it failed. It's not that the young generation didn't want it. When I was in college, bro, and that was around 2010 or whatever, the what was that Green Lantern event where the Green Lantern, the Whitest Night, Blackest Day or whatever, dude, that was running wild. Everybody was collecting rings from the Green Lantern. It's not that the young don't want comics. The comic book industry, and Chris Bagan is here, you're an analytics type of guy. The comic book industry chose failure, man. I call it cult capitalism. The comic book industry is the only industry that has purposely made it harder for people to consume it.
I'll say this about the Green Lantern, since you brought that up. The reason that people were quoting that is because all the guys went to see Blake Lively and then just happened to catch him.
Blake Lively. That name.
Can't blame him for that.
What is that name? That chick? Is that a chick? Name?
Yeah, that's a girl. I'm pretty sure. Isn't that Ryan Reynolds' wife?
Yeah, he ended up marrying her.
Yeah, that's when because that's what EVS made his money from, is that, dude, that blew up and even a civil war when the comics happened. I remember that happened during 9/11. The problem isn't the young don't want comics. They want it. I think one of the problems we
They
have in
just
the
weren't
comic
there for me. Like I never saw them.
that is, except in the dollar store. Like in the dollar store, I'd find some old comics.
Right.
The problem with the comic book industry is people have been ravenous and want it. The current generation still want it. Like there's a lie. I saw a video where people keep bragging about manga. Dude, manga is not outselling American comics. Like when it comes to manga, every 5 to 10 years there are 2 to 3 high selling mainstream manga every 2 to 5 years. While Batman, literally, the Red Hood came out in 08. 08, the Red Hood had this country running wild, man. That movie dropped. It was quotable every day. People want American comics. The problem is American comics don't want people like Extra Hero was saying, dude, I grew up in a mostly urban area. Dude, you
Right.
can't. The nearest comic book store to me was probably 2, 3 towns away. There's no reach out programs. Think about it, dude. There are comic book artists. Comic book artists should be touring this entire country. What school kid wouldn't want a guy who draws Spider-Man to come to the school and talk to you about drawing Spider-Man? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I'd be foaming at the mouth, like, oh my God, you draw Spider-Man? The kids, and I'm gonna tell you something, because Chris, is being honest, he normally is that, dude, one of the curses of the comic book industry is that us older generation people is that we're so upset about where it is now. We're cursing out the young kids that are born where they've never read anything. This is all new to them. This is all new. Like, yes, we're the older generation. Well, back in my day, but the young kids that are just born in this world, they've never read a Batman. Everything's new to them. Like, I'll give you one big lie that I think's hurting the comic book industry the most is this narrative that well, where do you start? Like, there's 800 issues of Spider-Man. No one cares. Give a kid issue
No.
50 of Spider-Man. He's gonna be, that's Spider-Man. You think he cares
Especially
about the numbering? He doesn't. Just
especially in a post Into the Spider-Verse world. No one gives a shit anymore. I
yeah,
like that Spider-Man. Give me some of his books.
that's it, dude. We know.
Give me Punk Spider-Man right now.
Yeah, oh, that'll make a bill. Punk Spider-Man to me is like Batman Beyond. They found he's
Yeah.
he's a niche. He's worth money. And Spider-Man, a lot of these older generation guys keep bitching is that me and Extra Hero and Jasker were talking is that, dude, they're making Spider-Man Power Rangers. Like, Chris Bay, I don't know, you remember Power Rangers back in the 90s. Dude,
Oh yeah.
that's all they're doing. You know what I'm saying? It's morphing. It's Spider time. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is, bro. Everyone's a Spider-Man. It's they're copying Power Rangers, and now it's Power Spider-Man. What Mighty Morphin Spider-Man? That's all it is.
But you know what's weird
Well,
about
I mean,
that?
like for younger people, like I've got a 16-year-old,
Mhm.
and just from observing a younger demographic of people, I don't think I could get my kid to pull up a comic book online or whatever. I mean, there's Recomics online that have got basically every comic ever made available to view. I couldn't probably get him to spend 5 minutes in front of that. And, this says much about me as a parent, apparently as society, but, my kid's kind of a dumb shit when it comes to this sort of stuff. He doesn't have the attention span. If it's not on a freaking Snapchat or a TikTok video, chances are he's not coming across it. I mean, like he looks at something like, Dad, you still have Facebook? What do you mean? I was like, yeah, son, because you're not limited by characters. I mean, like he wouldn't even use Twitter. I mean, there's just such a stigma with younger people about not liking things that their parents liked, or,
Yeah.
telling me things just like Facebook are ancient and outdated, for example. So, yeah, I mean, there's certainly an outreach problem for sure. And yeah, I don't know how you would reach them other than, maybe these movies and stuff that comes out again, whether it's like that Enter the Spider-Verse or whatever that Miles Morales cartoon movie is or something like that. But I mean, getting somebody to sit there and read original comics, or like I was going through the Infinity Gauntlet series earlier today. I got through issue number 2. He'd never sit down and do that shit. And
I mean, you gotta find something. Not to interrupt, you gotta find something he's into, because you had Scott Pilgrim, you had what was that joint by Image? It was this alien couplers. No, this alien couple. I forget his Saga. They'll read it. You know, they're into webtoon. They'll read. It's just that we adults, because we put our stigma of how we grew up. Like, you know, if I talk to Jasker, like, where do I start in Spider-Man? Well, you know, I started in Spider-Man 1-8. I'm like, dude, I just need some Spider-Man right now. Well, issue 1, just give me issue 90. You know, as long as you don't start somebody off where it's in the middle or they can't follow the story from the start.
Right.
Every issue starts with an arc. Okay, issue 89, Doc Ock attacks Spider-Man. Okay, well, that's the villain. People know. The biggest curse of the comic book industry is all these people on YouTube bitching about, well, we're at issue 800. How can these kids ever catch up? Nobody cares. The average kid, I've handed him a comic and he's like, oh, cool, that's Spider-Man or Batman. They don't care about the number. They know. This is where I think they think we're stupid. You know, we know, like, we've watched enough movies. That's the hero. That's the bad guy. That's all we need to know. That's it.
Yeah, and touching on that, we don't always need you to tell us the origin story.
Go on, brother.
That's something they don't understand. Like they keep trying to make that a requirement. It's like, nah, we get it. He's a superhero now. We got it.
yeah, dude. One thing he brought up is, I think people want you got to earn. A lot of the older writers and new companies don't get it now. There's so much going on, like Chris mentioned with TikTok. There's so much entertainment. Now you got to earn the origin. Like if I come reading a comic, oh man, he's swinging, he's doing cool stuff. Oh man, he's dope. He's going through some stuff. Now I want to know his origin. It's not like the old days where, you know, we got to start at the origin. We don't need to start there anymore. We've watched Crash. I don't know if you remember the movie Crash from the early 2000s, where it starts in the middle. People have been exposed to the middle first, then the end, then the beginning. Like, we know. We don't need the, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of like me going to Extra Hero's house and he's like, well, you know, before I give you some M&Ms, we got to go to the factory.
Right.
What you mean? Just the one in the bag.
Well, don't you want to know how they got in the bag?
Don't you know how it got made? It's M&Ms. Just give me the one in the plastic bag. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to see it being made. That's the problem with comics today. All these, I don't know, you know, I don't want to call no names out, but all these channels, man, they're spitting on people again. Think about it. And this is why I say American comics are the greatest comics in the world, is that there's literally over 80 years of Spider-Man. Like, you know, we're in our 30s, 40s, and there's still new stuff happening. Think about it. Red Hood took over 40 years to be made. When it comes to manga and all that, you want to know, Chris Bacon and everybody, what manga is about? Manga is literally about selling old stuff. They don't do spin-offs. They barely do. They don't maximize what the public wants. It ends and they try to resell something from over 80 years ago. Same old issues. While us Americans, like, I grew up with Batman. A kid 10 years from now will have a completely different Batman. You know, it's still Batman. The ultimate gift is that it's endless. You could read Batman every day if you wanted to. And you could go back in time. I want to read Batman from the 30s. Well, they got 30s Batman. They got 50s Batman. They got 40s. When it was written back then, dude, it's endless. Manga, I've read them. I write and all that, dude. They end.
So now I'm starting to believe that elitism killed comics.
Ooh, there's the word, elitism.
Yeah.
That's what did it, man. Every older guy, well, we read it, so, you know, you start at number 1. No, bro, we know. You could start a kid, give some kid Miles Morales issue 8, issue 9, issue 25 of Ultimate Spider-Man. He'll read it like, cool. All right, let me look for the older ones. The great thing about American comics is wherever you start, there's more. You could start at the very end and work your way back. It's endless. While the manga and all that, it ended, man. In manga, you can't start at the end. You'll spoil it. But the American comic, Chris Bacon could start me off at issue 800. I'm like, oh man, it's over. But that's the last issue. No, a new series is being launched called the Omega Adventures of Spider-Man. Oh, cool. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or read the old one from the 90s by Todd McFarlane. Dude, it's endless.
I'll say this too, like as a normie, and again, since I started following this stuff, particularly like with the Rippaverse, is kind of why I started looking into this more. Yeah. But as somebody who's coming from the outside looking in, who really has no bias one way or the other, you start looking for comics nowadays. You go online. What am I looking for? Whatever. Let me find out some more about the industry. You talked about, how separated it is, how kind of egos have gotten in the way. And I'm looking here, just the most recent example. It looks like, you've got somebody like this Mark Millar guy in one corner, this Mark Wade guy in another corner. And then you've got, different internet personalities taking sides. And as a normie, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, I'm so confused. And as opposed to a Big Ten approach where I'm like, okay, I like comic books. Let me go to a forum. Let me go to a Reddit forum, a Discord forum, my Twitter, my whatever the hell, and start talking about comic books. And it almost seems like the first question you would be asked would not be about the comic book, but what do you think that guy actually said? Do you agree with his stance on cancel or whatever the fuck it is or whatever? The last question you would be asked was, so what did you think? What was your favorite part of ISOM?
Right. And that's even the problem with
question that you would get.
That's even the problem with Comicsgate. Like they put up more barriers for people to get into comics. First of all, they tell you don't buy the don't buy the history of comics. Buy what we're selling now. That sucks. But then even when you get to the indies, they're like, okay, but this is why you should like these comics though. It's because we're fighting a culture war. And it's just like, okay, you're giving us more and more reasons not to get involved.
I mean, one thing he brought up in Chris Bacon's, normie is that, dude, they don't service you enough. The biggest problem with comics is it's inconsistent, man. They want you to remember issue 1, 2 months, 6 months from now, 8 months from now. Like DC and all the problem with comics is it has not evolved to what the current public is actually used to, binge watching, getting issues once a week. You know what I'm saying? Then the price went up. There's no way a comic should be above $2 for a 24-page. They've overpriced the paper thickness. It's a disposable medium. Like if Chris, let's say the homie Extra Hero, he just the dude, I read it and he throws it on the couch. While Chris Bacon is a dude, he bought one issue to collect and protect, one issue to read. Dude, Chris Bacon will be the rarity. He's not the majority. The majority of people that read books, I read it, I throw it somewhere. Oh, I remember. Oh man, I left that comic under my bed. Let me see if it's still good, and I might reread it. That's the majority of the people. The comic book industry caters to, I'd say, scarcity. That's why I've invented a new.
Yeah. It's different from the regular book industry. Like people who buy books, like they're not buying them to collect them or anything like that. They want the story.
Well, I think from what I understand and from what I've read is like the 90s in particular, whether it was with comic books, whether it was with baseball cards or whatever, it became kind of a speculator's market, which really kind of drove interest in people buying things just for the sake of buying them and having no desire to read. They would go out, get the comic book from a comic shop or whatever, immediately go and get it slabbed and graded. And that's what they were doing, thinking it was, or like what are those things? Again, maybe some of y'all are old enough to remember Beanie Babies, kind of like a speculator's market where you're thinking, this book is going to be my kid's college fund one day. I've just got to hang on to it. So you're not creating any type of fandom. You're just getting people who are treating it as an investment. as
That's a good
opposed
point.
to a medium of enjoyment. And I mean, that's not doing anything for the space. And again, I look at things like that from a very simple, business perspective. Like, for example, when ISOM 1 dropped and Eric had his 475 I Want It All package, I was like, okay, I bought it. But the day I got it, I photographed it and flipped it on eBay to some dude in Colorado for $1,500.
It's
So-
making this hustler, man. That's a hustler.
And the thing is, like, I got the guy's address, and I was
Yeah.
like, who is buying this for $1,500? I've got to see what mansion this guy's living in. The guy was living in a post-World War II house that was like 2-bedroom, 1 bath. And I was like, oh my God, this is exactly who I imagined bought it. And I was thinking, how much money or how much debt did he go into to spend $1,500? And this was the contents of that box.
Yeah.
You got every issue of ISOM, A, B, and C at the time, I believe it was. An ISOM poster, a Yaira poster, a couple of T-shirts. And again, this was before the graded copies. So these were just straight normal copies. And I'm thinking, this guy paid for shit now that's on the Rippaverse site that you could buy brand new, all in, $120. And I don't know. And then with like ISOM 2, Eric completely killed his aftermarket with the way he went about it, because he saw what was happening. He's like, you know what? I want that for myself. I don't care about the fans. I want that money for me. And he completely killed the rarity. He killed the collectability of the comics, because at the end of the day, there's thousands upon thousands of these books out there. And there's all of these graded copies, and you just completely killed it. As opposed to, hey, because obviously he's got all of his data, whether it's in Dallas, and I've been to one of his events in Dallas, and he had a pretty good turnout. But I digress. I sold 230 books in the greater Chicago area, or I've got 230 purchasers in the greater Chicago area. Let me go set up an event there, have people come down, get their books signed and all that stuff, as opposed to just doing it from a warehouse. So I don't think in his regard he's doing himself any favors. I mean, obviously I run the numbers. His numbers are dropping off in every way that's meaningful. So I just look at this and I'm thinking, are these creators themselves, other than the bitching and the bickering back and forth, but their quest for just chasing a dollar, it seems like they're just doing everything they can to rush their own demise as quickly as possible. Like it's just a get in, get my money and get out type of situation.
Yeah, it's hard to know whether they themselves believe that this is sustainable, like, or if it's a get what you can while you can situation. But you sort of hit on what I've always considered to be what could save comics, and people aren't going to like hearing it, but go back to the year 2020. Young man named Jake Paul. He unboxed a Charizard that was that he paid $100,000 or something crazy like that for it. I think they need to tap. I think comic books need to tap into influencers. I'm baffled by why they're not. There's so many. Like get Pokimane to hold up a comic. You know how many. You know how sought after that comic will be. Like use these people. But that goes back to the sort of elitism. They sort of look down on these people, so they don't recognize their value. But
I don't know. After that girl, I read an article that she was selling like $28 bags of cookies and pissed off a lot of people.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a long, complicated history with Pokimane. She's still wildly popular, and she doesn't seem to be running away from the cookie thing either. So.
Okay, hold up a second. So Tim Allen says, who can create a better universe, or who has created a better universe than what Eric did?
Well, I think who's ever tried.
Sir, right now, I mean, listen, right now, the Rippaverse, I mean, it is so like I don't have any context for anything. I don't know what's going on. Like I brought this up in Tony's stream last time. Like, do we know how the other nations in the world has reacted to the succession of Texas? I mean, that's kind of a big deal. They don't go into any of the backstory. They don't go into any of the lore. Like we have talked more about the backstory.
Yeah. Yeah, we have no evidence that Eric July or Chuck Dixon knows that information. So yeah, no one knows.
I'll answer that question from more of an academic standpoint. Can anybody create a better universe? Yes. Can anybody distribute the universe? Is a completely different topic. And how Eric got his audience is in a way that very few people are ever going to be able to do. I mean, you got to remember he built an audience that was based on like political discussion, and talking about comics. Like when I first started following him and like when I met him, I told him, I was like, dude, I don't give a shit about your comics. Like the political commentary I found interesting, and that's why I followed him. And that's how he got on the Blaze, obviously from his political commentaries. He got then in front of all of these news organizations in the early days of the ISOM 1 campaign. So he was able to get the word out in a way that very few, if any, other indie creators are going to.
Right. And also, after he did it,
his biggest problem is he had all the advantages in the world and not a clue what to do with it. That's the reality.
Yeah, it's weird how life is.
that answers hopefully that can answer your question from that regard. Yeah. Can anybody make a better universe? Yeah, absolutely. How can you not? But getting it out there to the masses, he's had an advantage that practically no one else in his space will.
Yeah. And even if someone else does try to copy that blueprint, it's been done before, so it won't be as effective. One of the reasons why his numbers keep dwindling is because it's the effect is wearing off, the sort of unicorn effect of Eric July.
Why only that? It's that dude Eric destroyed. Eric didn't get it that people actually asked. Usually when people don't care about something, like an indie guy makes a book and they just it's done. Like they keep talking. The build up, the hype, remember the normal media got involved. Everything, even people from over the pond interviewed him. I knew ISOM was dead in the water when. After I bought it, I'm like, all right, if he's smart, man, there's over 5 million, 10 million on the table. People, normies who want to support you. You go on tour. After that book, he should have been going on tour, giving speeches, selling a book. Even if it was garbage, people would have been, look, this is where I get a little racial, but it would have been, look, man, he's doing his own thing. A black entrepreneur started his own website. He's not playing with Kickstarter.
But we know he likes fame, so why wouldn't he tour?
It's the YouTube, man. Like I remember me and Chris Bacon, I think it's that it's the YouTuber. He went right back. ISOM for Eric is literally bait for people on the left to attack him. It's like bait you throw in the water, the left shore. As soon as ISOM sold, he should have been torn. After success of Black Panther, he could have been a full reverse. I don't care if you're black or white, everyone's ISOM. I would have went on tour throughout the entire nation, even if it was horrible. ISOM won.
Maybe he never wanted to come face to face with people who actually read the book.
No, bro, it's yo, that's deep. But no, it's a YouTuber, man. Look at Razorfist. Razorfist made a book. It's I won't bring up the price. As soon as the book succeeded, what tour is he on? He went right back to YouTube, right back in the cave. You know what I'm saying? Well, walk.
Well, here's the thing too, and I think if anything, people in this country in particular are forgiving people, and most of the time very short-sighted and have very short memories. So, say for example, Eric did what he probably should have and gotten out there and gotten ahead of people. He could have then gotten in front of folks and said, hey, I understand when I was doing these media shows like on Fox News or the different news outlets that were inviting him on to speak of it. Hey, let me just reiterate, this is not anti-woke. This is not about being anti-SJW. I understand that they put that out there, and that was the label they put on it because that's what their audience, needed to hear. But that's not what it is. Now, let me take the time to explain this company, explain, the book, have a freaking, reading like authors do when they go out to places, and then explain the book after he read it, really do some grassroots type shit. And, he ignored that. And whether it's, bad advice or just not having the business acumen to kind of realize that. And if somebody would have brought up, well, Eric, I see you've made incendiary comments in the past, say, for example, about homosexuals or whatever the case may be. Yeah, that's true. I'm going to own that, especially when you've got 50% of the country who's probably going to support you no matter what. So when you got 150 million people who can be your potential customers, you can kind of ignore the other 150 million.
Open up the gate.
Yeah, and
open up the tent.
And just, have a little bit more dialogue with people, or just like, for example, when the Dick Masterson thing came out, they're like, hey, man, the book is trash for whatever reason. I gave you notes. Hey, man, I appreciate the notes. Obviously, we have an audience who has liked the book and enjoyed the book or whatever. As you know, Dick, I'm new to this venture. This is my first time. I maybe didn't wrongfully admitted or caught to the fact that this was my first draft, but I was so excited to put together a passion project that I just wanted to get this book out, and maybe did it a little bit faster than I should. And if you just own it, people are going to be forgiving of it and be like, okay, yeah, I get that. If I had a passion project that I wanted to get out, I would certainly maybe do something similar, or just ignore it.
Well, to add on to what Chris said, not to interrupt you, is that, dude, when you have Chris Masterson, with his background, big numbers, he's on TV, he's done a lot, taking time to review it. You're supposed to look at that and say, man, look at the credentials of this guy taking time to actually do it. But Eric built his whole base on conflict. Even when they said anti-SJW, I don't think that hurt his brand, because it adds a little to it. And, some of the racial aspects, it was telling people, yeah, your children are safe, and your son ain't gonna read this and end up only wanting to swallow food. You know what I'm saying? he still wants to chew, but instead he didn't get it. He couldn't transition from antagonistic, I built my whole brand on conflict, to I just made $3 million. I gotta sit back. And here's where this isn't new. It's a rapper. It's like a rapper and athlete just making money, and all is conflict, street life. You made the money. It's like, you made 3.5 million. Now you got to bring in the book smarts. Now you sit back. If Eric, after succeeded, just said, I'm taking a month off to reevaluate, get things in order, just so I can, meet with the people, get a PR person like Chris was doing right now, or secretary to talk to people. I'm changing my whole way. He can't, because he follows the whole step from the previous. Razorfish dropped the book, right back next day, as soon as it made its money, right back on YouTube. Walk, 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 walk. You're like, dude, you're an author now. You're the cure, right? If you're the cure, why would I keep talking about the disease? I'll be like, yo, Chris, man, here's the cure.
This goes back to something that I was saying. These people, they're not creatives. They are LARPing as business people, and they're using creative outlets like comics or whatever as a shield to hide that.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we see Eric get on streams and stuff, and what he cares about talking about is the business, the drama. When has he actually talked about the lore of this universe?
Almost never.
He called somebody gay for asking that. Why would you ask? You ask me, the writer, about the character I wrote. Are you gay? You're like, wow. Oh, Chris, man, this is why when Chris jumped, I'm like, Chris, you can't You cannot save someone that chose to get in a car blindfolded and drive straight into the freeway. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, speaking of saving Eric, I am firmly convinced that his shoulder hair is part of a parasite that has infected his brain. And I'm telling you right now, listen, if we can shave Eric, we can save Eric.
Well, yeah. That's a shirt.
So here we go again. We have another headline. Riley saves the Rippaverse.
Oh, shit.
Oh, what made me laugh about Riley, man, is that Riley, the thing is, Riley came after Eric when he was walking up them hills. Chris Bacon, you ever saw that where Riley was walking up the hills? He said, I'm going to keep walking up the hill until I lose weight to fight at July.
But I think the thing is that's the most unfortunate about Eric, and this is a person I've met on multiple occasions. He's not this guy in a one-on-one conversation. Like, when I met with him or had my first interaction with him during a live stream where we were talking about like anarcho-capitalism versus like a constitutional republic.
Yeah.
He didn't yell at me. He didn't, dress me down or anything like that. And he certainly didn't do it when I met him in person. And I'm thinking, what happened from 2019 to now? And I'm just thinking, is this just a guy who started to believe his own hype, who got, with the Nerdrotics of the world, the Geeks and Gamers of the world, and they had him, and they're just saying, hey, man, you made so much money. That you're so great. You're so awesome. And he just started to believe it. And he's just felt like, I've got to be so territorial about this that I'm going to go after any and everybody who speaks negatively about me, as opposed to saying, there are some people who genuinely don't like it. Maybe I can listen to it. But if anything, I'm just going to ignore it. Whatever the case may be, like today on Twitter, he's going after somebody who's a contributor on Tony's channel from time to time. DJ Eric, I believe is his name, and going back and forth about, and, using homophobic slurs towards the guy.
Goodness
and I'm just thinking,
Oh my God.
What benefit is there to this? Do you, especially if you're a businessman, and not just a businessman, but you have people who work for you who are completely dependent on you and your survivability. And in my mind,
to care a lot about them.
And if you gave two shits about them, you would be trying to do everything you can to widen the tent and be more inclusive. Especially, you're growing a business. That's what you're trying to do. And ostracizing, more and more people. And when I did my initial Alpha Core analysis, I was like, I hadn't paid attention to it for 5 or 6 months. And I went back and looked at this and I was like, what the hell happened? I was like, I can't believe this. And then like with the ISOM ministry, that's when he kind of first started to lose me. As a person who's a Christian myself, if you came into my house and stole my sword collection, I wouldn't be like, hey man, you stole from me. No, man, no, that I wanted those. Just because you've had them for years doesn't mean they can't be mine. You're not a Christian for saying,
right.
turn the other cheek, motherfucker. That's what Jesus said. I would have been like, are you what?
Right. Are you out of your mind?
Well, I think, listen, I've been around people who, like business types and everything. And I don't know, it's something about, like, they have this very competitive nature, and it gets to the point of toxicity. So everybody becomes an enemy, everybody becomes competition, and it's almost like they're brainwashed.
I don't know. I think there's an old saying, are you such a loser that you can't realize when you've won? And I think he's really suffering.
Damn, Chris Bacon, man.
That's powerful.
The book of Bacon, man. The book of Bacon.
Bars.
That's
I
fire,
look at that and I'm thinking, you went out and did something that none of your peers can do. You did something that, because if Chuck Dixon could do it, the Soska sisters could do it. If EVS could do it, they would all be doing it. They wouldn't be, the Soska sisters wouldn't be going full time at the Rippaverse. Chuck Dixon wouldn't be giving them time of day. Who's this other guy who's writing this Gooding book? I can't remember his name. he wouldn't give him time of day.
Mike Barron.
Mike Barron. So these people would not be giving him time of day if they weren't getting some financial benefit that they from him that they couldn't get themselves. And I'm thinking, you got it all. Why didn't you cultivate it instead of finding every single way to fuck with it? I don't know. I'll be right back.
Well, I mean,
it's funny.
Oh, go on, brother.
Yeah, Chris. So Chris mentions like the first time he met Eric July and stuff like that. I'm now thinking about the first time I saw Eric July on the internet, and it's sort of making my heart sink because it was some sort of, I'm guessing it was Friday Night Tights. For some reason, I was on watching one of their streams or whatever. But there was this guy, this black guy. He was really, really angry, and he was challenging someone off screen to a fight. And I was like, and the rest of the people, like the white guys and stuff like that, they were basically sort of like just watching, sort of like laughing at him and egging him on. And I'm like, this is humiliating. And then I learned, I was like, oh, this is Eric July, who I've sort of heard about. And I was like, okay. So it didn't start off well, our relationship.
I want to know, like, where does that come from? Like this desire to always fight, to always have this competition. It's just,
you're ignoring 2018 Eric, man, which you know they called the Second Crusade. They called it the Beard of Blood. The Beard of Blood. That's how much violence Eric spread in 2018. That, you know, they had to bury his what he's done in Guantanamo Bay. You know, but Eric, man, it's the situation is, you know, like Chris Bagan mentioned with Chuck Dixon. They saw Mark, man. There's money, there's gold in them hills. That he has no editor, so Chuck Dixon wrote whatever he wanted. You know, first draft just gave it to Eric, and bang, I don't know, he got his money. Everyone's getting paid from a blind man. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't know anything. No writing editor, because to me, and I wrote a book. When I'm done, I'll send y'all to it. Is that most of these these what I call them critic creators. Their whole goal, they've critiqued, and now they've become this mentality that they're the chosen one. You hear them all speak. We need to hire experienced people and all this. But where's the experienced writer, Razorfist? Where's the experienced writer, Eric? If you notice the holes of hypocrisy, you're preaching the mainstream needs to hire all these experienced people. And once it's your opportunity to do it, well, I wrote music, so I could write comics. No, that's disrespecting the difference of the medium. You know what I'm saying? It's like a plumber saying, well, I'm a plumber. I can fix cars. You're like,
anything you can do, I can do better.
Dude, you disrespect the craft. But that's what they do. They're hypocrites, man. And what Chris Bagan was mentioning, he's the only one who broke 3.5. In all honesty, Eric's the only one that went full mainstream, because I think before Eric, there was your boy Zack. Your boy Zack had a little CNN interview and some minor stuff, but Eric's the only one out of over 10 years with CG that went full-blown mainstream. But like anybody we've seen, and I grew up on VH1, you know, after the music and all that, I've seen the ups and downs, and you see the writing on the wall. This is a guy, especially after he cursed out the Christians, that anarcho-capitalism, dude. The Fox network is a Christian conservative base. Rule one would be, I would never say anything negative. I would have gone to them. I know I'm in a narco, which is a lie. The whole setup. You don't believe in no government, but you're the first one to call. Well, you know, DMCA strike. I thought you didn't believe in that. You didn't believe in no authority and all the DMCA. It's a scam. What they've done, they're using punk rock, but differently. They put themselves in such a edge of politicalism. I don't believe in anything. You know, there's a video of him, you know, when Tony showed and some other people, Chaos, showing him screaming about the roads. That's a lie, man. There's no way.
It's similar to televangelists. I mean, that's what it really comes off as. Yeah. You know, Eric is kind of a modern televangelist.
It's really weird when you hear him speak, but but putting aside the language, like the draw is the same. In fact, it's weird. It's so yeah. We've watched some of his streams, and a lot of it's where it seems like his audience thinks of him as like a motivational speaker or some sort
Jordan
of life
Peterson.
coach. And whenever, but it's weird whenever Eric responds, he kind of seems annoyed that they think of him that way. Like he never, like he like the most he'll say is like, yeah, keep going, be great or whatever. It's like it's clearly not his thing, but for some reason his audience looks at him as that type of figure.
Father Eric.
Yeah.
my God, my Lord, Father Eric. You know,
That
Eric.
may be why Isom has a crucifix on his crotch.
Well, I mean, you want to know something about Isom. Y'all want to know the true origin? Is that Eric is actually Santuan. You know, that goon.
Mm.
That goon is really what Eric wants to be. And now you've put a goon in the position of being a businessman. You know what I'm saying? And he can't run it. He can't cut it. You know what I'm saying?
If you read Isom 2, you'll know that Eric is actually everyone. By the way they speak.
Every area. It's all in my shoulder hair. Come around and touch my hair. Come on, man. I'm every Eric, man. Every Eric.
It's not just Eric, though. It's we were talking about Shadiversity earlier, and his book. I mean, it's the same issue. It's a self-insert character. It's overbloated. It's terrible. Like I'm gonna be honest with you. Shadow the Conqueror, Shad's book. It was nauseating. I mean, it really was nauseating.
Well, are you saying it was shadiating? Is that what you're saying? It made you want to shad yourself.
Yeah, really, it did. I mean,
that guy,
the rape, the pedophilia, and like the way he talks about women. I'm like,
it's so. I've been teaching myself the writing craft for a while, and I always wonder why. You need to have a good reason for putting a grape scene in your book, because it's so heinous. No one really wants it there. It's basically a tool to sort of manipulate the audience. You need to have a really good reason. Did he have a really good reason?
No, dude, I'm telling you, almost every female character has been raped.
Oh,
that's the sign. That's
something deeper wrong.
This
with
is
the writer.
somebody.
Yes. I'm telling you,
that's a fetish.
He's pushing something, but allegedly, whatever. The thing is, these guys, man, they're all ill. I mean, Eric wrote a leftist book. Like, I mean, if you read Isom, if you were to literally say a progressive libertarian wrote it, I mean, a progressive liberal wrote it, you're like, it's all the pieces of the puzzle. You know what I'm saying? You got the guy who owns, like, you got what was the guy who owns the bar? You got the black guy who owns the bar. Darren. Then he's Darren. Then he's complaining he's still a victim. Every step, your sister's a single mom, and she said, "Well, my daughter took it." I remember reading that part, and I'm like, "Wow, man."
Well, this
I'm in the leftist zone, man.
This tells you that the actual comic is sort of apart from Eric July's persona as a political figure, because basically anyone could have written this. It's nothing especially ACAP. How do you abbreviate that word?
ANCAP.
ANCAP. It's nothing particularly ANCAP about the comic.
Well, that's partially because
it's weird
anarcho-capitalism and libertarianism are filled with contradictions.
And so but so is Isom.
That's my point.
I believe by my son.
But I mean, like,
now
for Isom, some of the parts, like, I really I kind of liked it in a way that I could read into it what I wanted to. Like, like for example, like Darren, I was thinking like, here's a guy who is obviously a thug, but you can make him in your own mind be whatever you want him to be. Like, hey, here's a guy who's actually the hero in the story. He's the one who's minding his own business until this jackass comes into his club and starts harassing him. And you're thinking, like, in my mind, again, from my normie mind, when I first read that book, I was like, oh man, there's so many ways that, you know, they could develop this. Like, it's a Darren versus Avery situation. And the story kind of, you know, peaks at in book 2 where people have turned against, you know, Avery in favor of Darren for, you know, whatever reason, and think, you know, Avery's just a thug. And then on the back end of issue 2 and going into issue 3, he redeems himself and shows the city of whatever Flores Park that, you know, Darren is really the bad guy and like ends up helping put him in jail or something. And I was just thinking about all the, you know, the possibilities that could be there. And by the end of book 2, he's fighting hell monkeys. And then I was like, oh, I can't. I was like, what?
Yeah.
So in my mind, I had like a way that I could have seen that going. And he could have obviously gone in a different direction that didn't involve hell monkeys. But I mean, you could kind of maybe.
Or have the fucking hell monkeys be the thing that kidnapped Jasmine.
Yeah, it's clear that. Well, go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me about the hell monkey Jasmine thing that you wanted to do.
Oh yeah, look. Okay, so we don't know what the fuck happened to Jasmine. That's like the biggest fucking mystery in this whole thing.
Not to interrupt you, man. Maybe Eric's Jasmine is supposed to be like Carmen Sandiego.
Oh fuck me!
You know what I'm saying? Where is Carmen Sandiego? Where is Jasmine?
Where on earth?
Yeah, it could be that he intentionally did that, or he just gave up and said, "No, I want to tell a different story."
I mean, the guy wrote, to me, I look at it like this, man. This will go down, and you could see with Vito and Dick and all them, they know that this is documentary level stuff, man. This will go down in history as the highest peak. For you to get to 3.5 million and burn it down. I mean, Eric, to me, is not burning the bridge. He's literally bombing it, you know. Oh man, a religious group, I robbed a religious group. Let me go call them as thieves, and they're not good Christians. And you're like, wow, you're on Fox News with Glenn Beck. And this is where I think, you know, Eric's, you know, race plays a card, is that if he was white saying this, he would have been done. Glenn Beck would have cut ties, but the potential of Eric saying, you know, Glenn Beck treated me this way and that way, you know, allegedly there's potential this might not go too clean with Glenn. But it's like, dude, you turned on a religious organization. That's, you know, it's like Chris Bacon said, is dude, he's a Christian. You killed your base. Your $5. Well, let me cheat the back market. It's not fair. They're making this much money off my bread. $5. You're like, yo, he's destroyed everything, man.
The only thing left for him to do is just keep a bunch of donations for like 10 years.
And you know what's wild about this? Everybody wants to, you know, say, oh, we're Eric haters. We hate ISOM and blah, 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 blah. That's not what we're doing. Like, we don't want this to happen. We're just pointing it out that it is happening.
We're doing what Eric does to Marvel, right?
Exactly.
So my introduction to Eric July, the reason I looked him up in the first place is because I had sort of like a mentor figure who wanted me to see him because he was a black creator, basically doing what he wanted. But this was before the first ISOM comic came out, so I'm imagining the figure he saw was different than what I eventually came to know myself. So I was rooting for him. I watched like 40 of his videos in a row to basically see what my friends saw in him. So I did that. I didn't like what I saw, and then the comic book came out, and I was like, Okay, so this wasn't real at all. This was sort of a. Eric is just like the comic. You have to put your own ideas about who he could have been in there in order to truly get any value out of it. So,
I mean, I
never got
did
that
a
value.
video where I pointed out I saw him as being this great example of an original black character. You know, I thought that was cool. And then he started
how
to go on
young
this
and
whole
naive we
tirade.
were.
Yeah, and then he started going on this tirade, and I'm like, whoa. Like, yeah, I kind of regret adding that segment of the video.
Man, to me, you know, like Chris Bacon said, my thing is with Eric, what happened is, man, you know, you got enough. I don't believe money corrupts people. I believe money allows you to afford to show who you truly are. You made 3.5 million, and you look at the EVS thing. I predicted this over 8 months ago. I said, yo, they're gonna eat each other. The grift, they're all gonna turn on each other eventually. And as soon as the day I saw the problem with him and EVS happened was when EVS was like, well, you know, Eric, I've given you some critiques on what you could do. And he said, oh, it don't mean nothing. And I was like, I saw EVS. If you watch that video where he tells EVS his ideas and stuff don't mean nothing, see EVS shrug and like, yo, you know who I am? Like, yo, I was part of the rebirth of Green Lantern. You know what I mean? Over 80 years, Green Lantern before that whole EVS run with Jeff Johns, it was living off the 70s when Green Lantern and Green Arrow, Speedy did drugs or something like that. Him and Jeff Johns came together and bang, Green Lantern has been reborn. You know what I'm saying? The Lantern Corps. So when Eric discounted EVS's opinions and all that, you saw it. Eric was like, I made 3.5 million. The highest amount EVS ever made was 700,000, 900,000 or something like that. You know, he outsold the.
I wonder if at that point something changed with EVS where he was like, where before that he was looking at him like a legitimate comic book maker, but then after that he looked at him as like just like a businessman that he should partner with in order to make some money.
I think that's the difference between EVS and Eric is that EVS is an actual creator. He likes the storytelling process, story crafting process. And I think he recognized that Eric's not that. Eric is LARPing as a businessman. And so I think EVS lost a lot of respect for Eric at that point.
I think whoever ends up writing the book of Eric July, I think that needs to be a chapter when EVS realized what Eric was. I think that'd be a good chapter.
No, I mean,
well, I think the issue with that is there's a difference. And again, probably obviously we're not privy to background conversations, but if you're Eric,
night letters,
whether it's business or creative or whatever, if you're self-aware enough to know that you don't know, and in business, in my line of work or any other thing that I've ever done, it's very important to be self-aware and do business without ego. And for me personally, that took me a number of years of my professional career. But when you realize I don't have to know all the answers, and as soon as I own up to things and be like, yeah, say for example, EVS, I don't have all the answers. I'm not the creative. I don't have the business acumen, but I had this, opportunity. It materialized, and this is what I'm doing to try to make this as profitable and as big as I possibly can. And here's who I'm getting involved. If he has that conversation, I don't think there's any issue. But what I think happened is Eric was like, I did this. I made this happen. Me. It was all me. And because I did it, everybody loves me. You should too. And you need to recognize. And I think that would have turned anybody off.
I think that mentality comes from his anarcho-capitalist and libertarian philosophy, because in that type of political philosophy, you view yourself as an island among yourself, and you don't see yourself as part of an interconnected society. So you can get to the point. The extreme end of that, the extreme conclusion of that, is that it is all about you, me, and you do think like you're the shit, like you're the end all be all. It's egotism at its highest level.
Well, I mean, I look at it as, man, I look at it, you got to look at it. I used to watch a show. If you want to know Eric July, watch a show called Gangland. It's where you're in a gang and you look at EVS was, let's say, top of the pyramid. You know, he's the top guy, and now Eric is no longer the shot. He wants that position. So as soon as he made 3.5 million, in his mind, he's already surpassed EVS. So now EVS needs to play be the bottom, even though EVS, if you look at what he sold with Green Lantern, the merchandise, what Eric has accomplished means nothing. EVS selling them Green Lantern rings at the comic stores outsold ISOM. Eric over.
Damn, I never think about all the legit. When I say legit, I mean mainstream stuff that EVS is getting money from. I usually only think about Cyberfrog, but yeah.
No, the legit, because when Eric made that video, industry, this is what you need to do. You're like, dude, you haven't been in business. Chris Bagan, you would back me up on it. You haven't been in business in 5 or 10 years. You haven't even hit a decade. Marvel and DC are still eating off. What is it? DC is still eating off of Watchmen. Like every year, Watchmen is in the top, 30 of graphic novels being sold around the world. They're still eating off of old money. You can't.
You're saying it's manga like.
Yeah, dude, you can't even go. I would challenge anybody to go a year. 2 months without seeing a Batman signal on something. You can't. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They're making money hands over fist, merchandise. And a lot of these people on YouTube, these idiots, while DC and Marvel, they're bad comic companies, dude, they're a branch of a multimedia company. Marvel is nothing more than a Disney branch. You know what I'm saying? They're not losing no money, man. Disney ain't. We lost $1 million in comics this year. What is that? We own fucking
Bob Iger wipes his ass with $1 million.
Urinates over that.
But it's not only that. Like with comics, just like, for example, you've got people who are fairly normal, who look at things very one-dimensionally. Like, for example, the guy who founded McDonald's, his last name's Kroc. I think it's Robert Kroc. He was sitting with a bunch of students at Texas A&M, and they're like, he asked him, he's like, what business am I in? And they're like, you sell hamburgers. You're in the fast food business. He's like, no. I'm in the real estate business. I own the most valuable pieces of land almost anywhere in the world. And it really took him by surprise. I'm like, really? And just like these companies, Disney didn't buy Marvel to make fucking movies. They didn't do it for that shit. When you have that kind of library, and it's about merch, they do.
It is, bro.
These movies, these comics are commercials to sell merch and get licensing agreements. And that kind of shit will go on forever. So why a person can bitch, hey, this property didn't make any money, or it's losing its ass in the box office. Yeah, that's very true. It is. But that's not the whole story. Property is made, you can license that into perpetuity now and forever. So who gives a shit? And there's somebody who's willing to pay for it. So, I look at those types of things and those types of comments, like whether it's, Eric or the Nerdrotic or the Friday Night Tights folks who are looking at that in a very one-dimensional kind of way. And it's, whether it's just our Disney characters, hey, you made Snow White woke or whatever. Yeah, that's unfortunate, and that's bad for the property, as a whole. But Snow White's been around since the 1920s and has made so much money, will continue to make so much money in licensing and all of these other things, that they stopped giving a shit. And yeah, these people have come along.
They really have become too big to fail.
Yeah, in a way. And you've got these people who are, destroying the properties or watering them down by putting their own opinions into it, not following, an established storyline. I certainly agree that that's unfortunate, but these aren't brand killers. These are not going to put these companies in the grave. It's not a go woke, go broke type of situation in any way, shape, or form.
But what about the cute rhyme?
What's that?
I said, but what about the cute rhyme? Go woke, go broke.
I don't know. But I mean,
it has to be true. It's cute.
But I look at that, and I mean, I'm a very conservative person. I mean, those are my political leanings, but I'm not oblivious to reality. I'm just not. And I mean, you look at things, and they're like,
you mean you're a common sense conservative like me?
Well, I mean, yeah, and I mean, you're looking at these things. Oh, these movies aren't making any money. Okay, well, let's look at the landscape. You got any movie that comes out is going to be on streaming, usually within 45 days of its release. Going to a movie, getting concession stands, and especially now with movie theaters kind of being those kind of like dine-in experiences where you feel like, hey, I've got to also buy money for the movie, but I got to like buy this food and shit that's going to run me $120 for 2 people. Yeah. And when you're like, I can just wait for this to come out on stream or pirating. I mean, shit, everybody knows what a torrent is now. So
as someone who is seeking monetization, YouTube, I disavow pirating.
I just said everybody knows what it is. I certainly did not say dissipating.
But here's the thing, bro. Here's where it gets stupid is that, the original, this is why it's a grift is that, let's say you got a new kid. Kid's like, I want to watch Snow White. Well, Disney's ruining a new one. They act like the original doesn't exist. Just give them the original. A lot of even us, and like I'm in my 30s. Like, dude, I didn't watch everything that came out in the 90s. You can like if the homie Chris Megan told me, yo, man, you gotta watch this, man. It came out in 98. And I'm like, oh, I never heard of that. It's new to me. Yes, it's old, but it's new to me. I've never seen it. These young kids who want to be reintroduced, all these woke guys do is just follow me. We're going to win this war. You're not winning nothing because guess what? All the stuff you're crying about, the original Snow White still exists. You know what I'm saying? It's still here. You know what I'm saying?
And let's be real.
That's it.
When it comes to Snow White, that original version of Snow White that Disney came out with way back in the day, that is still going to be more iconic than the new live action Snow White. That will outlive
there's already way
the
too
new
much
Snow White.
There's already way too much merch out there for anything to change.
Man, the thing is, man, these guys, they're parasites, man. They just want to keep feeding this narrative of an endless culture. Dude, the culture war doesn't exist. And the thing is this, you want to know what's funny about it? They're making Disney more powerful than it's ever been because you're talking about Disney as the end all be all, while us in the 90s, it was like, all right, what's the last thing you watched from Disney? I think Aladdin or Lion King. I don't really keep up with Disney's, stuff, man. It's not in my wheelhouse. I'm watching the underworld. What man right now at age 35 that were watching the Disney stuff from over 20 years ago? No one really watched Disney like that. They're bitching and crying I saw Pirates of the Caribbean and some stuff, one or here and there, but who in the 2000s, like let's go back in time, who among us here was crying and wondering about what Disney was going to release? I was too busy watching 300, Sin City. You know what I'm saying? Who cares about Disney like that? No one. And it's so bad. They went into the Barbie theaters, grown men. Well, Barbie's gonna be woke. You're like, dude, you're using that woke stuff as an excuse for you to watch Barbie.
And I'll say this too, like, again, as a conservative leaning person, like, for example, the news of the day about this sort of thing was like CoComelon. I understand it's a popular cartoon, but apparently there's 2 gay dads and they're trying to make the kid a transgender by putting a tiara and a tutu on him. And I'm thinking, I was today years old and I would have been forever years old before I would have ever found out about that. And I'm thinking, what is it like Morgan Freeman said about racism? How do you get rid of racism, Morgan? You stop talking about it.
Yep. The way to get rid of it.
The only time, me personally, and this is just my take, the only time I care about that is when it comes into the public sphere. So, for example, like i.e. public schools, i.e. government, That's the place I think to do that. But I mean, at the same time, as a person who believes in choice, and my responsibility as a parent, if I don't want my kids exposed to that, I don't expose them to them. And if they ask questions about it, I can say, hey, this is why I don't believe that. This is why you shouldn't either. Whether it's about, like, say, for example, homosexuality or transgenders or whatever the topic of the day is. But that's my responsibility as a parent. Now, again, if it happened to pop up in my kid's school, I'd probably be at the next one at the school board meeting saying, this is not what the tax dollars should be going to. That's neither here nor there. But when it comes to that type of cultural stuff, whether it's these comics and the people getting upset about, the new gay character or the black tokenized character, whatever, I'm like, I don't give a shit. And you know what? You don't have to read it. You don't have to consume it. So why do you care either? I don't know.
Well, here's the thing, man, and a lot of people don't want to admit it, dude. You're straight. There ain't no negotiating with someone's sexuality. The majority of comic book readers, they're straight male, and the loophole, because I call it. I was calling for transparency in the rating. The loophole in the rating system is they don't include the sexuality feature. They just want to, what I'm saying? Because if you're a straight man, you're not gonna be reading something that challenges that lesbian stuff. You're like, who cares, man? It's two women kissing. It's still in your wheelhouse of straight male fantasy, whatever. But you put in front of me that, yeah, man, they're gonna be doing this and that. I don't need to read it, man. That ain't in my wheelhouse. You're now challenging my sexuality. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna read that. That's why when people say, well, Eric's anti-woke, it hurt him. No. It helped them, because if he said anti-woke, a lot of people hearing that, so you're not going to secretly put something, there won't be a scene of Isom just walking in like an empty yard and there's a hole in there and he sticks something in there, someone's mouth or something. You won't randomly.
To be honest, that would be more entertaining than what we've gotten so far with Isom.
Wow. There won't be none challenges. So to me,
well, this was certainly a twist.
I did not see this coming. Literally.
So to me, man, it's
Isom goes to the glory hole.
The thing is, dude, man, it's no one trusts nothing from the mainstream. The way I've talked to certain people, in my honest opinion, if it came out in the 2010s, you watch it at your own risk, man. They're using bait and switch. What was that movie they put Bros, where you're like, dude, they take the most generic term where they don't have to explain what's in there. Bang, they grab you. But the narrative, that's going on, the way I look at it is that, man, the industry, the way it is, all the old stuff is still there. That's one thing I saw Nerderotic in them. I'm like, why won't you interview the new indie guys that are doing so? You got over 500,000 subs. If you really care, this is where you could see a grifter. A grifter will never bring the cure or the solution. Even when Chris Bacon brought up Mark Miller, one problem I have with Mark Miller is that, why do you need to wait for Marvel and DC? You have a big contract. You're set in stone. Why don't you do Mark Miller Presents, or you put certain indie guys under your fold and get them distributed?
Well,
why is Marvel needed?
He's showing his hand that he's not actually one of these like champions of indie writers. He still believes in Marvel and DC.
Yeah.
So it's like, but the audience who are championing Mark right now, they believe that he doesn't. No, of course he still loves Marvel and DC.
Yeah. 100%. He said we need
anything else. It's about self-preservation. You're not going to bite the hand that feeds you most of the time.
Yeah, that's good.
Man, you already got money. It's just, to me, man, it's just manipulation, because a lot of these guys are using the same tactics the news use. Put them in a corner of fear where all they can do is run in one place. Okay, man, they're against us. He's fighting. Mark Miller's fighting. Dude, Image Comics, a lot of people don't know that. When Mark Miller said, well, if Marvel and DC don't do good, dude, Image Comics was once number 1 and number 2 for over 6 months straight. So this narrative that if Marvel and DC aren't number 1 and number 2, the industry burns to the ground. Well, look at Image Comics. They proved that they proved years ago that's a lie. So this narrative that we need to get 6 of the best people to write with Marvel and these, Marvel and them, they had their time, man. And with what's going on, nothing's changing with them, man. They don't care, man.
To sort of bring us back to Batman and stuff like that, but also to Father Hostage's point. So whenever they came out with like these new Batman or like different Jokers, just because we didn't like one of those, it doesn't mean that character's ruined. It doesn't mean our childhoods are ruined. I still have the Chris Nolan movies. I don't care.
There it is, brother. There it is. He's dropping gold. Nothing happened. Nothing happened to the good.
If Brad Pitt isn't good as the Joker, it's fine.
Yo, they really casting Brad Pitt?
No, Jesker did.
Oh, Jesker.
No. I cast Leonardo DiCaprio as the Joker.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Mixing up two very similar people. Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah, well.
Hey, speaking of which, Patrick Stewart as Mr. Freeze.
Oh, you trying to kill Patrick Stewart, man. It's too old for that. You trying to, you would see, there's other bald actors, you know what I'm saying?
I guess it makes sense. His whole body is covered up.
Oh, dude.
So you can easily.
Dude, you know who'd be perfect? The dude from Law and Order, man. You know what I'm saying? You don't remember Law and Order? He's bald now. And he's got the frame for it. He's in Law and Order. I forget his name. He was in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles as what's my man's name? It's Tracy. You know what I'm saying? He's in Law and Order, SVU or something. Law and Order. He's the big bulky guy. He's bald now, muscled out. He could be Freeze. But the thing with DC, and one thing I had, my problem with Nolan, what made me hate the Nolan franchise, and I think I love it, but what I think burnt it out is Nolan was against fiction of Batman. Like, no Mr. Freeze, no Killer Croc. He was completely against anything that was supernatural in Batman. You know what I'm saying? That's one problem I had with Nolan, and I think that's why he burnt out. Okay, Batman Begins was where he's going to prove that he's not bringing a Tim Burton nipple Batman. Okay, Dark Knight happens. We see a new version of Joker that's amazing. And DC's so stupid, they don't even remodel. That's one thing I give Marvel over DC is that when something works on the screen, Marvel will adapt it into the comics. Now Captain America's costume is no longer tight spandex. It's militaried out. It looks dope.
Yeah.
DC we still get the Joker with the tall, skinny head, doesn't match anybody in the films. And you're like, it's stupid. It's bad for branding and marketing. But the problem with what I had with Nolan is that he kept doing Batman as Law and Order. Every villain he faces, a terrorist, a normal person. No Killer Croc, no Mr. Freeze, no. Even the new Penguin in the latest movie with Matt Reeves, there's no weirdness about the Penguin. He's just some mafia.
What happened to your nose, Penguin?
What
happened to your nose?
It's a normal guy.
It's true. It's funny hearing you talk about why you didn't like it, because you sort of accidentally explained why I might love it so much. Because Chris Nolan took everything so seriously. That I don't know. Maybe that resonated with me.
No, I love it. My thing with Nolan is just if he would have just put Killer Croc, you know what I'm saying? Somebody we didn't see, like, give us Killer Croc, man. Give us even the Firefly, Man Bat. What hurts me, man, is that we have the technology, man. And instead of Hollywood, like I'm telling you, Hollywood, this would have been like, I don't even know if there's a better word for gold. I don't know I don't know a better word. This was going to be the golden era. They just sit down, make money. Or Batman, Christopher Nolan presents Batman Rise of the Phantom, where it's just now he's facing Man Bat. And you're like, dude, it would just be every month we go to the theater because we can have the technology to finally get what we've been asking for in the 90s. We have all the tools. I'm still dying inside for a Hulk movie, a true Hulk movie like the 90s. I don't know if you ever saw the 90s cartoon where Hulk, dude, hundreds of tanks coming at him. He's just screaming and yelling and breaking. Like, the Hulk is pure adrenaline. You know what I'm saying? You watch a Hulk and then you watch the previous Hulk movies where, he's fighting one tank. This is the Hulk. It's supposed to be 100 helicopters, things exploding. You're supposed to walk out of the Hulk where they're like, your testosterone is too high.
It's funny it's funny you mentioned how the Nolan films basically lack whimsy. I think that's what made Bane sort of hit harder for me, because he was like the first villain besides like Ra's al Ghul to be like, well, you're not really human anymore. Like you're different. Like you're more fantastical in a way. Even though Bane is of course very dark, he seemed like he almost seemed sort of otherworldly. And so,
did any of y'all ever read the Nightfall novel? Not the Chuck Dixon books, but like the novel Nightfall, Batman Nightfall.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like that's got when I saw that, that's probably the closest thing. I mean, like the Bane origin story, like where he's down in that freaking.
That's the quintessential Bane.
Oh,
What? TJ Laser, what's up, man?
That's me. That's right. I've been trying to figure out what the hell is going on with my microphone.
Yeah, like that was like a really good like literary depiction of Bane. Like he's down in like in the movie they show him like climbing out of the cave, and then the book they talk about that as well. And yeah, I mean like in the movie, like in that novel, he like completely destroys Bruce Wayne and like breaks his back and shit, and Bruce finds some other person to kind of take his place in the meantime. But that was like and the depiction of Bane in that movie was really, really close to that novel. And I mean, like, I appreciated that. And like the kind of more human characters, like that's why I think, for example, like the Marvel Netflix series worked, because they concentrated on people who were kind of more or less normal. I guess maybe Luke Cage would have been like the exception to that. But, like kind of normal folks, the Punisher, Daredevil, those types of folks. They were just enhanced abilities, but not like superheroes or whatever.
I mean,
really adopted Eric.
Even Luke Cage basically had a regular life. Because how often are you getting shot?
I mean, the thing is this. I love what they did. They revolutionized Bane. And again, DC, what does DC do in the comics? We still keep Bane looking like a luchador. They do not adapt what the main culture accepted. Like, over 1 billion people watch the Joker, and you read the comics, and he still looks like the Joker from the 70s. And you're like, dude, I loved what Nolan did, but I think what hurt him is that you're like, all right, I saw 3 films, and you're not gonna do anything beyond the norm. Just imagine if Bane had Killer Croc, man, in that movie. You know what I'm saying? Where Batman's in the sewer just has to get through Killer Croc. You know what I'm saying? Just come. It's
Father Hostage. I think you just cracked another reason why I love the third Nolan movie. All throughout the movie, I was like, oh, this guy's Robin, right? This guy's Robin.
Yeah,
but
Robin.
It was only revealed at the end, and I was so excited. And I think it's because we didn't have that vibe all throughout the films. So I was looking for it, and they confirmed it. So I thought that was cool.
Well, I mean, WB, man, you saw how WB
Robin
just was stupid, bro. I told somebody, Nolan, WB should have been, we guarantee you in the next 10 years, like 20 years, we're going to invest $1 billion in you. Just we want you to assemble the right people. We're going to get the animated team with you, and y'all going to build out this universe. We got $1 billion for you. You know what I'm saying? Film wise, for the next 20 years, give them like an NBA contract for Nolan. Where
they even have their own video game studio. They should have done that ages ago. Imagine if all of the animation studio and the film studio and the video game studio were all working in unison, making an entire universe for DC. Only now they figured out they should do that. Well, it's too late.
WB Games has been knocking it out the park for forever. It seems.
Except with that new, that game nobody asked for, Suicide Squad kills. We're like, dude.
That's right.
The success.
Imagine if there was a canon Suicide Squad game.
A lot of people are going to buy that just because it was Kevin Conroy's last trail as Batman.
Oh,
I
that hurt
mean,
my soul, man. That was my man.
yeah.
Grew up, I was raised. This is why I keep saying DC is unstoppable, man. Over 90s, I used to come after school to watch the
You
Batman.
saying you can't kill the Justice League?
Can't kill DC, bro. DC is still like, last year it blew up Trigun. It was all over YouTube blowing up where Trigun beat Darkseid. The animated film. That film was garbage, but that moment with Trigun was like,
Yeah.
Darkseid, you a new guy, and just bitch slap.
Damn.
The internet was going wild. Dude, DC is the most influential brand. Marvel, the last 10 years, last 8 years, and they just burned it all out. You know what I'm saying? Like I keep telling people, look up Marvel live action. It was 2008. And another thing is Marvel refuses to count Blade. You know what I'm saying? They don't count Blade. We all know Spider-Man, Sony, and all that. Dude, Marvel has not been as dominant. DC, I guarantee you, if DC was to announce Batman Beyond, Static Shock, the movie's coming out, Teen Titans coming out, the movie, billion easily in pre-order. You could pre-order them 2 years from development. We could scalp them tickets right now. You know how many people would
DC announces Jonathan Majors as Static Shock.
Oh, dude.
Wow.
From prison,
Let's go. Let's do it. Let's go.
Yo, man, y'all gonna infect Chris Bacon, man. Bacon ain't gonna be a normie no more.
Well, I mean, I can appreciate a person who could, life imitates art.
Yeah.
You're gonna end up, Chris Bacon gonna end up in Whole Foods like, yeah, I heard Jonathan Majors gonna be Static Shock. What?
But I mean, like that
thing you know,
guy. I mean, like I like
Grace
him.
Randolph is reporting on it.
I mean, I don't know about him obviously, other than like the domestic violence thing. But I don't have anything against him as an actor. Like whether it was like Creed 3 or he was in that war movie, like with the airplanes where he got shot down and killed at the end. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, he was absolutely a rising star. This is a terrible setback for him and the Black community, honestly.
Jonathan Majors as Lex Luthor in Superman Legacy. Let's go.
Come on, James Gunn. You claim to be out there.
Oh, James Gunn, man. He's
really take a risk.
Yo, I heard it merging with Paramount, man. We might see the greatest crossover of a generation, people. We will see, as I heard they're merging with Paramount, we're gonna see Mermaid Man and Aquaman, the greatest crossover that you know what I'm saying, bigger than anything ever. Barnacle Boy, Mermaid Man, Aquaman. You know what I'm saying? One this crossover might blow up the internet. You know what I'm saying? Mermaid Man meets Aquaman. This is the greatest thing ever happened. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if they merged with Paramount, the movies would be directed by Taylor Sheridan, and they'd be like merging with Yellowstone or something. And it would be amazing.
Or Star Trek.
That would be nice.
They got a good track record with Yellowstone, man. To me, that Yellowstone, they're missing out on a golden opportunity. Why hasn't Chuck Norris made like a, you know what I'm saying, just been in Yellowstone? That alone, if you had Chuck Norris, come on. Why isn't Chuck Norris in that Yellowstone show?
Chuck Norris is like 80 years old.
Yeah, but come on, Chris. If he was announced,
he's always advertising that workout equipment.
Chuck Norris, come on, Chris. Come on, man. Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris goes to Yellowstone. He's like, the total gym keeps me able to wrangle cattle. I mean, I don't know.
Listen, 80 years in Chuck Norris time is like 20 years.
Dude,
that's fine.
Right. Just put
I think when you get to that age,
on Yellowstone.
Paul Texas.
Well, how old is Morgan Freeman, do we think?
Well, I've never aged.
He was God, so probably pretty old.
And as the Penguins marched.
Penguins did not exist until Morgan Freeman decided to do this documentary.
That's right. And as the Penguins marched. The thing is, dude, they're mixed with Paramount. Because I'm going to tell you this, bro. The only reason this streaming service thing failed is they overpriced it. Dude, you're not cable. Cable offers utility. Like, I got Comcast right now. I can make a call and say my Comcast box ain't acting up. They're going to send somebody. What is the utility you're paying for a downloadable app? And the, you know what I'm saying? And the other thing is
downloadable apps at that.
We'll get the developers on that
I
on
thought
the
I
next
was
update.
getting one streaming service. Now I have to buy 1 billion just to watch whatever I want.
Well, I think that's about to change because I think it was Verizon is doing like a $20 bundle with Disney Plus, Hulu, Max,
ESPN.
Paramount, I think.
You know what I'm saying? I think
So they're reverting back to cable.
That's the thing. Like, I'm old enough to remember, obviously, when cable was the predominant thing, and all people did was bitch. I've got 200 channels. Why am I paying for 150 that I don't watch? Okay, well, here's streaming. You can buy them a la carte. Why are they so expensive? It's like, fuck up. You got exactly what you asked for. Now stop bitching.
Yeah.
oh, that used to be the running joke in the 90s where they're like, yeah, man, 200 channels and nothing to watch. I remember that episode of what was that? It was I think it was South Park. Where yeah, you got over 2,000 channels, nothing to watch.
But yeah, people are like, "What? I just want to buy the channels I want." Okay, well, you can buy individual streaming services or the apps or whatever, and no, that's too expensive now. But that's what you asked for. I mean,
Yeah, and also they told us that the more streaming services we have, the competition would bring down the price of something like Netflix. Netflix has only gone up. It seems like they've only gotten more powerful with the competition.
Well, bro,
you actually believe that anarcho-capitalism bullshit? Come on, extra hero, you're smarter than that.
Netflix was scamming, bro. They're like, I remember I had Netflix and I'm watching it on a 1080p TV. Like, yo, the problem with Netflix is they force resolutions on you. Like, why would you give me 4K when most smart TVs will upscale anyway? You can watch a show at 720p. If you got a smart TV, it will upscale it to 4K. So what you're watching. The problem with Netflix is they're forcing higher quality on you when you've never asked for it. I remember when I was watching House of Cards, and out of nowhere, House of Cards is now 4K, and I'm like, I got a 1080p TV. Like, you know what I'm saying? Then the price is going up, but because you've had us since 2012, you could keep the price low. It's like, dude, no one asked for 4K. Like, at least make that a different tier system. You want 4K, $2 more. But if you're still a 1080p guy, stay at the price you're at. But to get back on the streaming thing is they're overcharging you. They could have made billions of dollars. This is the first time in history where you could watch. Disney could have been, we're having a reunion of Snow White or reunion of Aladdin cast. You know what I'm saying? It's only on the streaming service. You didn't need to make nothing new for those streaming services. And the problem with Disney and them is they didn't get it. Netflix needs to premiere stuff on streaming because they don't have, they're not known for films in theater. Disney, on the other hand, it was supposed to be, it's in theaters, but now you could get it all in one place. The streaming service, it's not supposed to be we're making new stuff for the streaming service. That should be like the lowest budget crap they throw at the streaming service. Because when was it the time we could watch every Disney thing? Not even that I watch Disney. I mean, when was the last time you could watch everything in one place? They could have milked that for the next 10, 15 years. Zack and Cody, all these Zoomers that grew up on it, you could watch all these Zack and Cody episodes in the reunion only on Disney Plus, and they would have gladly watched it.
I'll be honest with you. I have Disney Plus, and recently I've been going back and rewatching a lot of old X-Men stuff. Although, yeah, that's my shit. The new Percy Jackson series they got on there, I'm wanting to check that out.
Is it even possible for that to be any good?
Actually, I've heard that it's really good.
I hope so. I think every book deserves a good adaptation, and Percy hasn't had it yet.
Oh God, no, you're right. Yeah.
All you're gonna hear is, Wolverine is Jean. You need to leave Scott. Jean, you must come to me.
Oh God, I always hated the Wolverine and Jean romance.
Jean, Scott doesn't care for you. He's not
way too old for her. I don't know why they like doing.
Nah, he's a grown man, dude, man. She's at the age. What is Jean in that show? Like 20 something? You know
Remember, this is the
That's not the
same
problem,
company
though.
that hooked up Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Wolverine is the
Wolverine's been around for way too long.
around town, bub.
And why would you ever want to get and hook up with a telepathic woman? That
True. That's another problem.
Mistake.
But Chris, he knows when you're thinking and you're ready for it. You know? You don't gotta ask her nothing. She just knows. She's like, up his brain. You know what he wants.
That's a trap, man. That's a trap.
Just imagine a woman with telepathic powers that you could tell. Just slide it a little slower.
at least Rogue can put some gloves on. So
Rogue, man, Rogue, that right there, that's a power. She could drain a man dry.
Oh wow!
Your whole life force. Come on, man. Rogue
There are people who will pay for that.
That's like the next level of like step on me. Like,
A new form of domination.
Drain me, mommy.
Rogue will drain your whole life force.
it's like, okay, but this isn't the thing I can keep doing though. You realize it's just this once. It's over. Like you're over.
You're gonna die. Hey, man.
Right?
Yo, Michael says, Cyclops becomes trans in the new animated show.
Oh
and
no!
leaves Jean for Wolverine.
Oh, they do. No, they do. What they call that relationship, man? I saw in the comments they announced it. A parallel, or when one dude.
Oh yeah, the three-way.
No,
A parallel relationship.
A parallel sex economy.
Oh,
Polyamorous
Yeah,
relationship.
polyamorous. They got him. Oh, they just destroyed everything.
You start having indie strip clubs. It's like
Oh.
this is too mainstream.
Yo, the strip clubs have gone woke.
LG's your DJ.
Oh my God.
Oh man, when I saw the nails, I was like, man, that was. Yeah, you want something from Eric, all right? It ain't Christian what he wants from Eric.
That was more chilling than this Mr. Freeze we have.
Oh,
I
that
rub
you
my
got next,
nails
Jess?
through your shoulder hair, Eric.
nails.
I think this is a good casting, Jessica. Who you got next?
Oh, okay. Let's see. I think it's Wonder Woman. Yeah, it is.
Oh,
Olivia Wilde.
Oh,
maybe
Now,
As a Wonder Woman.
I don't think that's what Olivia Wilde's chest looks like, but
maybe back
Oh,
like maybe
I
5
think
years,
famously
5 years ago.
famously slim.
You know who would have been a perfect Wonder Woman? That Miss Carter girl that plays in Marvel. You haven't seen her? The chick that
No, don't you know? No. Gina Carano.
Nah.
Oh God!
Gina Carano was Big Bardo. That's what I would.
Oh yeah, you're right. She would be a good Big Barda. But what was that chick who played the woman Captain America went back in time for? If you look her
Peggy Carter.
Peggy Carter,
yes,
would have been a perfect Wonder Woman. Perfect.
she would. Yeah.
The bosom, she was built. She was built, in the words of those commercials, she was built for tough. She was built for the role, dog. You know, because when I saw who they picked, what's her name? Who's currently the real Wonder Woman?
Gal Gadot.
Gal Gadot looks. It's
Hold
just
up! Don't slander. Don't slander her. She's Israel. She's Israel.
Oh no. Hey, YouTube. As someone
trying to be
seeking
demonetized.
monetization, I disavow.
You
I
be
saved you
careful.
from being canceled, Father Hostage.
You gotta be careful. No, it's just how she didn't fully fill it up, man. Like I was watching Wonder Woman, but I'm not watching it where like I got the full package. It's kind of like going to Popeyes and it's like some of that chicken is missing in the bucket. You know what I'm saying? That's how she's built.
Well, to be fair, I
Not
don't want
fully there.
Gal Gadot to fill me up. I want to fill her up.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Gal Gadot look like you might want to feed her. Like the body ain't 100.
Oh, I'll feed her all right.
Hey, sir.
I think we got to go to the next character.
It's not going to get any better.
Oh, you wildly.
As Medusa.
Oh, that could work. That could actually work.
Mm.
I mean, Emma Watson these days is a Medusa. You know what I'm saying? Then she say she dates herself. She's a anti-man or something. She's had too much, man.
I can change her.
She's had too much Jimmy Deans. You know what I'm saying? Anybody from the South, she's had too much Jimmy Deans. You know what I'm saying? Emma Watson went from holding magical sticks to wands to now she's been sitting on too many Jimmy Deans. You know,
I just need her to get back to the acting.
I wonder if she really is like that, or she's just kayfabing for the interviews and the screen. Sometimes I wonder, like, if she's just talking shit.
So after,
like, as if that's her real lifestyle, except her real lifestyle, she's a completely different person.
I think the responsibility that she has and that she believes she has is so huge that I don't think we understand like the motivations behind her actions, because I think she has, because she was a hero to so many fictionally. I think she wants to be a hero to so many in real life. So I let her slide with all the shenanigans.
I mean, I just think the problem with is
not just because she's fine, but no, I just because
hero wants to leave with something extra. You know?
Let me ask you something. Like, you're going through these slides with established people, but when people with like comics in particular are so invested in the properties, would it not be advantageous to get people who are good actors or actresses, but not known, and get those people to take on these characters, so people could go in there with a blank slate, as opposed to like, oh, I don't like this actor or actress, and they can overlook that and just be like, okay, is this person a good character?
Well, I've had that with a couple of characters. For example, Jacob Elordi, Superman.
Nah, I don't. Well, to me, dude, there was nothing wrong with what's the name. My problem, I'm gonna tell you this, bro. You know what I'm saying? With what's my man's name? His name's blurring out of my mind right now. Who played Superman?
Henry Cavill.
Yeah, Cavill, dude. Cavill's the first actor I've seen with the halo where all the people, we're talking people from the boomers now, are saying it wasn't him. He was just in a bad situation. I've never seen that happen to an actor where they're like, dude, he didn't destroy his career. They did. Like, people will die on the hill for Cavill. Whole generation.
Do you think part of that is because we sort of know who he is, and he's sort of like a nerd, and so we like him like that, and we want him to have a job?
Yeah,
well, I think it's because
there's that, and because what's it called? The Justice League movie, the one. Your boy, what's his name? I forgot the director. Not Snyder, the other one. Joss Whedon. Yeah, Joss Whedon. When they saw Superman,
Buffy guy.
Yes, Buffy guy, yes. When they saw Superman there, Henry Cavill acting as a normal Superman, even though his mustache was all messed up, everyone said, "Okay, this is Superman, the way I want to see him."
Dude, he was.
Ever since that scene alone, everyone wanted him to be Superman.
Dude, I've seen Superman in my life. Lois and Clark. We've seen him. Of course, the legend, the first. You know what I'm saying? Reeves. The thing is, dude, DC is fumbled so many times. You literally, all James Gunn's dumbass had to do was, we're gonna treat Henry Cavill the way he should have been treated. $1 billion guaranteed. You know what I mean?
No. He's trying to get Hollywood rebooted. You need to leave him alone.
Pre-order the tickets, bro. It would have been $1 billion easily. All we need is a Superman movie. The script is simple. He saves the world, blah, blah, blah. Instead, no, we're firing them for some, and it's on the internet where they say when you order Coca-Cola and get a generic ShopRite brand, that's the new Superman.
Well,
right,
what I find shocking is that Jesker, apparently, he guessed who the new Superman was going to be before it was announced. And I don't know how it's possible you could have done that.
Was my second choice.
Yeah, there's so many people so many generic-looking white men who could have been Superman. I don't know how Jesker honed in on this one.
But unlike Eric, I actually do fucking research.
That guy though, he does have a good last name where he could tell a woman, "I want you to make my corn syrup."
God. I hate that we'll have to. I hate that name will just be in the zeitgeist now, and it's gonna be Orange Sweat all the time.
Orange Sweat.
All right, so for Batman, Richard Armitage.
You know who? I don't know. I'd say the best Batman who could have done it was my man. He's in the martial arts films. He's in the martial arts films. Chris. He was in the. I gotta find him, man. He was in the martial arts films, man.
Scott Adkins.
Scott Adkins.
Scott Adkins. Oh God, yes.
God, Jesus.
That movie Ninja is literally Batman with Scott Adkins. You should watch that.
The Undisputed movies are amazing. Those are just the best things ever.
Dude, I watched both, man. Ninja 1 was better than 2, though. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so this was Nightwing. John Fu.
Nightwing.
Yeah, that works.
Oh, that works. He looks right. Yeah, man.
Well, in that one, he looks like the Vampire Diaries guy.
Jane Levi. Well, actually, I think this is from a live-action Tekken movie.
Oh, he could work.
He
could work. He got the He looks drawn. He doesn't look like a person.
So now this is Batgirl.
She's too old for that. You gotta pick a younger model right there.
Now, I made this video
I think he has to be
before
younger.
they announced Damian Wayne was going to be Robin. So I had this guy as Tim Drake Robin.
I mean, he could work.
That works.
He looks violent and aggressive. You know?
And then we have Rumpelstiltskin as a Scarecrow.
No, I think Will Dafoe. Will Dafoe would have been, the Green Goblin could have done, And
that's why I didn't cast him, because everybody knows him as Green Goblin.
Yeah, but people would have been.
That's right. Close with the most. He was in John Wick 4. Scott Adkins, beautiful performance.
But I fucking love Robert Carlyle. I think he's so underrated.
He could do it. I could see him doing that.
Robert Carlyle, yeah.
And when we get to Damian in the film, how do you think his teen angst will be expressed? Do you think he'll be a troublemaker, or do you think he'll just be like Gen Z, where he's just sort of annoying to older people?
He's gonna kill some motherfuckers.
James Gunn.
Yeah, it has to be like nearly a villain, because he was raised by Russell
Talia.
and them. Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that because of Matt Reeves, the Batman being so dark, I was expecting the other Batman, the one that's going to be properly DCU, to be sort of lighter.
We gotta see girl boss,
like more of a father figure, basically.
I think it will to a certain extent, but no, Damian has to be a little shit. That's what Damian is.
Yeah.
So I had Emma Stone as Poison Ivy.
That works.
She ain't built for it, man. The body. Poison Ivy's supposed to be borderline porn star. You know what I'm saying? You don't see that.
I guess my problem with that would be, so Poison Ivy, she's supposed to be villainous, right? I know we've had a lot of recent adaptations where she's basically a good guy. I can't see Emma Stone as a villain ever.
You know who would be the perfect redhead for that Poison Ivy? What is that girl who was in Disney movies earlier that went off and did OnlyFans?
No, you know who would have do it? Chris Baker. You know who? Madman. Remember Mad Men? That redhead.
Christina Hendricks, you're referring to.
She's a little robust for that role.
Oh, she got the thinking. She right. She built.
Well, I guess Poison Ivy isn't like a proper fighter.
Get in the gym a little, dude. Poison Ivy is basically just, like a sex object that's villainous. Dude, her whole powers to make men use
just hypnotize people. Yeah,
hypnotize with her sex appeal. Come on, man.
Yeah. Dude, well, she already has that power in real life, so I guess it wouldn't be that much of a leap.
Right there. Wow.
I've got
she
Leo.
would be Chris Nolan's Poison Ivy. Just a beautiful woman.
I've got Leo as the Joker.
I think now you got Joaquin. Damn, James Gunn, man. He just got. Hopefully, Paramount. If they merge, maybe Paramount might demote James Gunn. Save the DC.
Wow.
Maybe. And you know what I'm saying?
I think that would piss off a lot of fans, right?
Paramount, do the right thing, man. You know what I'm saying?
I'm actually one of those fans who'll be pissed.
So I'm gonna get called woke for this. I'm gonna get called woke for this. But Zoe Kravitz,
I don't see a problem with her
as Giganta.
Oh, nah, she's good as Catwoman because Eartha Kitt. If you look up Eartha Kitt,
that's true.
Eartha Kitt was
like an Eartha Kitt. Exactly. It's like an homage.
Yeah, no Kravitz as anything.
Yeah, as Catwoman, there's nothing wrong with her. The problem is the script. There was a scene that in that Batman when I was watching where she just why was she sexually interacting with her father? And B, there's a scene where she tells Bruce, it's the white men of Gotham. Then she kisses him. I'm like, well, what is? They're selling this message. She's kissing. It's they just try so hard for stupidity, man. I watched it, and then that scene with her and her father. That scene to me, I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? Promoting
that was
Catwoman. That was stupid.
So the reason I thought that was weird is because I don't think they wanted the audience to completely hate that guy, but obviously we're gonna love Catwoman, and the way that dynamic played out, it made it so it sort of ruined it because you had John Turturro, who's a very likable actor.
Dude, all she had to do was poison him or something. Like, get him alone, tie him to a chair, beat him, show him a photo of mother. Instead, they have, to me, Hollywood, man. They just like the money prints itself, man. you would pray to God they'd go to autopilot. That's what I miss about the 90s. The 90s was a simple rule, man. You know what I'm saying? The customer's always right. Don't give them any reason not
to. What the problem is? I've noticed something. I've had an epiphany, like you always say. There is no open communication between the nerds, as in us, or the comic book people.
But it's not just us. It's fucking crazy people as well. They also
there you go. If these crazy people would just go away. Hollywood have been trying to
let us talk.
Put yourself in their shoes. Yeah. They either look at Twitter where everybody's where it's all stan accounts, or they come here where people want them dead.
What?
Right.
Who will they listen to?
They'd be making Hollywood right now should be making trillions of dollars, man. Never in history have we had our phones like we could watch on the go. And you're like, they're literally burning. They're not even burning the money because if you were burning money, that means you made money. They're literally refusing to make money. You know what I'm saying? As a guy, product of the 90s, I'm like, you've never seen it. You know what I'm saying? No matter how much people hate on the nipple Batman, you're like, at least they weren't saying anything negative about people. They actually still wanted your money. It was just a bad movie, you know what I'm saying? But they still said, come watch it. Come give us your money.
Even Joel Schumacher in that movie was just being sincere. He just wanted to make his own version of the 60s Batman series.
Johnny
it's still fun to watch.
Earlier we were talking about Warner Brothers stealing some actors from the MCU.
Do these things.
Stealing actors from Disney. Johnny Depp as Brainiac.
Oh, I can see that. I can see that, but I think Chris Bacon might.
You know why that works really well?
Chris Bacon was saying something.
Oh, I was just saying, like, for some of these properties, they should go and get somebody like 50 Cent to help them out. I mean, say what you want about 50 Cent, but those power shows,
I love them.
I love them to death. Or like get some of these people who did those star shows like Spartacus, Blood and Sand. I mean,
my man. What you know about Spartacus? Man?
That's some of the best TV that's come out in the last 10 years. And it's on Stars and hardly anybody's seen it.
Oh, no. I think people seen Spartacus. Lucy Liu was naked in that. Xena still got
I don't think they advertised that part in the trailer.
At 40, I was like, yo, man. Xena could have made me a man back in the 90s.
Oh, I miss Xena.
All the few people who are watching will leave us now. When
you know what? That's why I say Wonder Woman kind of disappoints, because when you look at Lucy Lawless, you're like, yo, she was supposed to be Wonder Woman. The whole body, the fillings, all the
pieces. I think Lucy and Gal both have that sort of otherworldly quality, where it's like people don't look like you.
Gal Gadot got a face, like her face looked drawn or illustrated, but the body isn't. It ain't 100% there. This is my problem with superhero movies. You're gonna cast Chris Hemsworth as Thor. You're gonna tell him work out. Robert Downey get in shape. Then they just cast the women as anything. They could be a lunch lady. You know what I'm saying? Miss Marvel. Like they had to literally put a butt model for.
Oh God! I used to read what's it called? I forgot what it's called. The Malibu comics. So there's one character from the Malibu comics they brought into Thor Ragnarok, but they cast a fat lady as that character. Her name is Topaz. I was like, God damn it! You know what I'm talking about, right? The Ultra Force, 90s.
Oh yeah, talking about the Malibu. They bought them. Disney owns mad properties, man. But to me,
they're not going to do anything with that, unfortunately.
Yeah, to me, this is why I say Hollywood. In my opinion, Hollywood is anti the straight male gaze, because you're gonna cast all the male actors. They gotta be in perfect shape, and then you're like, what was her name? Who plays Thor? Called her the new king of Asgard. You know what I'm saying? They just cast the women. They just roll a dice. You know what I'm saying? Any woman, your lunch lady, whatever. They don't have standards for the female actresses who should be, you know what I'm saying? You should be going in that theater like, yeah, man, my hands are no longer dry.
Well, Jesker, I want to sort of validate your Johnny Depp as a Brainiac. He had a recent movie where, well, actually, I'm not sure if it was recent, but he played an AI basically. He was a man who died, but they uploaded his. There you go.
I remember the ads for Transcendent. You know what
I mean? That's what kind of inspired me to be like, you know what? He could be Brainiac.
That'd be a perfect choice.
He needs to be someone. I'm looking forward to him basically having a renaissance again.
Oh yeah. Now you know what? You know what? This might sound wrong, but he'd be perfect. Go to that Jonathan Majors. Jonathan Majors as the Spectre from DC.
That could work.
He could play that role while he's in jail. You know. I mean, they just gonna put a green cape over him. So. Yeah.
Oh my God! People working from jail. I don't think that was in the strike agreement.
I'll have to look up Black Sails Ghost with the Most. I'll have to look that up. If it's as good as Spartacus, I'll give it a shot.
Oh, Spartacus was fine, man. I mean, I didn't like the last season where they had, what was this, Maximus? They got soft after that season. You know what I'm saying? The first season was fine. And the actor died, man. He died. He was a good dude, man. He was on his way to being a superstar. The actor who played.
Oh, what's his name? I can't believe I forgot his name. He was in Punisher Warzone. Yeah, I love that guy.
No, it wasn't him. It was the dude who played Spartacus. He died.
The other one. Okay.
Yeah, he died of cancer. The original Spartacus. You know, before they had to replace him because he died. He caught some weird cancer. He was a cool dude, man. He even did a YouTube video. You know what I mean? And to me, you brought up the Punisher. That Punisher from that 2004 movie, he was perfect, man.
That was quintessential Punisher for me.
Oh, he was the perfect.
There'll never be a Punisher better than that movie.
No,
even though it was a little bit corny when it came to what's his name, Jigsaw, but I still love it.
The movie wasn't, you know what I mean? The movie wasn't right. You know, you don't remember the Punisher with John Travolta. The actor looked exactly like the Punisher, man.
So here's a poll that I did
possible
a year ago, where this is like right after they announced that Cavill wasn't coming back as Superman.
Oh.
And so I have David Cornsweet, who they went with,
Reset it.
Colin Ford, Jacob Elordi, and Wolfgang, and what the hell is his last name?
Oh,
I don't know.
let Eric say his last name.
But how did you know David Cornsweat enough to even put him in your poll?
Jarek was at Whole Foods and the corn in his hand sweat. It's gonna be David Cornsweat.
And it's crazy that the 5 votes actually picked. Well, most of the 5 votes anyway picked David.
Listen, man.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
James Gunn got the idea from your poll. Own that.
I want royalty.
Go on Twitter and call him out.
That's right, right.
I want royalty.
A Native American wanted who to play Superman? What does his last name have to feature? Corn. Corn. Yo, that sounds like a horrible, those overpriced cologne. When a woman love you.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't know you. Corn Sweat by Ash.
So no, what I did was I just went and looked up like male actors in the age range that Gunn said he was looking for. And I thought to myself, this guy looks like a young Henry Cavill.
The crazy thing is that's probably what James Gunn did.
Probably
look for the same people.
I think the guy
he did the AI prompt before AI.
I think like white guy. I think Jacob could have made, because the Corn Sweat guy looked too skinny, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, he can bulk up.
Oh, they can bulk him up, no problem.
You mean they could bang him up? You mean you could get some of that venom? But to me, man, to me, DC with this Corn Sweat thing, they just gave Marvel a redemption arc. All Marvel's gotta do, re-rise again. Cavill would have easily printed $1 billion. Superman's the first superhero. He should be older. He should be the older.
Who could Cavill play in Marvel?
Oh, you know who he could play, man. You should know the name. And Marvel could make $1 billion. Just make him a Superman ripoff. Either the
Gladiator.
No, not the Gladiator.
Sentry. Yeah.
Or what's his name? Who's like their Superman? He's their Superman clone. He wears yellow. Use them as a reference for a character. I forget his name. It's not the Sentry. He came before the Sentry. He's in the Supreme Squadron. What the fuck is his name, man?
That would be
comic something. He's got some.
That would be devilishly
around
clever to have him play that character.
Yes, if they did,
just so people could point at him and see.
Well, I'll say this: and I wouldn't have said this a few years ago, but somebody who's shown that they've got range, and as far as somebody who can show that they can bulk up and make the transition, and Zac Efron, I think he could pull it off.
Dude, I was literally just thinking the same thing. I was like, the High School Musical guy.
He could absolutely
maybe a Robin or something. He don't got the. I think it's called Superior. I think that was his name.
Well, Chris Bacon, another reason why.
Hyperion, yeah, dude. Hyperion. If they were to just cast Cavill's Hyperion and Marvel will be forgiven, Marvel's gonna give us a Superman movie we deserve. The internet will go crazy.
Well, I think too, somebody like Zac Efron, as far as just box office, he would get the girls who would come and see it.
You're reading my mind, man.
He's serious enough as an actor. He's got the range. He's got the resume now. Like with this Iron Claw movie and these other things that he's done, he's got the range to where he could pull it off. And I think he would be widely accepted by, every demographic that goes to a movie.
Yeah. And also we saw the success of Robert Pattinson, who basically had the same demographic as him as Batman. He did very well. So
I can see him as Green Lantern. You know what I'm saying?
Zac Efron's got way more range than that guy.
I think
Robert Pattinson looks like a manic depressant and everything.
He played Batman going through.
Like he's like he's
on Zoloft or something.
Like in Batman, he looked like he was just in between Xanax.
There it is. Xanax and Zodi. And the way they made him look stupid, like Batman jumped and fell to the ground, like he didn't know. There was that movie made, and he ran in a club and just to fight and yell at, though, that ain't Batman, man. You know, as a depressed, angsty teen, he was just playing Twilight but darker or something like that.
Jesker really likes that Batman movie. I was telling him earlier that the thing that sets that Batman apart to me is he seemed the most just like a guy in a suit. So at a certain point in the film, he's chasing the Penguin and he hits a bridge. I was like, oh, he's gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, I like that Batman for what, but the Pattinson Batman could never be in a shared universe with people like Superman or Wonder Woman.
Yeah, you can
like,
forget that. Like a repeat of the Nolan Batman.
No, he could. I mean, you're in a situation where you don't want to confuse it, but that's why James Gunn. I pray Paramount does the right thing, demotes that motherfucker, man. Because when you're gonna make, yeah, it's gonna be the Supergirl. Is it a Supergirl written in the 80s, the 90s? No, it's the latest Supergirl where she's in a dead planet and your wife, right? Your wife told you to do this. It's. Dude,
I mean, if they demote James Gunn is a co-partner to some other guy who no one knows. So
James Gunn just he gonna take the money, man. He's a low baller anyway, man. You know what I'm saying? Suicide Squad. He'll be all right, you know, but he shouldn't be leading, man. If they're with Paramount, doesn't Paramount own Kung Fu Panda or something like that, or am I wrong? Don't they own Kung Fu Panda?
Not Kung Fu Panda. That's DreamWorks.
Oh, that's DreamWorks. Yeah,
that's Universal.
So they just own Nickelodeon. Am I right? You know what that also means for my 90s people? We could see Superman teaming up with Quail Man.
I knew you were going to say Doug. I knew it.
Oh, man.
Fucking Skeeter.
Paramount, I believe they own Transformers.
Oh.
Finally.
And those guys are doing the crossover of Transformers and G.I. Joe.
Megan Fox would have made a good Wonder Woman at a certain point.
Oh, nah, she can't act. Megan Fox can't.
Oh, you can forget about. Oh, Megan God. Fox, have you seen her performance in Mortal Kombat 1?
Oh, Lord.
No, I haven't.
Versus Megatron? Oh. Finally, somebody understands my needs.
Kal-El, you don't understand that Megatron is far different than anything you've ever faced. We have been at war in Cybertron long before Krypton was even a thing.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm giving Superman a speech. You must assemble the Justice League. The only way we can stop Megatron.
Like, I wonder if that comic book exists. I'll actually look for that.
What about Darkseid?
Justice League and Transformers.
Like, what about Darkseid and all? That's nothing compared to Megatron. Unicron is coming.
I like that he's negging other villains. Like
they're all nothing. Nothing compared to a guy that'll transform from a vehicle. You know what I'm saying? Nah, man. I mean,
just really biased towards vehicle-based villains.
Like, man, but you
so
know,
Justice League versus Transformers never happened yet. They should be on that. They should get on that now.
Dude, why not do an animated film where Brainiac teams up with Megatron? I mean, he's the perfect guy to kind of, you know, cross over.
Or Darkseid tries to control Unicron.
Oh, merge with Apocalypse.
Yes. Brainiac can be played by Johnny Depp, Megatron, Jonathan Majors. Let's go.
Yeah, Michael. Optimus Prime beating up DC villains. Sure.
Let's go.
You're just saying you just need Jonathan Majors' voice in prison. That's what
yeah, he don't even have to be out of prison.
Oh, just we're giving him.
I mean,
I've heard so far they only did Godzilla and Kong versus the Justice League. That's all they've been doing so far.
Well, if they didn't care about age, they could replace Jonathan Majors with Peter Mensa. That is a badass.
You don't understand, Kal-El, that Megatron already has Lois.
Oh, shit.
It writes itself.
Like what I'm saying, Megatron is planning to transform to a kryptonite-powered gun.
Wait a second. Are we? Is it? Would it work canon wise to age up Kang? Because if so, just get Denzel.
Oh, Denzel.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Oh, that
That'd
could
be really
work.
good.
Denzel is Kang.
It would have been perfect.
Oh, that's $1 billion right there. And if he repeats a line in Training Day, you motherfuckers think Avengers can stop me? Tony Stark ain't got shit on me.
Oh God. Oh, the
You
world will be
know,
saved.
Instead of training Kang.
Okay, we've saved Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen,
We have.
multiple times over.
Since I came here late, like, what's the consensus on Zack Snyder and Rebel Moon?
Oh,
I think we were.
I saw the trailer.
I just watched the trailer because I saw he had it in the title. I'm a little confused. Is this supposed to be part of the Star Wars universe, or is this its own thing?
No.
Okay.
It's supposed to be like a competition to Star Wars, like the new Star Wars.
Nah, he failed already. Like, dude, people are upset.
Everyone isn't impressed. That's what I'm getting.
Dude, people are upset about Star Wars because they put a Mary Sue. What do you do instead of they didn't give him Luke? Let me give him Luke, and people would be like, "Oh God, thank you, Lord." Instead, nope. It's what if they did that? What is the name of that chick who plays whatever her name is?
So you're telling me this is parallel economy Star Wars?
Parallel.
Oh God.
Okay, laser.
It's all coming together. Like George would have wanted. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Because I saw the trailer. As soon as I saw the trailer, the cast, he's just doing, you know what I mean? He's just he's doing his own Ray. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, dude. We got over 7 years of some superpowered married suit chick. Everyone's upset instead of you just giving them Luke. All you had to do was Luke Skywalker, $1 billion.
I'm fine with the Mary Sue. I didn't think the writing was particularly good in the trailer. I want fucking witty lines. They don't have to be funny, but
well, I mean, when has Zack Snyder, that's why when people say restore the Snyderverse, I'm like, dude, didn't y'all see Batman versus Superman? Like, what has he done? Let us restore failures. What did he do right, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, besides Cavill casting.
This is why Warner Brothers are in trouble to begin with. This is why DC is in trouble because of Zack Snyder. Let's be real.
Let's give a guy who just literally didn't he make 300 from the comics?
Yes.
He didn't have to write nothing.
And the Watchmen movie.
He just literally didn't do nothing, man. Let's give a guy all the power that's never done anything original by himself. Come on, man. It was.
Well, who would you like to lead DC?
Oh, the animation team. You just give
Bruce Timm.
That's it,
Bruce Timm. I'll be honest. Bruce Timm. The problem with him is have you seen the Killing Joke animated movie?
But was that
he ruined it? Can you imagine? Imagine being able to ruin the Killing Joke? That's an accomplishment Bruce Timm only has made.
Dude, he made best Batman.
We all stub our toes every once in a while.
Dude, if he literally did Batman versus Superman, based on the animated series, shot for shot, $1 billion, man. It was Batman meets up with the Joker, teams up with Lex Luthor. It writes itself, man. Instead, what do we do? Let's call Snyder, who did nothing. Who's done nothing.
I don't even have a problem with Snyder because he can, depict things accurate to the comic. Just give him a good script.
Yeah, but
the biggest mistake they've done with Man of Steel is bring Nolan and what's his name, David S. Goyer. That's what I think, at least.
The thing they made Zack Snyder the leader, dude. He's a director. You just give him the shots, and he'll, like you said, he'll reshoot it accurately. But he shouldn't be the lead. Decide what he's gonna outline the whole. What has he done that tells you he's worthy of doing anything?
Yeah, they gave him too much control over the project.
Personally, what I want to see is Steven Spielberg taking over DC, and I want a movie, a prequel, with a young Superman, a baby Superman, baby Kal-El, riding in a basket on Bruce Wayne's bicycle as they go over the moon.
Can you think of any candy collaborations to really
reboot of ET?
I know Tarantino wouldn't do it, but they could go get Robert Rodriguez.
I love Robert. Yeah. Another person responsible for my beloved Alita Battle Angel. Getting Martin Scorsese to shut him up.
Scorsese wouldn't. I think Scorsese, the only thing he'd probably do good, I'd say he could make $1 billion because up his ankle is what's his name? Who's Lobo? You give Scorsese Lobo, it's a mob thing. He killed a lot of people.
Oh, well then, yeah.
It's just a space Italian mafia. That's all Scorsese does these days, anyways.
Yeah, have him team up with Terrence Winter, the guy who wrote The Wire and Boardwalk Empire. Yeah,
mob in space. Lobo is a hard-boiled Italian. Come on, Robert Downey Jr. plays his father. Lobo, let me down, son. You're gonna need you to leave. But Pop.
Wait a minute. You know who could be a great Lobo? Eric. He's got the hair for it.
You mean Eric is Darkseid with Calabac, renowned Calabac. Yo, I'm telling TJ Lasers, come on, man.
Yeah.
Go shopping. Just put Darkseid in a tank top.
Darkseid's son, Calabac. We found out that he looks like Sturgis.
You know what I'm saying? Beard, put some shoulder hair on Darkseid and make Sturgis his Calabac. The Eric, I got the name Eric side.
I'm knee deep in other drawings. I'm eventually going to draw a Frank Frazetta style sexy Valdez from Alpha Core.
Hey.
That's the next project.
You're going to inspire some cosplayers.
Has anyone checked if ISOM characters are on Roll 34 yet?
No, one of my boys told me.
They won't make it in a million years.
What is that? Roll 34.
It's just
it's like what's it called? Porn versions of pop culture characters.
If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere.
That's a sign your character made it. If people are willing to draw porn of your character, it's made it. My boy told me that about some book. You know what I mean? But nah. I think if Yaira, Chris Bacon, the analyst, if Yaira doesn't break 2 mil, man, it's over.
Well, I'll say this: he could make an AI Yaira for OnlyFans, and he'd make $10 million from his customer base.
That's how he's going to pay off the legal fees.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if this right here is an impossibility, but this would literally save Eric. You know what I'm saying? If Eric was to apologize to Riley, then had Mint Salad cosplay, like she's already gonna do it, but you have her cosplay as, Yaira, then you have a peace offering with Dick and Vito and all is forgiven. You know what I'm saying?
So Eric was a rapper before this. I kind of wish he was
quote unquote rapper.
Yeah, I love rap, but I don't have the heart to try to listen to his music.
I think it's what he calls something metals.
Yeah.
I kind of wish he was an actor before this, because I don't think he knows how to behave like a normal man. Like if he just behaved like a normal man, I could go to sleep easy and just be like, look,
there's a video out there of him.
Opinions, but he's not.
There's a video of
this man's human.
There's a video of Eric July talking like a normal person. It's crazy.
Well, I can't confirm 100% he is capable of being quote unquote normal.
Okay, so maybe we'll get that after a few years, after this grift wears off.
When he gets out of prison.
Yeah, blame it on prison. I'm normal now.
Man, but the thing is, man, you gotta understand, Chris Bacon, you got swords, man, and you had the Highlander music playing when you were talking to Eric. Here we are. born to be kings. Eric's like, well, Chris, sir, you're such a good man, and I'm so kind to meet you while you're holding a sword sharpened. Come on, Chris.
Jonathan Majors and Eric are going to be in the same prison cell together. It's going to be a beautiful rehabilitation
Cast
story.
Jonathan Majors as Eric July in the Eric July biopic.
That's let's go.
Live action I summons Jonathan Majors. Yeah.
And Michael here is saying Yaira might make less than $1 million.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
I think Yaira
after
has
this,
to do.
after all the blunders he's doing.
I think Yaira's definitely going to do better than Alpha Core, right?
If it doesn't, holy shit!
What do you think, Chris?
I think my theory will ultimately be tested with this Yaira as far as has he just burned too many bridges? Because again, he talked up this book so hard, like Chuck Dixon's coming in and all this shit. It's just, you'll get the people like Sturgis who will be like, oh, it's done great. No, dude, I understand his total purchaser count, but here's another thing. Like if you go to each of his campaigns to the best-selling book in each one of these campaigns, whether it's ISOM 1, 2, or Alpha Core, the best-selling cover, and it's very, very close. Like ISOM 1 was like 65% of that total purchaser figure was the total purchasers based on the best-selling ISOM book. ISOM 2 was like 63%. Even with Alpha Core, the best-selling cover is like almost a little bit over 60%. So that's kind of how I'm like, okay, so a person who's buying the book as an individual customer is going to buy at least their favorite cover. And everything else is kind of ancillary. And with those types of numbers, that's how I figure that his customer base, like he's got 11,000, almost 12,000 total purchasers. But unique customers, I think it's closer at this point in time, to about 7,000. And that is way different than like the 13 or 14,000 from the ISOM 2 campaign. And he talked it up. He talked up Chuck Dixon, the legendary Chuck Dixon, these artists, Joe Bennett and all this shit. And because he chose not to get out in front of it and he chose to engage people like Dick Masterson or Tony or all these people, or me, for example, God knows if he actually knew how many people had seen.
Like Michael is saying, Comicsgate, he pissed off Comicsgate too. So a lot of potential artists.
All of these things, instead of either just owning it or saying, yeah, this is what it is or whatever, he's done so much to alienate people. And you see him come into streams or on chats and stuff like that. He lost me at making fun of ISOM and like his response to that. He lost me at EVS. He lost me at Rekieta. He lost me at when I found out about the charity thing, which, by the way, I looked at the comic book. And they have their 2023 partners, and Rippaverse is not mentioned in any of them. So he can say what he wants, but they are arm's distance away from him. So
that Rekieta stream is still just wild. Like the entire time, Rekieta's like, shut the fuck up, Eric. Shut the fuck up, Eric.
So and what he doesn't, and again, when you are the center of everything, he is the end all be all of that company. No matter how many rock star people he hires,
he's the product.
He is what you're buying. He's not like the Marvel or DC where, yeah, you can shit on it all you want. But at the same time, the person who, like, I don't know, say Captain Marvel, for example, this last movie that came out, The Marvels, you don't see the person who was the writer, director, and all that shit, or the Disney CEO going out and, responding to Geeks and Gamers or Nerdrotic or anybody else saying, no, you're a fucking idiot if you don't get this and all this shit. They totally right. They're like, we don't care. And it kind of
my VFX team are expensive. They're international.
Right. International doesn't mean cheap.
But you look at the totality of all the damage that he's done. And I mean, again, I'll use myself as an example. I'm a complete normie. I was Team Eric July out of the gate, bought every copy of ISOM, was a strong financial supporter. Before Rippaverse, I was his single largest financial supporter. All of these things. And then I saw that I looked back after I started, doing the ISOM 2 analysis and stuff. The customer fan base was very receptive to it. Then I started seeing downward trends, and I started pointing that out, and they were like turning on me. Like the number of downvotes got more and more, the hate got more and more. And I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm offending these people. And I think I'm offending some of these people at Rippaverse. So I'm going to stop out of a courtesy. And then after I saw all the shit that he had done between the two campaigns,
Yeah.
I was like, holy fuck, dude. You do realize you're the brand. You're the reason people came and bought this stuff. They don't give a shit about Mark Millar saying your stuff is good. They don't give a shit about Chuck Dixon, Joe Bennett, any of these things. And then the fan base like completely went ape shit on me. So, and then of course I got banned. So, I'm looking at that from that standpoint. I'm like, first of all, your fan base is extremely toxic. And then Eric, and then the thing is, he doesn't even say to, even in his videos, hey guys, we're an opinionated group of people, but let's be respectful of other people's views and opinions. Let's take the high road. I mean, do anything for brand preservation. Anything you could possibly think of for brand preservation, he's done the exact opposite, and he doubles down on it constantly. So I say all that to say this about Yaira. I think he has just done irreparable damage to his brand. He just has. I'm never coming back. I'm not going to buy this shit. I can read it. I can read it in ISOM. I can Google ISOM PDF and find any of these. So I'm not going to buy the next one, even out of spite or just to read it. I'm just going to wait for a week for it to come out online. I'm not going to support his product. And there's a lot of people who feel the same way. And they look at his fan base, they look at what he's done, what he said, and he's gone past the point of no return.
Well, all you gotta do is look at
his hardcore fan base better keep buying shirts, hoodies, multiple covers, slabbed covers, and hopefully they're doing that at Rippaverse number 12. But if he's not selling that shit, you can do the math yourself. If you pull out just one of his covers and he's only selling a majority of people, a couple of issues down the line, one copy and maybe one piece of merch, and he's got because his numbers are inflated on his site, obviously, because he includes taxes and shipping. So his numbers are inflated by about 15%. So if you took that away and he's only selling one book at $28 a pop or whatever he ends up charging, and he's got the operation that he's got going, he's going to crash and burn. And he's got a very loyal core of fans who are going to ride or die with him. He's got the Sturgises of the world.
They're going to go down on the plane with him.
But at the same time, they will buy his shit. But when you took your audience from over 27,000 individual people, because his books from ISOM all sold out as far as the numbers that he said he was going to print. And then when I saw that he bullshitted, his customers, I have receipts on Rippaverse detractors where he's like, oh, these aren't going to be available anymore. You lied to your customers. So people are starting to realize, well, hey, you said you weren't going to sell any more ISOM 1 covers after the campaign. You said only cover Ds were going to be available. You lied about that. You've destroyed the aftermarket. I have no reason to buy more of this shit. So I think a culmination of bad business practices, alienating vast amounts of people for the sake of whatever the fuck he's doing it for. I think Yaira will probably be on par, because I thought ISOM 2 is going to show the floor of his core fan base. I think Alpha Core is kind of doing the same. So with Yaira being a first edition, I would expect for it to at least be on par with Alpha Core. And the Saska sisters, they promote a lot more with him. Like every stream he's on, or that Andrew guy's on, they're there. So they're
much better at social media. They have way more followers than Chuck Dixon. And plus, there's two of them
Well,
Yes.
there's gold. I told Eric there's gold in them hills.
So I think
Yaira's set up to do better, I believe.
I think it's going to be at least on par. But at the same time, there's so many people for so many different reasons who are just going to be like, I'm not going to support Eric July. They're not going to separate the art from the artist. And as far as I'm concerned, he's the artist. When you're like, oh, I'm the editor in chief, and I'm this and I'm that, and you can look at the book, like for example, Alpha Core. He brought on Chuck Dixon, but you can look at Isom, you can look at Alpha Core, and you're like, you can tell he tinkered with it, and it's, I don't know, but I think Yaira will be on par with Alpha Core. I'm interested to see how some of these other properties will do, but again, he's going to have to keep coming out with new issues that he can pump out all of these other ancillary products, sell multiple covers of it to keep his head above water. But eventually that's going to run out, and then we'll see what happens from there. But I think he's going to see about, the bottom level of his core audience with Alpha Core. So hopefully he knows what's up, but I doubt it.
Maybe Rippaverse will fire Eric July and hire James again.
I'm showing this right here.
Hey,
just so Rippaverse Goldpost sees this, because the motherfucker accused me of using AI. Eat this.
What?
Wow.
Now I'm doing the sexy Valdez just to piss you off, Rippa Goldpost.
Rippa Goldpost, that best.
This is a sketch. Look at this. Look at this. In case you see it, even if he doesn't see it, at least Michael gets to see what's it called?
Is that an elephant?
Yes.
Oh.
This is the fabulous frogman kicking an elephant. Now, obviously, I had to change it in post because Finbar didn't show me the actual proportions of the frog.
Now, is this the new design for the frog character? The
yes,
frog
he became what's it called? A blue poison dart frog.
Oh,
that's the idea.
Okay.
That's sexy.
Oh, that's nice. You gotta do some coloring on it, but
Sexy Valdez up next. I'll be right back.
Yeah, but here's the thing, dude. You gotta understand, and this is why I say the Eric thing's done, is that Eric destroyed the momentum. Right after Isom 1, okay, you put out Isom 2. In actuality, it should have been right after Isom 1, you put out Yaira. Then you do a crossover Yaira and Isom. Then whatever comes out of that, you do it. He messed up the line. It's kind of like you had Batman and Superman, right? Let's just say, because Superman was more popular than Batman when he first came out. Instead of doing Batman and Superman as a crossover, you said, you know what? I'm gonna do the Green Arrow. That's what he did with Alpha Core. You know what I'm saying? Who cared about Alpha Core? No one was talking about those characters. The things with Eric is he's so absolutely narcissistic that not even his fan base can tell him what to do with their money or interest. Yaira at one point was getting more drawings of her done than Isom, and he ignored the money. He did not follow the trail, man. And I think the damage that Alpha Core has done, a generic brand of characters, you know what I'm saying? It's destroyed the momentum of Yaira. Then all the stuff he's done, he hasn't burned the bridge. He's exploded the bridge. And the thing is, there's nothing left. Yaira, to me, I doubt Yaira will hit a $250,000, 1 million.
Well, you brought up a point that
hold up. Wait. Mm-hmm. Speaking of Jonathan Majors and Eric being in prison together, Michael says, "Yo, man, what are you in for?" And Eric will say back, "I committed charity fraud selling my comic book Isom, who I don't even own the trademark for."
What's up, Michael? Good to see you again. Father Hosses, you brought up one of the things that I think will definitely save Yaira, and that is, I want a different way to say this, but simp culture, because I don't know if you can have simp culture for a cartoon, but I think whatever that's called. Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, that will save it. That's going to guarantee that it does better than Alpha Core.
Well, if he teams up with a Twitch streamer, tells her to wear this costume for like, $5,000. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't cost that much to buy a Twitch streamer.
Here's the fallacy, I think, with that. Just a few days ago, he was on 2 streams. Like, he even mentioned it on one of it. He's like, I went out of town, wherever the hell Tim Pool lives. He went on 2 streams, Tim Pool and some other comic thing. He got in front, and within the first 24 hours, he had over 250,000 views on those channels. His sales since then are a little over 400, maybe 420, something like that. So even the social media presence, he's done it so ass backwards because people have opinions of him. The crowd that he's gone after, he gets regularly exposed to, whether it's AZ, he's a complete whatever, but he's got a sizable audience. Nerdrotic's got a sizable audience. Friday Night Tights and those folks have a sizable audience. And as much as they say that they love him and they're pro Eric, these people are not putting cash down. And you would think a person who had that type of mainstream exposure early on, who's got that kind of circle of friends within this space, he would be able to get people to open their wallets in ways no one else could. And at the end of the day, they aren't. And just like with Alpha Core, within the first 72 hours of the Yaira campaign, I'll be able to call that final campaign total within $200,000.
Well, speaking of which, Michael says, Yara, $800,000.
Nah, I think it's going to be on par, at least with Alpha Core. I truly do. I'm not going to be disingenuous about that because I think it'll do at least as well, especially when it's a new book and he can, do that. Maybe the only fallacy is he's already gotten Yaira merch out before, like T-shirts and posters. So maybe people aren't buying that as much. But I think it'll be at least comparable. I think that would be disingenuous of me to say otherwise.
So I just thought of something. You just brought up the Yaira merch. I'm realizing all these people have Yaira merch, but whenever someone asks them, what's that about, they don't actually have a comic to show them yet. So I think a lot of people might buy the comics just so they can explain themselves.
No. But I'll think too, like you were mentioning earlier, when Eric, when the Rippaverse eventually has their 30 for 30, because it will happen. The thing is, I think the pivotal point that somebody could point to, and I certainly think this, the way he handled the ministry is going to be the biggest fallacy out of all of this. And I say he knew who his audience was. They're right-leaning, conservative, more conservative-minded people. I'm sure he's got some liberals who probably buy stuff, maybe not. But mostly, I would say it's vast majority right-wing, red staters type of thing. Yeah. And if he would have looked at that and said, hey, I have an opportunity to get in front of a ministry who are my kind of people, demographic wise, customer base wise. Not only that, they're multinational. They filed this lawsuit against me. Let me plead ignorance, talk to them about it, do some good press, sing Kumbaya with the good doctor.
Yes.
And spend this. Whatever he would have to pay them, he would have made probably back 20, 30 times over, because he would have gotten access to an audience he would have never had otherwise. And he could have probably done something with the freaking
Take care, Father Hostage.
Where he could have done something with them, or at least gotten to that audience and sold them books. That now you've got a whole bunch of people in that community who are going to say, screw you.
Yeah.
I honestly think that's a huge fallacy, and it was his biggest miss, and it's not even close. I think he doesn't understand the impact that had on his business and how detrimental that decision was to go full scorched earth in like a 10-minute video rant about that lawsuit.
I make fun of Melanie Mack all the time, but Eric completely misused her. Like whenever this backlash started coming, because obviously one of the main things about her is she wears her faith on her sleeve or whatever. he should have had her out there doing press for him. And they're apparently friends. But when the ministry stuff happened, she was dead quiet. So I was like, I don't know. She might be on the ministry side. Yeah. What a wasted opportunity. Many wasted opportunities.
They're a fellowship, don't you know?
Yeah. Yeah, but where was she?
The fellowship of the crotch crucifix.
So this is the Octogator.
Wow.
Sketch rip a goalpost. Sketch, all right? Let's see you say this is AI. He'll still say it's AI, but fuck him. Anyway, I just wanted to share with you guys.
What are the Octogator's powers?
It's just an octopus, an alligator merged with an octopus. It just has the tentacles.
An octopus with the strength of an alligator.
Michael says the crotch cross kings.
That's right.
Oh, a fun play on King's Cross Station.
Yeah. Speaking of which, this is my Harry Potter casting for the Max reboot. Adam Driver as Snape.
Yep.
Ah,
I think everyone's
perfect.
agreed on that's meant to be.
And then Michelle Gomez as McGonagall.
Not bad.
Nick Frost. Hagrid.
all right.
Ian McShane.
Hmm.
Mad-Eye Moody.
Oh, that works.
Yeah, he looks like he's seen some shit. That's Mad Eye.
Felix Jamison as Malfoy.
Okay, you use Felix Jameson for Malfoy. The other person who was doing videos like this also used Felix Jameson. I don't know about for Malfoy, but for some character. So,
Matt Smith.
Is that Vigo from
Lucius
Ghostbusters 2?
Huh?
Is that Vigo from Ghostbusters 2?
Yeah, it looks like Vigo.
I think it's from Game of Thrones.
The Scourge of Carpathia, the Sorrow of Moldavia.
Elodie Blomfield as Luna Lovegood.
you know what? With this reboot, because Luna didn't come in until the 5th book, I guess we'll get to see like the first year versions of these characters that we didn't see in the movies.
Well, see, I picked out younger actors for the kids. So by the time this thing actually comes out, they'll be older.
You wanted to get them before they became activists.
Yeah. yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking. Archie Yates, Neville Longbottom.
Yeah.
And then Michael Sheen.
Oh, Michael Sheen.
Vernon. Phoebe Waller Bridge.
That is
Petunia.
very good on Petunia casting, but she's way too huge to be in a TV show.
Jack Veal. Dudley.
I thought he looks like Neville.
He could work as Neville.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dave Patel. Lupin.
Oh. Yeah, give Dev some work.
Keanu Reeves.
Oh, come on.
As Sirius motherfucking Black.
Oh my god.
Juliet Maxime. I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce that last name. Jenny
TJ Laser, do you
Weasley.
have any guesses on how to pronounce that last name?
Christ.
I'm assuming it's French.
Prole. I'm thinking the X is silent.
Yeah, it has to be.
Jenny Weasley.
Huh. I can see that.
Simon Pegg.
Oh,
As
wow. That would be interesting because he just played a major role in the video game, the Hogwarts game.
Harry Lloyd. Professor Quirrell.
Dude, when you showed him, he looks like Tom Riddle. Oh.
Well, he is possessed by Voldemort, so.
Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of Tom Riddle, Cillian Murphy.
Yep.
Voldemort.
He's got that. Yeah, he's got those chilling eyes. Yeah.
Although
I don't know why the AI. I don't know why the AI has him with that type of nose. He's supposed to be snake-like, but yeah.
Michael Caine.
Oh, Michael Caine.
Dumbledore.
Yeah. Too bad we got that news that Michael Caine's retiring.
Yeah, I made this before that.
Oh, okay.
And then we got the big three. Tommy Finnegan. Ron.
Okay.
Karma Meyer. Hermione.
Is Karma Meyer the girl who played Catwoman? And no, I think that was someone else. I was thinking of the girl who played Catwoman in the Gotham series. But I think that's someone else.
No, I don't think. I think she's too young. And then Billy Barrett. Harry.
Well, this is big brain thinking because you're actually going to get someone with green eyes this time. is a big thing. They casted someone who didn't have green eyes for Harry in Daniel Radcliffe, and they were going to have him wear contacts, but his eyes kept acting up, so they were just like, nah, fuck it.
And I really wanted to find unknown actors for those three.
Yeah.
And I actually did a part 2. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. Let's see. All right, Margot Robbie. Bellatrix.
Yeah, Margot Robbie would work as Bellatrix, or honestly a young McGonagall, but that's years ago.
Michael Shannon. Peter Pettigrew.
Michael Shannon's way too manly for Peter Pettigrew. Michael Shannon is more like the Fenrir Greyback.
Kit Connor. Bobby O'Neill. Crab and Goyle.
Interesting.
Patricia Arquette, I think.
Yeah, Patricia Arquette.
Umbridge.
I see. I thought you were gonna say Molly Weasley, but
no, Umbridge. Gregory Serrata. Victor Crumb.
I always picture Victor Crumb as more of a bulky guy, so I think you might need a heavier actor.
Well, in the books, he's like this.
Oh, okay. I guess I didn't see that illustrated edition.
Sophie Turner. Fleur Delacour. Hector Bateman. Cedric Diggory.
Yeah. Yeah. We certainly wouldn't want to see anything bad happen to him.
Talia Tran. Spoilers. Talia Tran.
I didn't say anything bad. Bad things happen to every character in Harry Potter.
Cho Chang.
Oh.
And then
Cho Chang was such a good character in the books.
Gilderoy Lockhart.
Oh wow. Perfect. No notes.
Natalie Portman, Nymphadora Tonks.
No, that's Carol Brown's role.
Yeah, that's Carol Brown.
Yeah.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
All right.
Hire some indie work, some indie actors. Well, not even
Aaron
actors.
Taylor.
I don't know what she is.
As Arthur Weasley. Olivia Colman, Molly Weasley.
Oh, okay.
Ian McGregor, James Potter.
Yeah, I can see it.
And I love this one. J.K. Rowling, Lily Potter.
Chef's kiss. Although at this point, let's see, Lily Potter. When bad things happened to them, they were basically fresh out of school. So
de-age them.
okay.
We have the technology.
I mean, I guess if we can bring back Princess Leia, so.
No, that's just an opportunity for another Blake Lively appearance.
We got to squeeze those in whenever we can.
Oh, and I also
casted Rippaverse characters.
Oh,
dude, you got to make that video.
That might be the Christmas video.
I'm very tempted to do like remakes of like redesigns of Rippaverse characters. That would really be nice.
Oh,
I'm
that's good
contemplating
too.
just to show
So-
people what they're missing out on.
So we all know the Zelda movie is coming.
Yes.
Newman, a car, Ganondorf.
That's perfect.
He's not dark enough, but I got you.
Freya Allen. What the fuck you mean? Ganondorf is green.
Yeah, but go back to your AI one.
It's not
It's a
perfect.
white guy.
Look, AI is
His shirt
racist.
is green.
We've established
Ganondorf
it.
green.
Okay? We know this. Freya Allen as Zelda.
No, that's another Blake Lively.
And then Judah Lewis as Link.
Yeah, see, Michael's telling me I should do it so that Alpha Core can get new threads.
Do we know if Link is going to talk in this film?
Dude, they can't make a movie without him talking.
It'll be a crime
never
if he
put
doesn't say,
anything past Nintendo.
"Excuse me, princess."
Oh,
Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're gonna get that Link.
I mean, I guess with the Mario movie, we saw that they take pretty big liberties regarding voices, so anything could happen.
I swear.
But I don't
wanna
know
see
that there's
more.
there's a more iconic silent protagonist than Link.
I need that though. I need him to be in the movie and just say, "Well, excuse me, princess."
I need them to show restraint and do not do that. I'm sure when it comes out, it's just gonna be like, "Excuse me, princess." It's like, and the fans gonna be like, "Oh, close enough."
Oh, is that the thing?
He did the thing.
I'll be in the theater. I'll be like, "Oh, he did the thing. He did the thing."
Everybody could be like, "Yeah, we know."
It's like, shut the fuck up, dude.
I honestly think the story of Twilight Princess would work best for a movie.
I think they should do a original plot.
Yeah, they definitely should, but if they're just gonna reuse something, and I guess they used an original plot for the Mario movie, so. Although, I don't know. I don't know if many people were playing Mario for the story.
Good. God.
Another gift for Ripple Goalposts. Soy Jack
Yo.
Eric.
Can I even show this on YouTube?
This was what he was like when he was making music.
Is this 2018?
No, this is
Eric
no, this is recent. This is recent.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I forgot when though. I remember the drunken peasants were making fun of him, and they were. And
Why does he look so dehydrated? Like he's not.
He
always
did
sipping something. Okay.
He did at that point for some reason. Yeah, he was. He's just looking more exhausted by the day. But you know what? He got fatter right now. His Tim Pool appearance, Jesus, his cheeks are like hamster cheeks right now.
God, he just looks like he's just like
he's turning into a blob.
Hate those hoe ass crackers. Backstabbers.
Again, if he was comfortable with himself, if he just said he's overweight, just like everybody else, and stopped calling everybody fat, we wouldn't have this problem. No one would be making fun of him.
He can't admit anything like that because, again, the character that he's playing is just not a normal person. It's just not a normal person, not a good person, nothing.
That's what Eric July is going to look like when he gets out of prison.
I don't understand. Doesn't he want like kids to look up to him at a certain point?
Oh God!
Why would you behave like this?
Parents, no.
If you're going to be the next Stan Lee, you need to be someone worth admiring.
Yes,
by normal people.
Like I said, Stan Lee was going around saying, "You're a bunch of hoe ass crackers, true believers."
There was a Kirby-verse goalpost who used to harass people who dislike Eric July.
Or some kid goes home and says like, "Mommy, Daddy, I want to get this Isom book." "Oh, okay. Where can I find it?"
No.
"Oh, it's this guy on YouTube, Eric July."
Oh no!
I hate women. Women are
disaster.
Oh ass bitches. I'm like, no,
It's like
son,
he
we're
has
not going to buy this book from this naughty man.
You got grown ass 55-year-old men acting like women.
Well, this makes the charity thing seem even weirder. He was donating to kids, but no regular kid could get this comic because they're not in comic book stores and their parents would be turned off. So he wasn't donating to kids. He was forcing this on kids. He was like, I'm going to get some kid to read it. I don't know, Eric. If I'm the ministry and I'm seeing all this stuff, that number is just going up. Like
he's like, "I'm glad you asked for that extension because we're going to reevaluate."
Right?
But I mean, can you imagine? Like, you're looking at this and you're thinking, as people of God, yeah, he went after our property, but now we've got him in a precarious situation. We've got him defending his case in front of Judge Sunshine here in California.
Oh my God, what a name!
Well, she's a Native American. She's not.
Oh, interesting.
So, but a Biden appointee nonetheless.
Okay.
And
get him. Get his ass.
But I'm like, how can you look at this if you're the good doctor and you're saying, what is he saying? Why is he going after women like this? Why is he going after, other Christians like this? Yeah. If anything, we have to do the Lord's work here. And we have to, like when God says, vengeance is mine, we have to be that vengeance because we just have to be. Because I can't imagine there's a world where these people are going to want to be associated with him in name, likeness, or in any way, shape, or form after the way he's acted these past few months. And it's as bad as it is to say, you just can't look at this objectively and say, as a ministry, I want to be associated in any way, shape, or form. I don't want the Isom name to ever be thought of again as part of this Rippaverse and associated with Eric July. You just can't. And when he goes on these types of rants like he did the other day, I just think the lawyer just comes in laughing. He's like, dude, can you believe
Like-
this shit? I mean, this guy's the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, when we're going in front of Judge Sunshine or whoever the person is in court, if it goes that far, we're just going to be like, look, this is the damage that this has done to our brand and association. By the way, Judge, you're a woman. Do you feel that you're emotional hearing this? Are you capable of understanding this? I can't even begin to imagine.
He goes in court and calls the judge a token Indian.
Oh God! Don't give him ideas.
I just imagine Eric going in there and just being like, "I will not have judgment passed on me by a woman."
Well, Eric is very Tom Riddle-esque in that he never shows remorse for anything.
Oh, don't compare Voldemort to Eric. That's insulting to Voldemort.
I mean, if you're opposing counsel and you're getting a civil jury trial, you're getting all women, and you're like, so, doctor, Isom Ministry, Good Shepherd, why don't you want to be associated with him? What has he done? Ladies of the jury, since we were going to go out of our way to have a vast majority women pool of jury, he thinks you're all emotional and train wrecks, and you are incapable of logical thought. Really? Is that right? Yeah, I can see why you wouldn't want to be associated with that. How much does he need? How much do you need to make sure he's not associated with you anymore? Well, how much money did you make on ISOM 1 and 2? 3.7 plus 2.3, that's 7. It's going to take $7 million.
Your Honor, my warehouse. Like, okay, throw in the warehouse too.
And I mean, I kind of feel bad for him, but I mean, like, it's so self-inflicted where you're just like, come on, man, just stop. I
feel the same way. You know, I don't know if you've seen the older streams I've been in. I used to be very sympathetic towards Eric, but it's
Michael
very
says
hard
he's going to call the judge a detractor.
Oh God,
Judge, you only upheld that objection because you're an emotional bitch. You hoe ass bitch. And I mean, what?
Oh, he's gonna call her a heifer out the gate.
Oh God!
Oh no! And she's gonna be like, "How old are you?"
Oh please!
Heifer? Really?
Please let this be on court TV. Please, God. Oh man.
Come on, C-SPAN.
Because I mean, like, here's the thing too, and I honestly, obviously, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but they announced earlier in the month that we're in the process of negotiation, and now they just keep extending this, and I wonder if the ministry keeps going back to his lawyer and being like, hey man, we would love to settle, but this guy is completely unhinged, and the more and more he doesn't either listen to your advice, or B, just doesn't go radio silent, he's just giving us more and more reasons to not want to be associated with him. And the only way we're going to do it is have to absolutely crush this guy. So we got to keep going and keep these negotiations, because we have to keep, putting the other offer through his shredder, because he keeps saying dumb shit that makes us want to get more and more away from him. I don't know. I wish him well, but he's getting such bad advice.
The negotiation has to be brutal, because I wouldn't say this about almost anyone else, but after it's over, I feel like Eric July is going to try to humiliate the ministry further. So I think they need to account for that, because we know Eric July can never apologize or settle for anything like that. I think he's gonna use that as another opportunity to show how much he dominated this ministry.
No, if I was the ministry, I would demand a public apology. I'd say you went out in public. You had no problem publicly slandering us. As part of this settlement, you're going to issue a public apology. And if you don't, it's a no.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, get him to behave like a human for at least 1 minute on camera.
Or pretend to be human.
And then we're going to
make. Do you think Eric July's fans are making this worse? How do you think they're affecting this whole situation?
They seem they seem mentally ill. I don't like throwing that around,
Yeah.
but
Most people in a cult are mentally ill.
maybe just the ones that we hear about, I guess. Because presumably,
Oh, yeah, Michael's saying they add to the slander. Yeah, probably. There'll be
Yeah.
examples of how ISOM, or International School of Ministries, being slandered.
Well, Chris, when you were buying the original ISOM books, were you also going online attacking people as well, or did you just buy it
No.
and was just like kept to yourself?
No, I mean, like the ISOM 1 comics, there was no Reddit forum, I believe, at that time, or any other outlets. I mean, and I think during the ISOM 1 campaign, if memory serves, no one was going after him. No one was saying, "Oh, you
Okay.
shouldn't be doing this," or whatever, or even in the aftermath of that. But again, I bought those books only because I wanted to support a person that I had met personally, liked, didn't have any problems with, and somebody I genuinely wanted to see do well.
Yeah.
And that's the same reason I went back for ISOM 2. And again, it was for the same reasons. It was not because I gave a shit about the books. I mean, the first one I did like on the Reddit forum, I was like, hey, this is my thoughts on this book. I gave it like a 6.5. It obviously, as a normie, I'm like, I don't expect a Pulitzer Prize winning book.
Right.
I didn't really pay attention to the artwork, but I was like, it was okay for what it was, I guess. Especially a person doing this for the first time, giving out all the benefits of the doubt that you could possibly give. And that was it. I didn't think too much of it, but
so I'm assuming most of Eric July's customers are like you were. They just buy the comic and keep to themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're not out here causing chaos.
Yeah.
There's enough of them that are.
Well, sure. I have to imagine that the people that you come across with on social media who are quote unquote detractors and haters are a very small part of the population. And to be quite honest, I would say a vast majority of the people who are ordering these books haven't seen these videos and clips that he's done. Because if they did, I can't see a rational person saying, I want to support a person who says and does these things. And again, it's not the same as like DC or Marvel, for example, pushing an agenda through the art. Okay.
Yeah.
Where you don't know who the artist is. They're out of sight, out of mind. And they're not the standard bearer of the company. They're not the bell cow of the company. But you look at this and you're like, God, what he's saying, what he's doing, the interactions that he's having with people are all negative. I mean, going after people hard who don't agree with him. And instead of kind of rising above the fray, whether it was, Dick Masterson, who was kind of an instigator, there's certainly no doubt about that. But there's a way that you can handle that and take the high road where you could have shut him down inside of 2 minutes and been like, Dick, you know what? I got your notes. You're right. There are certainly some opportunities here. As you know, I'm a new writer, a new creator. This was a passion project. I was so anxious to get this out. I had the opportunity to work with some industry veterans who I tracked down, paid them good money to do this. I just really wanted to get this out. Thank you for your feedback. I'll take it into consideration. And he could have gotten off stream, yelled filth, floor, and filth, balled it up and thrown it in the trash. But he would have forever shut down Dick Masterson, and it would have never come to pass. He would have never heard from him again, and he would have gotten all sorts of the benefit of the doubt. And he could have done it and played it so differently. But he got bad advice, and I think he's got people around him who are like, you're the man. You're the kingmaker now. You are indie comics. And I don't know. And it's unfortunate because it seems like it has gone to his head.
Yeah, the situation in which he handles this smartly depends on him breaking out of character, which he doesn't seem to be able to do, except in real life, apparently. So, which I guess that makes it even worse because he can do it. He just chooses not to every day.
That's kind of sad.
maybe after he gets out of rehab. He can say, yeah, thanks to rehab, I can be a normal person. I don't have to scream at everyone. I'm not gonna insult random people's appearance all the time.
Yeah, I wish he would go through the Matt Jarbo turnaround arc. You remember Matt Jarbo, how he was before, and how he is right now. Sometimes I really wish Eric would just go through that.
Yeah,
it would be nice.
But
it would be nice to sit down and with the normal Eric on a stream.
But I think especially since ISOM and with Alpha Core, you look at some of the, obviously he's never going to admit it, but I mean, he posts his numbers for some dumbass reason, which you should always keep to yourself, in my humble opinion. But you look at the things that he did where you're like, you are totally believing your own hype and you're not, being smart or intelligent in any way, shape, or form. And like, just from a just strictly business standpoint, like after I've got the numbers pulled up. Okay, so he sold out of all the ISOM stuff. He initially said 27K made of A, 17K for B, C, no cap. But he sold 27,000 plus of A, 17,000 plus of B, 18,000 plus of C. So what did he do? He honestly bought his own hype, because what did he do? He said, I printed 27 and a half versions of A and B for ISOM number 2, 5,000 of C, and no cap for D. So he obviously printed those. So in his mind, he didn't look logically and say, well, from an industry standpoint, it's well known that for just reasons, number 2 doesn't do as well as number 1. He didn't account for that for whatever reason. So you've got that as a big mistake. Oh, I'm going to go out and whatever my distribution setup was at first, now I'm going to go out and get my own warehouse and hire full-time employees who are friends of mine, who aren't necessarily business people in any way, shape, or form, to do these things, to run my warehouse, to do my editing on material. You've got fucking Andrew and Caro Brown. I don't know what their qualifications are, but I think the work product speaks for itself. Like the Pola, for example. So you've got people like that who are telling you, hey, man, we're going to do great. So the ISOM 2 campaign comes out, and just from a strictly a number standpoint, it didn't meet expectations. So now you're sitting on a shit ton of inventory. Well, what are we going to do? Well, fuck, let's just double down on retard. What are we going to, what do you mean, Eric? Well, we sold 12,680 of ISOM A, 13,157 of the EVS cover, 5,000 of C, and 26.95 a D. So what am I going to do? Oh, we got to do property with the legendary Chuck Dixon. I'm going to pre-print 12,000 cover A's, 11,000 cover B's, 5,000 cover C's, and 10,000 cover D's.
And so you can't make this up. Jesus.
Here he is.
How much printed?
He's got 37, let's see, 10, 35, 6. He's sitting on 38,000 books, and he sold 20,137 as of today. So he's sitting on tons of inventory. I guess that's why he needs a big, huge warehouse, because I just for shits and giggles, I put it up on Rippaverse Detractors just to show from the inventory that I was able to find by going through his website. He's got enough comic books, if you stack them one on top of the other, not including Alpha Core, as tall as a 55 fucking story building.
Oh my God.
Wow. So he's sitting on a ton of merch, a shit ton of merch. So, I mean,
he definitely needs to go on tour and get rid of some of this.
Well, here's the thing. He told people he wasn't going to sell the ISOM books except for certain ones. But here's the thing. Okay, just for shits and giggles again, because I did the inventory. When did I do this? This was on December 4th. And so this was the website inventory, because again, his website's shit, and you can type in some bogus number and get the actual inventory. So on December 4th, he was sitting on 12,731 cover A's, 9,938 cover B's, an undisclosed number of cover D's, an undisclosed number of cover C's on ISOM 1. Bloodruth shirts, 609. Yaira shirts, his hot property coming out. He's currently got 2,242 Yaira t-shirts.
Wow.
Catch Street shirt, he had, 505. He's sitting on 1,500 Rippaverse hats, 1,528 ISOM shirts, 1,077 Rippaverse shirts, almost 400 Yaira posters, almost 1,100 ISOM posters, and all of this Alpha Core inventory. And the thing is, too, you're looking at and like, God, dude, hire a fucking merchant. Why are you buying so many fucking shirts in a 4XL? Who the fuck is?
Oh my God.
I mean, why do you have 33 4XL Rippaverse Studio shirts? Why do you have 55 3XL Rippaverse?
Hold up, wait a minute.
He disrespects
I know why.
heavy people all the time.
Yep. He knows his demographic.
I mean,
I'm looking this up right now. I found the transactions. All of those shirts have been purchased by one. Do you guys know anybody by the name of Boogie 2988?
Yeah, I think we know the purchaser.
Okay.
I thought he was out of money, but apparently he's buying shirts. So,
but again, like ISOM 1 shirts, 4XL, 127 left. Rippaverse t-shirts, 121 4XL. I mean, fuck, dude. I'm 6'1". I weigh about 230. And I think I'm one of the bigger people in the population of the planet. And this dude is he just ordered shit just to order it. And I'm like, why? First of all, any decent merchant or person who understood merchandising, buying, or business in general and logistics would be like, dude, have you ever heard of like just in time, that concept in business? You can order shit as you need it. You don't have to fucking pre-buy all this shit. So I don't know. I just don't fucking know.
Eric, the grid is not going to go down. You'll still have access.
So, and again, and you look at how he did his inventory and his buying from one campaign to the other, and he's like, oh, well, this next campaign is certainly going to do at least as good as the previous one. Let's just buy the same number of books that we actually sold from the last one. By what logic, by what metric does that make any fucking sense? So this is a person, by their own actions, has totally believed their own hype. When he got out, the legendary Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett, Mark Millar says this. He honestly thought people gave a shit. He was being told by people around him, yeah, man, you're going to do great. This is going to blow it up. He's listening to people like Rippaverse Goalposts who are like, Alpha Core is going to do 3 million. Yaira's going to do 4 million. And he's going to believe that shit. And I think now he's almost like, I have to believe that shit. And, I don't know what he's doing, what he's thinking. And again, I'm not making fun of him, but I'm just looking at strictly business decisions that this man has made. He's obviously got his back end of his site is easy enough to find. He's using Google Analytics, but him or anybody else doesn't have a clue what to do with it, because no one is looking at these drops and these rates and thinking this is okay. We're losing customers. As of today, he's down 5,140 customers to ISOM 2 and down $885,000. And his best-selling book is this cover A with 6,904. So that's why I think his best-selling cover, because you're at least going to probably buy your favorite one, give or take, give them 10, 15% on that upside, because that's not going to be everybody's only purchase. He's got a unique buyer base. It's not that 11,795 number. It's more like 7,250, maybe 500. And that's down considerably from ISOM 2. And I'm just like, dude, why can you not see this? Is get help. I mean, let's see. Because I kept pretty good numbers. At this same point in ISOM 2 on day 44, his best-selling cover was the Ethan cover at 11,509. So you're down almost 50% on your best-selling cover. Dude, what are you doing? What are you thinking? And why isn't anybody saying, let's look at numbers and do things that make sense? Instead of buying the numbers that we sold, let's look at the downward trend and say, okay. And if you would have done that and said the drop off between, not the total number, but the drop off between ISOM 1 and ISOM 2 was roughly 50%, just about.
Well, people are telling him that. But
let's buy 50% less than this bottom line number for Alpha Core because we don't want to be sitting on a bunch of inventory. And had he done that, he would be about where he needs to be, or at least need to reprint, and at least could have had some scarcity to say, hey, we've sold, because it's a lot easier to say we've sold out of A, we sold out of B and C, and now you can only get cover D. And he would have sold out of all of these books, but he has nobody guiding him in merchandising, nobody guiding him in logistics, no one who knows how to fucking sell. And it's sad. And what's even more sad, and I literally reached out to him on multiple occasions, and his team said, I will help you for fucking free. I did my part. Like Eric is like, call me up, bitches, and if you got something to say, dude, I literally called you up, said, I want to see you do well. I will give you my services and my observations completely free of charge. I don't know. So I did my part. I tried to do everything I could. So I don't know.
Well, Eric's not listening because Chuck Dixon is whispering in his ear, you're the next Marvel, Eric. And Eric's like,
not even Chuck Dixon is telling him that. It's Sturgis and them.
Shut up and pick the fleas from my shoulder hair.
Chuck's like, just as long as the check cashes, buddy, I don't give a shit. And I don't know. And if I don't know what he's paying those folks, or what he's like, what the Saska sisters, or Chuck Dixon or Joe Bennett or any of these other people are demanding that he get paid, or they get paid to work with him. But I honestly think if they were savvy, they're like, here's a guy who started this company. He clearly desperately wants to work with these people that he's apparently admired and looked up to. I'm going to fleece this motherfucker. And I'm going to charge him, whatever I feel like, or at least get very good terms as far as any type of royalties or, pay structure. I don't know. I don't know, because I think here's a guy who didn't understand what the brand was and who the brand is, and to a large extent, he could have literally just hired any fucking buddy to write and draw these books, and the vast majority of the people who are buying this stuff wouldn't have fucking cared. I mean, I think that's just the reality of it, whether he would want to realize that or not.
All right, gentlemen, we have been going over 5 hours. I got work tomorrow, so we're going to call it a stream. Thank you all for showing up. Much appreciated. And we'll do this again soon.
Very cool. Thanks a lot for having me, guys.
No problem. Is everybody else dead? Hello?
I bored them all to death.
All right, gentlemen. Peace out.